already a member of the team. What the fuck?
It's hard. It's too hard. Remember this.
Okay, I am live over on my end. Chat, let me know if you can hear everyone on the stream, including myself, so I know that there aren't any
Just
audio
make a bunch of
issues.
noise.
Hey, what's this scene?
Aha, Kino, you
It
have
was
walked into
right
my
here for
trap.
the
It was me,
fucking
the Birdman, pretending to be John Gets this whole time.
No!
Now I'll debate you.
I'm gonna fucking
Alright.
kill myself, man.
Alright, now we're about to go live on my fucking end right here.
All right, we should be good on my end.
Yeah, we are good. How you doing, all beautiful sons of bitches? It's your boy Backseater, and today we got the boys Kino, Rick, Darth Angel, and John. And today, Antis is asking the very pertinent question: did James Gunn ruin Superman in the DCU? So we might as well go around the table and ask ourselves all that. Kino, what do you think? Yes or no?
Well, I feel as though the title is a bit misleading because
Yeah.
there's no way James Gunn can, even if he fails in his DC cinematic universe, there's no way he can possibly ruin Superman or like the DC universe for that matter. Because there have been worse people. There have been worse Superman writers, and Superman is still standing. That being said, I assume what he means by that is, did James Gunn ruin another opportunity for a DC cinematic universe? Part of me wants to say that's too early to tell, but also another part of me is saying there's nothing to really indicate that he's going to make it great either. I was a bit iffy on Superman, but after seeing that Lanterns trailer, I'm just like, yeah, he has no idea what he's doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's see here. Rick?
Well, I agree with Kino. He's probably not talking about as a whole, but in the chance of doing another good more DC universe that's canon. But honestly, as someone who enjoyed Superman, except for the origin, don't get me wrong. I can see why a lot of people didn't like it, and I can understand that. I liked it for what it was, but after seeing the origin change and then seeing Supergirl being a drunk, and especially Lobo being an RPG movie, I was like, dude, why? But then when the Green Lantern trailer hit, I wasn't interested. But then when I heard the reason to, oh, hey, we didn't add Green Lanterns because it was a dumb name, and I'm like, yeah, you ruined a number. Yeah, okay, you ruined another.
Congratulations.
For
You ruined
DC.
it.
So I can agree that James is not technically gonna ruin it because it's still gonna be forever. But in this case, yeah, he's hitting it down the dumpster.
Yeah, he ruined his own DCU. Let's put it that way.
Mhm.
Darth Angel, thoughts?
Yeah, I also agree with both Kino and Rick, and what Rick says too, soon to judge. But like, my personal thoughts is like, Superman was an all-right film. I'll give it like a 6. It felt like your generic Superman film, just him being Superman. What I didn't like is like they made him like kind of like a soy cuck or something.
Yeah,
like
he's
that.
a really big soy cuck. Yeah.
And they tried to make Lois the strong whammon. I was so
Yeah.
fucking irritated about that. But other than that, I would definitely say like, me personally, I would say Man of Steel is better, in my personal opinion. But I don't know. It's like it's another generic Superman film. Is what I would say. And-
John?
Yeah, I'm a little bit more harsh on it. I would say like it's like maybe a 2 out of 5 for me. It's the actors. I think it was well cast, but as far as like ruining Superman or ruining the DCEU, I think it does more damage inside of a universe, I guess I would say, because it involves so many other actors. It establishes a history right at the beginning with that opening text, not done text crawl, but opening fade in, fade out text. Where all the 3 shit. It's like 300 years ago there were metas. What? And then it's like 30 years ago this happened, and then it's like 3 years ago Superman came out. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, that's just like really neutered a lot of
Right.
the storytelling.
Yeah.
The 300-year thing.
it feels like a sloppy introduction to a new separate universe compared to what we've gone before.
Like
Is that your point, John?
Kind of deal.
And then if you think about it, it's like if that's the case, then where the hell has like someone like the Flash been this entire time? You know?
Yeah.
Well, James Gunn, James Gunn showed like a mural or something on his Twitter of past superheroes. It includes like Buana Beast, DC's Quicksilver or Max Mercury, like Phantom Lady, Atomic Knight, like like Zatara, the Amazing Man, like a bunch of other characters off the top of my head from like the from spanning centuries. But yeah, it's just like a really weird way of introducing. If you're like a first timer, if this is your first time interacting with the DC, anything DC related, you're going to be confused.
Exactly.
Well, and you know, as far as Superman specifically and his characterization, I feel like it rushed in all the wrong places, and then
Yes.
sort of like took too much time in all the wrong. It like wasted time on a lot of stuff that seemed like it didn't really build towards anything. It was just
Right.
and just tonally whiplash constantly. So yeah, I really don't like the movie. As far as it destroying, you know, I'm never gonna call something completely destroyed, especially from one entry, because yeah, there's shit that can break the universe, but well, being a Star Trek guy, obviously more so than Backseater, I can say that like you can always salvage with the right person. I shouldn't say always. You can usually salvage something good out of it, especially early on like this, because like Kurtzman Trek is one of the most fucked things ever, and somehow Terry Maslin got Picard season 3 through that junk heap and managed to make. And he basically, like, for those of you who haven't watched, he basically gave the middle finger to the entire first 2 seasons of that show, which were horrible. He's like, Picard became an android at the end of season 1. Well, we have a little conversation with his son, and number one's just like, yeah, you know, he's still the same man, so don't even think about it. And he basically says, like, ignore that. And
So
Yeah.
basically, says don't ask questions, just consume product.
Yeah,
So-
there's an enemy in Star Trek like the Borg, and at the beginning of Star Trek season 3, they're like, we haven't seen them in 10 years. Meanwhile, they were like the main antagonist of season 2 and had like a major thing where they came to Earth, and they're just like,
Oh my
fuck that, nope,
God.
doesn't matter. This is the first time we've seen them in 10 years.
Yeah.
That
So
sounds
get
so fucking lame.
So getting the topic back to Superman, I guess I should give my thoughts. When it first came out, like I was a bit more charitable. I gave it like around a six or so. But over time, I kind of realized that I was being way too charitable because because in my mind, I was glad that it's not doing things the same way that Snyder did with Man of Steel. But that if you remove Man of Steel from the equation and just look at it for what it is, yeah, it is. It's very mediocre.
Exactly.
That is
Mhm.
true.
I think you can get a little bit bamboozled by, you know, some of the performances and some of the scenes. Like if you're YouTube clipping it, you can find some good stuff. But like people always compliment the Pa Kent scene, and I'm like, yeah, that's a nice emotional scene. If there were like 4 scenes between them, or this relationship was established at all, it doesn't really matter how many.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. It heavily relies on you having prior knowledge of Superman in the DC universe. It relies on you having prior nostalgia instead of judging it as its own unique thing. It's very manipulative in that sense.
Exactly.
James Gunn has gotten more and more YouTube clippy like that. I feel like his career goes on. It's like, hey, look, I got this can go on Instagram Shorts. This is a great scene. We're gonna have Pa Kent have this nice emotional conversation. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't really work in the movie because you've had him talk once and all you did was scream into a telephone comedically and then not appear again until this scene.
Mhm.
So it's ridiculous that you're trying to make this the emotional payoff.
Mhm.
I even said this as I was doing my I did like a live watch long of it, and I'm like, this movie's like paying off things it hasn't set up and setting up things it doesn't pay off. It's like he was constantly like having ADD while writing it. He's just like, oh yeah, and then I want this scene, and then I want this, and then he like forgets about whatever he was setting up, and then later on in the movie he's just like, and then I want a big black hole, and it's gonna suck in the whole universe. It's like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
It-
and the average person watching it is just looking at the Pa Kent scene and going, hey, at least it's not Kevin Costner's Paul Kent in Man of Steel, where he's just like, let me die, let me get
Yes,
sucked up by this
no.
tornado.
No, my superpowered son, don't come save me. And I remember everyone was defending that scene. Like, no, that's stupid.
Darth Angel, the worst one. Well, I don't know. It's a good competition because the other really bad one is, do I let the kids die? Maybe.
Yeah, here's the
God.
thing. Here's the thing. You can say that the Zack Snyder Paul Kent scene is bad, and it is, but the difference between that one and James Gunn is that at least Man of Steel made the relationship develop in his own.
It tried, and it had basic structure to it, whereas I feel like Superman 2025 is just an unstructured mess trying to shove in as much it's like jangling keys here, but then Israel metaphor here. It's just like, what are we doing? I don't even know if it was supposed to be Ukraine or Israel or what, but it was.
I think it was supposed to be both.
For me, it's like Superman 25. It felt more like a sequel to a Superman film that never happened.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel too.
I was just like, what the hell am I watching?
Oh. Let's catch up on my chat. Hail, Jacob. Dinosaurus says it's weird that the Monsterverse is doing better than the DC cinematic universe. That's pretty damning, yeah.
Those movies have a very low I would say they have a lower standard to live up to just on the expectation they've set than like a comic universe. I know people like to clown on oh, it's just comics or whatever, but the fact is they have had epic stories and stuff, whereas the Monsterverse is kind of just like mashing action figures together, especially at this point.
And that's why we love them, damn it. Jacob says, my opinion on Superman is that's fine for what it is, but it does get worse with a rewatch.
Yeah,
it was like
sort of like
one of those films that is a one-time watch.
Sort of like the MCU Spider-Man movies. At the time, especially No Way Home. It's really cool seeing Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield return for the first time, but once you rewatch it, it dawns on you how convoluted everything is.
Yeah, well, James Gunn is just the poster child for, well, I can't dazzle them with brilliance, so I'm gonna baffle them with bullshit.
It's the Moon Knight comic panel, random bullshit go.
Yeah. Melissa says, that's what I said. Superman 2025 is like we're watching season 2 of the Justice Gang show, and we never saw season 1 of the Justice Gang show. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll say this, though. If I had to choose between watching that Superman 2025 and something lame like My Adventures with Superman, I would watch
Fuck boys.
Didn't they make Kara like a fucking Nazi in that show?
Yeah.
Oh no, Darth. It wasn't the Nazi. It was the fact that Brainiac in that show was basically like this messiah figure that basically found every creature imperfect, so he ordered and brainwashed Kara to kill them all.
Oh, fuck off. Adventures with Superman. Fuck off.
Honestly, when it comes to Lois, at least Superman Lois is strong, but not that overly stupid. Because in order to confirm that Clark was Superman in that show, she literally threw herself off a building.
I remember that scene.
So I kind of thought of an example what I was talking about before with the setup and payoff thing. So he really sets up that this whole I want to call it Sokovia. I know that's the Marvel one. Whatever that nation is that's invading the other one. But it's a big problem.
I don't remember.
Big moral conundrum. What do you do with that leader? Oh my gosh, Superman, the whole inciting incident of the movie, the off-screen one, which was a strange choice, was that he interfered in that. And how do they resolve this entire issue that's been coming up the whole movie? Oh, Justice Gang, just go there and kill them all and kill the leader.
Yeah, because that doesn't break the moral at all.
What were we setting up? We just completely threw away all the moral shit, all the stuff that you've set up. You just said, fuck it, just kill them all.
Hey, at least it wasn't Superman who did it. That's literally the film's answer and cop out. Never mind the fact that Superman had no plan himself of how to stop it.
Those guys are more officially associated with government and stuff. Weren't they more of a team that was supposed to be more checked, and then they disobey international law more than he ever did? It almost
the whole ass president just just because.
Why even have that discussion at the start between him and Lois if it's just going to be resolved that that easily?
Don't ask questions, Rick. Just don't ask questions. Just consume and wait.
I think it's also I think I give it more of a benefit of a doubt that the other Justice Gang members probably, and I mean this with as much doubt as I can get, probably were just there to incapacitate, and Hawkgirl just went off the deep end and went like, oh hey, this is not gonna get resolved, let's fucking kill him.
So like, as far as ruining the universe or Superman, like character-wise, I think that does kind of ruin him a lot, but I feel like because of James Gunn's sort of sporadic nature, and he's directing Man of Tomorrow, correct?
Oh no!
It don't even matter at this point anymore.
Yeah,
like
but
if it were a different director, I feel like they would just ignore even more. I feel like James Gunn is probably still going to ignore a lot of his first movie. Like he might have Superman go through a very similar arc, that sort of thing, where it's like you're sort of just hitting rewind and trying again. Because it just feels like he didn't really want to have
I
consequences or
mean,
like any lasting implications.
John,
He
made Damian Wayne the first Robin in his Batman. Do you think that's doesn't say enough?
What, he did?
Yep.
Is that in like Creature Commandos or something?
Oh my god!
Yep, kind of.
Bro.
No, it was more like he confirmed it in his own, like, oh, Batman and Robin, and it's basically Damian is going to be Robin.
Well, not the first. Well, then it's not confirmed to be the first Robin. To be fair, because there could have been prior Robins. That's just the Robin that is that's current Robin right now.
But he should have said that if that's the case, then instead of just like making it ambiguous.
I don't get all this, like, especially with Robin, and Zack Snyder did this too, where he's got the shot up armor in the first time the Batman appears, and he died or whatever. It's just like, why do we keep like hitting fast forward on the Robins for whatever reason?
Because
Yeah.
they don't want kids.
Yeah,
At least Injustice did it
and they're
better.
probably jealous that Dick is a better man than all of them.
Yeah, but to get to the video at hand, I think it's Ant made this 2 months ago in response to the Supergirl trailer, but I think it's topical now given the Lanterns trailer because a lot of his arguments, I gave his video a skim through, and a number of his arguments don't really stand up to scrutiny with that trailer in mind. So it'll be interesting to go over them.
Oh yeah, let me catch up. Let me see. Double A says, I'd rather watch Superman 4, Superman Returns than Superman 2025. God damn!
Ooh, that's tough.
I mean, to be fair, Superman Returns isn't that bad. Maybe it's just like nostalgia blinding me, but it's not that bad in my opinion. It's more boring than bad.
It's mid.
It's
Jor-El becoming a dictator's terrible.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that.
God.
Yeah,
Don't talk about that shit.
that's probably the most
Don't bring that
universe
up.
hurting thing. That's hard to ignore.
Yeah.
This guy who wants like peace and justice on his home world. Let's make him a dictator. Yeah, sure.
It's bad when
Diversion.
it's bad when Absolute Superman actually kept Jor-El to his core.
Well, fuck
Exactly.
Absolute Superman. Anyways. Yes, Damian Wayne will be his Robin. Gunn is shit. Gunn said that already.
Oh,
The worst Robin, because James Gunn is trash. Yeah.
just watch. Don't make Damian gay.
Damon gay.
Here's the thing. I don't think Damian is a bad character per se, concept-wise. It's the fact that he's the son of Batman, and he's the head of the demon, Gotham and all that. It's the fact that they make him so arrogant and think, oh, I'm above everybody else, and they just don't make him be an actual kid.
If they introduced him instead of Jason Todd, chronologically, he would still end up the same way of Jason Todd. He would have been voted off, to be killed off.
Exactly.
I mean, like at least it fits in character with Jason Todd. Well, I feel like he would have done it better than the fucking Arkham Knight.
Well, actually, funnily enough, Damian was killed off for a time, like in Batman Incorporated by ISIS Batman or whatever, who's a clone. Like most people probably don't know what I'm even talking about.
Yeah, because that's when the comics went to shit. Melissa says Superman Returns isn't terrible. I like Ralph. And Jacob
Same.
says, I can't believe I got my Superman harem prediction right. I know.
I was like,
Alright.
Brandon Routh, he was better in the CW crossover event, Crisis. He was better in there than he was in Returns, in my opinion.
And before we begin the actual video here, I wanted to highlight a comment from Kino Stream. I can't pull it up, but it's by Liaka Boss 13. Easy answer, yes. James Gunn ruined all hope of a good DC universe because he doesn't care to work with the actual characters and wants to tell his own story. And, you know, bouncing off of that, Kino, this is a question I've been meaning to ask you since you're far familiar with his work than me, but a lot about James Gunn and how he handles characters in both Marvel and DC. He reminds me an awful lot about Dave Filoni and how he handles Star Wars. So
Yeah.
Kino, would you agree with that? Would you say James Gunn is like the Dave Filoni of superheroes?
To a degree, because it's just that he has his own specific style that you can that becomes predictable after you've seen a lot of his films and stories,
Yeah.
especially in the superhero genre.
The difference, I would say, Backseater, is that James Gunn has made worthwhile stuff in the past. I can't really think of anything from Dave Filoni that he ever made that was good.
True.
Mhm.
That's like with both James and Dave, I question, have they even like watched it's something that the original creator made, or picked up a comic book, or read the EU? Like, how are you gonna say you're a fan of this or you like this and make it and just make it bad?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, because basically it's like Dave Filoni's the kind of guy where he's all like, I want that maximum creative freedom. I want to tell my own story. I don't want to be hindered and shackled by all this lore and all these expectations of the brand. I want to do my own thing. I want to reign supreme over it all. So if there's a fucking say a TV show or whatever that I had no hand in, that prevents me from telling the story I want to tell, I'm gonna just throw that in the trash and I'm gonna do whatever I want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Basically, they're basically saying like, oh, since the original creator's out of the picture, I can do whatever the fuck I want. It's basically with Steven Hillenburg with SpongeBob. They said, oh, he died, let's just do whatever the fuck we want now.
Yeah.
And then they got modern day SpongeBob.
The difference, I would say, is that Filoni is he's more of like, I want all the benefits of this established lore, all the popular characters and stuff, without any of the burden. Kinda like what you were saying, Backseater, like, I don't want to be attached to all that, but I want to have my cake and eat it too. But then Gunn is more of like I'm constantly trying to prove how much I know it. I'm gonna make the most obscure reference possible.
Yeah.
And so that'll make me cool or whatever. And it's just like, it feels like it's just kind of jangling keys of obscurity for the sake of it, rather than even going for the most popular thing, which I feel like is what Filoni does.
Yeah, so the problem with James Gunn and comic book characters is that he adapts them. He takes obscure characters and adapts them in a very specific way. Like Guardians of the Galaxy. Originally, they were very serious characters, spacefaring characters, but he made them goofy. Same with Peacemaker. He was a semi-serious. He was a pretty serious character, but now he made him goofy. And people would like something more than that. They would like an actual faithful adaptation of those characters.
Yeah,
now that he has like more mainline.
Yeah, and because they're so obscure, he more or less gets away with it because not as many people will complain, and when people do complain, you can just dismiss them as upset bookworms, more or less.
That's pretty much what I was gonna say to that, Backseater. I feel like I feel like now thinking about that, that's part of the reason why he picks the more obscure ones. It's just so he's kind of not held to a standard like Filoni, but for a different reason. Whereas Filoni said this isn't the same canon. Gunn, it's kind of assumed that you're gonna have different comic runs and stuff, but he also doesn't have to stay true to them at all, and he can always just make his generic, like, his characters that he wants to make, because he does have a type, and he's just like, I'll pick really obscure ones so that nobody holds me to any standard.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
because he's
Yeah.
making movies and TV shows and not comic books, and that means he basically gets to alter perceptions of them for years to come, basically.
It kind of feels like. Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, Peacemaker was cool until then. Yes, season 2 came in and James Gunn made him an idiot.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me of I think his name was Travis Knight with Rise of the Beast. How not many people knew about Transformers Beast Wars, and then he was like,
Mm.
"All right, I'm just get away with doing whatever on Rise of the Beast." Where most of the Maximals, they didn't do shit until the final like part of the film. I
Yeah.
was like, "What the hell am I watching here?"
Well,
Mhm.
let's shall we see what Ant has?
Yeah,
to
we've
say?
wasted enough
Yeah.
time. Let's
Yeah.
get on with the shit here.
You might have heard about this, but there's a new Supergirl movie coming out. Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately.
News to me too.
Unfortunately.
He's already reminded me of the. Oh,
I
it's
mean-
Jimmy. It's Jimmy from South Park. He's like, "Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?" Whenever he starts
Yes.
episodes.
I mean, it is
I
kind
heard
of.
about it.
It should be noted that nobody is talking about Supergirl anymore. Like,
Literally.
there is no hype around
But-
it.
But you see, the thing is that at least people were talking about Supergirl more than they were about Mando and Grogu.
True.
So it has that leverage over it.
Yeah.
Well, not really. The new movie, based on Tom King's Supergirl, Women of Tomorrow,
Oh no.
will be directed by
Yeah.
The worst comic book writer.
Of
I'm
all
still-
time.
I'm still waiting. I have not seen anybody covering this movie who's positive about James Gunn's Superman, really,
Exactly.
or his universe. I haven't seen any of them mention a single other run than The Woman of Tomorrow. Like,
Mhm.
it's Supergirl's been around a very long time, and I know that they said the movie is based off of that, but it's like this is the introduction to her for a lot of people. Should you really base her entire character off of one comic that is quite different from how she's normally portrayed
Yeah,
for
they
the
just-
majority of her existence?
yeah, you want to, yeah, you want
They
to,
just said yes.
yeah, you want to introduce her as an alcoholic drunk.
Yeah, it's very odd that they like just act like nothing existed before that.
Yeah,
It's
you're
like,
going.
She's an alcoholic drunk.
You're going with a very newer, modernized take on Supergirl, and not how she has been historically.
Yeah.
Like no other. Like why this run in why this run in particular? Why choose to adapt it compared to all the others?
But I think the more pertinent question is, will the Supergirl movie be based off the Long Halloween? But anyway.
It's sad that people use the excuse of, "Oh, well, she just lost her homeworld." Well, she did it every other iteration, but she never became a fucking drunk.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Dude, I can't wait for all of Keto's fucking chat to be absolutely confused by that reference because Keto wasn't there for that stream. But anyways.
by the Academy Award-winning director of I, Tonya and Cruella, Craig Gillespie. And it looks like it's going
Oh,
to Cruella.
now we know this movie's really screwed
Yeah.
now. They got the Cruella guy. Oh,
Cruella.
I've seen
Wait.
Cruella. It was shit.
it's
We're-
ass.
They made Dalmatians murder her mom. Like, that is a comically horrible movie.
My parents are dead.
John, that wasn't just it. It also made the origin that Pongo and Perdita had the same mom, and they were basically brother and sister.
Uh,
It
I
didn't
mean,
even
I
feel like a
can't get
Cruella
into
movie.
all the problems of that movie because that would be a whole separate stream. But like, that is just why would he even mention? I feel like if you were promoting the movie at all, you would want to keep that kind of on the down low. Like, don't talk about. Normally, you mention a director's good stuff whenever you.
John, this is Ant we're talking about. He doesn't think; he just speaks.
He doesn't have taste.
Exactly.
Look, even
Ah.
Supergirl, she's like, "Why did you mention that?"
No, John, it's not the Supergirl, it's Super Sorority Girl.
Oh God, it's the ass queen of yeah. Oh, the comments you see on like Instagram and stuff too. It's like, oh, she can fix, or I won't fix her at all. She could step on me. I'm like, oh my God.
yeah, just all the blind praise for Woman of Tomorrow, but no other Supergirl run really makes me. It raises red flags. It's like how people like put Wonder Woman on the Mount Rushmore of superheroes, but they can't name any runs from her or even name 5 villains for her.
I feel like
Yeah.
the
I
only
can, I can, I, and to be clear, I can name Wonder Woman runs, like good Wonder Woman runs, and several for villains that are great. But the point of in asking those questions is to spot out the tourists,
yeah.
who only like her, like for like identity politics reasons, not because of any actual good
Me
stories.
personally, even I'm not like the biggest DC head. I only like Green Arrow and Flash, and that's pretty much it. But even with those two, I can name like a couple of villains for you, and to put them on a Mount Rushmore of all-time superheroes.
I think the I think the biggest thing that James Gunn did not do just by adding Supergirl is the fact that now that we know that their parent that Clark's parents aren't what they seem in the James Gunn universe. So my question is, did Supergirl knew about this as well, or is she just drunk because to get away from that?
I think they're gonna excuse that by like either saying like, "Oh, Krypton had all these people, we didn't all know each," or like, which would be a very stupid explanation because they're related. But the other thing would be like, "Oh, her city got separated like way before anything like that happened, so she was already out of the loop," you know.
Oh,
Right.
fuck off, Gun.
I can't wait for the scene where she does a keg stand at an alien frat party. Yeah.
Might as well just sleep with all the aliens.
Stick close to the comic, though it will be incorporating more of a sci-fi aesthetic as opposed to the comic's more planetary
Guardians of the
romance
Galaxy.
aesthetic that it had previously. What I expected, of course.
Hang on, I gotta go back and look at this shit. Look at this fucking art. This one panel right here is complete fucking ass.
Brown and beige blobs everywhere.
Yeah.
Look at Crypto. That's his face right now.
Huh? Yeah. Anyways.
Had previously. What I expected, of course, were fans discuss how the comic was being brought to life, right down to the train that Supergirl gets on because she's on a planet with a red sun and can't fly, and her ship gets hijacked. Those small plot details are being translated directly in this new world. However, I'm not seeing that discussion among the usual suspects. Rather, I'm seeing a lot of these grifter types talk about
Whifters!
You have a different opinion than me. You're a quifter.
Westerville isn't even a grifter. They just add her because she has different opinions.
Yeah.
I feel like Ant secretly hates women. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, then again, we do know Ant is a gay guy posing as a bisexual guy, so yeah, he probably hates
Nah,
women.
nigga, you gay.
What does Drinker have a drill there?
I don't know.
Drinker, put down the drill.
Oh, fucking.
how the film is being ruined by James Gunn. How James Gunn's
It
aesthetic
looked like he
is
was about to
just
start drilling his own head.
It's like I need to punish myself and or the
He's
box.
like, gotta get some of this alcohol out of my brain. This is the way to do it.
This is the way.
Also, speaking of Scotland, remember, guys, Star Wars Scran recently hit 700. Go sub to his channel and get him up to 800.
Oh yeah, W Scram.
Oh yeah,
Hell
I reviewed
yeah.
a couple EU books with Scran on Old Purist channel
Yeah.
/ Bane of the Shills on Rumble.
Yeah, and also Silver Moon right here. Ant is just like the people he hates. The word grifter lives in his head rent-free. Exactly.
I mean, this is coming from the man who literally was like had a debate with Kino and everything was fine, but then when Birdman made his reply, he's like, no wonder he does this. He annoys people, and I'm like, bitch, didn't you just debate him and we're cool with him?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do these people even know what the definition of grifter means, or
Nope.
do they just like to say?
They made up their own definition. So
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
remember Backseater? They've really. This is why I've started to use it on them too, because I feel like they've really hijacked the conversation. Because like, remember whenever I brought up the concept of a left-wing grifter to Heron, and he was like, "What? How could you be left-wing and a grifter?" I'm like,
you can be
"Well,
Grace Randolph.
It has
Yeah.
no political affiliation. It's just people who are like disingenuously like grifting to an audience. Like I know you're not supposed to use the word in the definition, but you know, it's like who are disingenuous and trying to cater to an audience and framing things badly like that. It's like you can do it either way. I feel like
Right.
it's only called out on one side, or I guess once like a kind of a head start on just using it all the time.
Right.
destroying the fledgling DC universe.
You know, it's interesting how a movie that was, officially at least, neither written nor directed by James Gunn is somehow shaping up to be the most James Gunn movie that ever James Gunned. I don't know how else to say it, but the trailer that just got released yesterday is based...
I know what he's gonna say. James Gunn, he's not directing Superman, or he's not directing Superman.
Yeah, and just not acknowledge that he said, and not acknowledge at all that that's what he said here.
Yeah.
It very much has the fact that he's not directing it and it still looks this much like one of his movies shows me a bad thing about how he runs the DCEU. It's like, oh, you're not even directing this one, and it looks exactly like something you would direct. That's not a good sign. That means you're kind of like you're either iron fisting this or you just set the expectation with any, or you hired based on that status. Like, can you emulate my style? Because the Lantern show now looks a lot like something he would make too, with the the potty mouth, and I'm totally fine. I'm not like a fucking prude as far as like it's not that you can't swear. It's just like everything having the exact same tone and way of speaking for everybody. It's not verisimilitude with the universe. It's just kind of a blasé, repetitive writing style at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically a comprehensive checklist of every tired, played-out James Gunn cliche from every superhero movie he's ever made.
Which I think is, as you can imagine, quite short-sighted. A vast majority of these complaints...
Short-sighted? Literally how?
I would say it's the opposite. Like, saying that, like, this is something we've never seen before, like, treating this as, like, revolutionary, that's what's short-sighted. Like, even if you're a fan of James Gunn, like, in this direction... Like, what exactly have you seen that is original or new compared to other superhero films like the MCU?
Yeah.
Well, it's a girl being Tony Stark this time.
She's a bad girl who doesn't play by the rules and says that she's not like the other girl. Wow, I've never heard of a premise like that.
And should challenge the Kriggle drinker to drinking contest. Oh, he's a fucking
No, he should not do that.
Never challenge a Scotsman or an Australian to that.
Yeah, and as we all know, Ant would 100% lose a contest to, like, fucking anybody worth a damn.
That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Anyways.
Are not rooted in reality. For example, this comment about James Gunn and dogs.
There's the dog to kick things off, because there's always a dog in a James Gunn movie, because everyone knows that putting a cute furry animal in your movie is pretty much the quickest and laziest way of speedrunning your way to audience sympathies.
There are maybe 2 James Gunn movies.
Okay. Oh my God. This is
the dog of Guardians. I know he
exactly. This is a pedantic point. Everyone understands what Drinker's saying. James Gunn constantly uses a trope he uses is having a funny animal sidekick in his movies. Like, even if you even if you disregard Cosmo from Guardians of the Galaxy and Crypto, you have King Shark. I know he's not a furry animal, but he's nonetheless an animal. You have the Weasel. You have Rocket Raccoon, like John said. You have Eagly, the fucking eagle from Eastmaker. Like, what is? And you can. I'm also going to count Baby Groot, because why would you not?
So, Kino's examples were actually a lot better, because it's like the sort of simple-minded. It's sort of a Grogu, where it's like they'll say 1 or 2 things. They're just there to be liked by everybody and to look cute in a way. Or like King Shark's not like cute, but he's like what's that?
He's stupid.
Yeah, it's like stupid and sort of like emotionally kind of cuddly. Where it's like, oh, he's so simple-minded. Isn't that endearing?
And there's another. It's like, again, back to the Dave Filoni similarities. There's another way. Only instead of pets, Filoni has fucking tag-along kids. He had Ahsoka for TCW. He had fucking Ezra for Rebels. Grogu for Mandalorian, like John said. He had a fucking Omega for fucking Bad Batch. Like, he just has, like, fucking hell. Oh my God, Chloe, why do you have to shove these stupid ass kids in there?
I would say a simple equivalent for Filoni in addition to Grogu would be like Chopper. It's like
Yeah.
super simple. You're not emotionally committing. You don't have to commit any writing to this character.
Yeah.
You're just there to win simple-minded points.
Yeah.
And it's just, yeah.
It
Yeah,
can work in certain films. It can work in certain films, like Up with Doug and the other Doug.
Yeah.
No, Rick. It does work. That's the thing. It's a very tried and established like way of getting the audience on your side to have a cute, cuddly character or mascot that that can resonate, that the audience can resonate with. So when you have so when you put them in danger, like it gets the audience to feel artificially invested.
I don't know,
Yeah.
Kino. I don't know, Kino. I get that. What I mean is, like, yes, it does work, but in most of the movies, in TV shows, if the set thing has personality, actually builds up to it, it can work. But when James Gunn and many others do it, it's just, oh, you're just putting this so people
They
can get
use it as a
invested.
crutch.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's also kind of a shield to criticism because it's like, oh, do you not like this movie? You don't like fun. You don't like dogs. You don't like cute thing. It's just like, all right, you're just going to distract from any like actual criticism by being like, oh yeah, but how can you not like it when it's got King Shark? It's like, okay, it takes a little more than that to like impress me. Like, ideally, that sort of character is in addition to a bunch of well-written characters that are, you know, all complementing each other. And this is one more little flavor you add in there. You shouldn't need to rely on it like a crutch.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
King Shark. Because King Shark isn't an idiot. He's actually a complex character.
Another difference between Gunn and Filoni is that Gunn at least sounds like he has a tiny bit of testosterone.
Well, I don't know. His Peacemaker season 2 writing says differently. Sounds like he's
Also,
got
Gunn at least has a hot wife. Yeah.
who other people get to enjoy. So good for
Yeah,
her.
they're also there.
John
for
Cena,
merchandise. Yeah.
That being Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and Superman. If you count scripts, I guess you can count Scooby-Doo, but, you know, that was kind of what's the territory.
Is this kind of like an unintentional diss that Gunn's writing hasn't evolved since Scooby Doo?
I guess, yeah.
Wait, which Scooby Doo? The first movie or the show?
Yeah.
First
live
one.
action movie.
Yeah.
Oh, the first one or the second one?
Yeah, and I'm someone that doesn't hate James Gunn movies. To be clear, like I think he made some pretty fun ones. Like probably the best among the MCU.
I despise him, bro.
I think it's been a slow descent. So I don't overall hate his movies. I think that he has deteriorated or revealed himself to be a bit of a one-trick pony over time. I liked Slither and stuff because I'm like a horror guy, but he's kind of like tried to do Guardians a number of times now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to get over the Guardians of the Galaxy 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Like, because even Suicide Squad, like, it sort of worked. I don't hate that movie by any means, but it is like, it was only fresh because he had jumped from Marvel to DC. If he hadn't been fired from Marvel, because anybody forgets, like, he was fired for like his tweets and stuff from back during the Trauma days, and then rehired. That's the only reason that he did Suicide Squad and subsequently got the DC job. Is they kind of pounced on it as soon as Marvel fired him. So yeah, I'd say it's like diminishing returns, I guess is what I would call his career.
Yeah. So off topic, but the films, his trauma films days were Kino. Like everyone should watch the Toxic Crusader movies.
And Slither has what's his face? Oh gosh, I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. It has oh gosh, Star-Lord's mentor, Yondu.
Oh, Yondu.
Yeah. It's got Yondu's actor in it, and that's a pretty gore fest kind of fun little horror movie, I think.
Yeah, let's see here. Anyways, now we got Dennis says, "Damn, that paw shot with the dogs looks so funny." Also, man, does Crypto look lame in the Superman 2025 movie? Seriously, his animated series version from Boomerang looks much better. That is.
Oh,
sad.
dude, I missed that series.
I missed that show so much, man. It was so good.
By the way,
Michael Rooker, that's his name, John.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, I couldn't remember his freaking character's name. My fucking mind was so gone at this point. But
Thing I'm seeing.
what was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, watch a good dog movie. It's called Good Boy.
Yeah.
It came out last year. I just
Yeah.
watched it yesterday. It's a really good like horror movie from the
I
dog's
agree.
perspective. Yeah, I'm glad Kino's seen it too. It's some good shit. I told my brother to see it today after I watched it yesterday.
Also, guys, if any of y'all are parents and your kids are sick, don't take them to St. Jude's now.
Oh man,
no,
what's the lore behind
Maybe
that?
The Backseater, and not those are the Backseat Boys. I don't go anti St. Jude's.
Do you have like beef with them?
Pointing.
Did they not give you money?
I officially have
only
beef with
saying
St.
that
Jude's
'cause-
now. That's going to be next year's angle right there, yeah.
He's only
What
saying
the-
that because they're next to Ant's video.
Yeah.
What the fuck did this thing cost you to you?
I don't care, bro. I don't care, bro. Like I am this close on the fucking edge.
You think you know me?
Not that edge! I am this close to being full-on Heath Ledger Joker on St. Jude's now. But
Oh
anyway,
God.
Well, what's a charity you would donate to, like the Salvation Army? Like what?
charities are fucking
You know,
useless. I'm keeping my
um,
money.
Oh,
I don't think you saw it on the right side of the screen. This Ant's like raising money for him. That's the reason that he's saying this.
Yeah.
No,
Doing
I
the
ain't going to St. Jude's
I'm
anymore now.
explaining the joke, Backseater, in case people weren't visually engaged and just
Yeah.
listening.
I'll just say-
said before they hired Gunn, he ain't the one. He's okay as a director, but don't give him control.
Yeah,
Keep that fucker on a leash.
Yeah, but just like
A dog leash?
yeah, but just to move on from like the charity point, I would say like the best charities are ones that of where if you personally know the person or like running the charity and you know where the money goes, those are the best charities experience.
Yeah, research them because like all those ones that are in like grocery stores, like hey, round up for this. I'll be honest, I don't do those because I need to vet before I'm gonna give my money to someone, and then I usually do an actual sum, not just like $2 or whatever. But that's totally up to people. But yeah, just vet that shit. 'Cause there's a lot of scams out there.
Yeah.
Melissa says, Jacob says, also, you hearing about the bad reviews for The Bride? Nope, but it's totally
Frankenstein's
expected. Yeah,
The movie looks like shit.
it is shit.
Into how the
Go watch
Guillermo
Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein instead. It's good. It's pretty long though.
I didn't care for it as much.
All right, that's
Watch
fine.
He knew his time was short, and Zaslav was selling the company when he was hired, and he knew everyone would hate his stuff. Yeah. I bet you the audition process for Batman and Wonder Woman have to include who could perform well with Gunn's wife. Yeah.
song in it.
We've got the obnoxious
No,
use of
that's
19...
just how he lured actors in. John Cena was like, I don't know, man, it's a whole season. I got like a lot of wrestling gigs. It's my like finale year here. And then Gunn was like, I'll just sleep with my wife. Have you seen her tits? They're pretty great. He's like, all right, I'll take my veiny ass over here.
Wasn't the actress who played Lois Lane in Superman when she was like, making out with David Cornsweat with him like in deleted scenes or something? Like, wasn't there like some like people raising an eyebrow at that since she's married?
Oh, where she was like saying how much she like sneaking in extra making out, or like or like trying to get more takes or something.
What that was what the controversy was.
Yeah, I think I remember something about that. That story kind of came and went, so I didn't register it too much. But yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about. And yeah, or like she was maybe like just talking very strangely, like a lot about the makeout scenes.
That's why he did his pet project, Creature Commandos, first. Because if he didn't do it right away, he probably doesn't get to do it. Exactly.
That's true. That was the introduction to his DCEU.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bad series, but it did mishandle a lot of the characters.
80s pop songs because, by golly, James Gunn sure does love his classic pop music.
And because James Gunn loves putting needle drops in his movies, that means it must be just like a James Gunn film. Except, Craig Gillespie also uses pop music in his films.
Okay. Why did he choose? Why did James Gunn choose this movie if not to replicate his style?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand this point.
That brings into question why is Gillespie hired? Probably partially because of that.
Right.
Cruella, for example, featured songs by Florence and the Machine.
Oh my god, dude! I remember watching fucking Cruella on my fucking TV, not on a fucking streaming service, like literally on fucking TV. It's the scene where she's at like the fucking ball. She shows up in that dress, she lights on fire, and then it turns into another dress. I remember showing up. That was like I would say like a 20-30 minute sequence. There's literally 4 songs in that one fucking sequence. Fucking 4 across 20 fucking minutes.
That reminds me of not the one James Gunn directed, but I think was it Suicide Squad and then the Suicide Squad. So it would have been just regular Suicide Squad, where they had so many needle drops and it was annoying as shit. It was like every character introduction, it was like, generals gathered in my message. And I'm not even sure if that's a specific song that was used there, but it was just like constantly the most cliche needle drops you could imagine.
Backseater said 4. Last time I remember, I thought I heard 5.
Yeah. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but anyways. The DCU has bisexual orgy parties for Batman and Wonder Woman.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, Peacemaker did fuck a man and a woman at the same time.
Oh yeah, because that's whenever I fucking checked out of season 2. It was in like the first 15 minutes. I was just like, what the fuck are all these? I mean, we thought George R. R. Martin was bad.
John was like that one SpongeBob meme where he's like, I'm gonna head out.
I was Peter Griffin at the movie theater. I'm like, done.
Yeah. Yeah. Whereas me, I was all like,
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
anyways. Let's keep going.
Bee Gees, The Doors, Tina Turner, Queen, the Electric Light Orchestra, among others. Gillespie uses just made needle drops, as James Gunn does.
You're really doing it. Okay, cool. So they're exactly the fucking same.
I wonder how he got this job, how he was signed on to this project, why he specifically was chosen by James having.
Imagine the interview. They're like, why should I choose you for this job out of all these directors? He's like, James, hear me out. Pop song, Pink, Aerosmith. And James is just like, speak no more. You have won me over, sir. You have the job.
Yeah.
The fact is that exactly how it could have gone.
He just starts pulling out records and holding them in front of Gunn. He's like, it's like the fucking Vince McMahon meme where he keeps reacting more and more. He's just like,
yeah. But yeah, if I freeze out.
I'm sorry. Oh.
You roboted a little bit there.
You just roboted Kino.
Oh no.
You're good. You're good now, I think.
Yeah.
Corn, Sweat, and Hold are good casting. I definitely keep them, but Gunn's fired. Gunn, you're fired. Now we just need a scene where Batman and Superman are having a conversation high as fuck. Yeah.
They already did that in the Harley Quinn series where Poison Ivy's plants affected them and they wanted to fuck each other.
Yeah.
All right, so is Mike good now or now?
We got you now, Kino. We got you.
We got you now.
Okay.
Yeah, cameraman.
But
what's the issue? Is this?
Oh, what was Oh yeah, Kino. Have I asked you about Hellraiser 3 before? That has a cameraman. It may be your father.
He's a shape-shifting demon cameraman.
One of the demons in it is like a big camera head guy.
Yeah.
Okay. maybe I have some relation.
Sci-fi elements? Well, it's a sci-fi story. It's gonna have sci-fi elements. Most of the
Okay,
trailer
and why was this
has stuff directly
specific? Why was this specific run chosen? Do you think, if not for it having sci-fi elements?
Yeah, and Ant just said earlier that they're altering like the book slightly, or the story slightly, to include more sci-fi elements.
It's gonna be a good one, dipshit.
Well, also, there's a number of sci-fi styles. Like, Star Trek looks very different from Star Wars, looks very different from Guardians of the Galaxy. Those two are a little bit similar, but, like, she's literally wearing the Star-Lord trench coat and making, like, the sarcastic comments as all the lasers are pointed at her. Like, you have to, like, be deliberately just kind of disingenuous to, like, not recognize the visual similarity with that specific style of sci-fi.
Okay, yeah, just brief recap for tangents here of criticisms of Supergirl, much like a James Gunn movie. He said what? Well, if you only count dogs, it's barely anything. The scores, like he says, well, the director has the same score while completely overlooking why he was hired in the first place, and why James Gunn might have hired him in the first place, and like it being over like in your face sci-fi. He points to the story and overlooks why that story was chosen to be adapted.
Right.
comics. The characterization of Supergirl as a survivor of a dead world who finds solace at the bottom of a bottle before finding catharsis, helping a similarly lost soul find closure again with their own personal tragedy.
That is not the traditional way. Okay, she has had these feelings before, but she wasn't an alcoholic. Patient of the character.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's always somewhat tragic. That doesn't mean that you turn her into sarcastic, quipping drunkard.
Yeah, this isn't Supergirl. It's basically Jessica Jones, but shittier.
Oh,
Yeah.
now there's a good comparison, because I always say Tony Stark, but it is a lot closer to Jessica Jones because of the personal tragedy, driving her to sort of be the down and out, like, I don't care about anything.
Yeah. Gunn doing Batman sounds like a nightmare. Yeah.
Oh,
And that's-
you spelled nightmare wrong. You need a K in there.
Yeah, Jacob. Moment where Clayface got a job as James Gunn's chair.
The Harley Quinn show?
Yeah,
I think that might have been in there. Look, the Harley Quinn show had some funny stuff, but it just slowly descended into fucking lesbo fantasy. It was it's a shame because it had like Bane was funny in it.
But to answer the question, yes, it did. And eventually something happened that James Gunn was killed, and then fucking Clayface took his place.
I was the funniest son of a bitch on that show. I got the hell out the minute it turned into that fucking cringe fest. Anyways, keep going.
It comes directly from the comic. James Gunn has deliberately put himself...
Oh my, Kino, you've debunked this "it happened in the comics" defense, so I'll leave this to you right here.
Okay, well, am I cutting out, or can you guys hear me?
No, you're good.
We can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, my chat is telling me that they can't hear me, but yeah, like this shitty defense. Oh, it happened in the comics. That's an adaptation of the comic is not the same as the comic, and Ed is assuming that's going to be just like the comic, despite not even being out yet. So I find it funny how like he's criticizing people of having of assuming things about the movie even though it's not out yet. When he's making these large presumptions himself.
Yeah.
Well, and he's talking like the shallowest part of emulating a comic. I would say probably the most important part, if you're adapting something, is to keep characters true to what they were in the source material. You can adapt aesthetics, you can adapt certain plot points. I get it, like not every medium is the same or has the same pacing, stuff like that. Keep the character loyal to who they were, in the other medium, because otherwise, why is that character? And keep the plot as close as you can. You might have to make some minor tweaks, but he's like, oh, this bus looks the same, so it's just like the comic. It's like, that is the least important. Like, it's good to have aesthetics when you can get them, emulate a comic panel, great. That is really shallow, and you can throw those shots into a movie or a show that completely bastardizes everything else about the comic. So as far as adaptation goes, that's like way down the list of priorities of like, oh, emulate this shot. It's like, great. That's hardly the beginning or end of like being a good adaptation.
Yeah. And you guys want to know something else about this right now? I swear to fucking God, this whole thing about a woman going into space, getting drunk, and having space adventures, that's not Supergirl. You guys know who that fucking is?
Barbarella?
Knife, right here, y'all. That's who fucking James Gunn is really making a movie out of. But I digress. Anyway.
Yeah, one more thing though, is that I feel as though Ant is just purposefully overlooking the influence Gunn is having on the project, which is the complaint here. Not necessarily that's not comic accurate.
Yeah.
Like how much of Gunn's influence was in the original comic, as it is in the trailer for the film.
Yeah, and Lancelot raised a good point. It's strange that Anthony's ignoring the obvious issue here, which is that it's very clear Gunn's aesthetic is played out and predictable. Yeah. Nice.
From the spotlight, he's taken himself off of center stage for 2026.
Something to think about is he chose which comic to adapt. So if the comic is already like his style, the comic came out in 2021, correct?
Yeah.
So well after Guardians of the Galaxy, we could be getting an Ouroboros kind of situation where it's like, you're coming out 7 years after the first Guardians movie. Maybe they were influenced by Guardians, and now James Gunn is seeing that a few years later and going, oh, this is just like the kind of movie that I like to make. I'm going to go ahead and pick this run in order to adapt. And so now, naturally, it will emulate my style by extension.
Yeah.
So you sort of... He had, 60 years or whatever of Supergirl to choose from. He chose this. So in the end, and that part, I'm pretty sure, is James Gunn's decision 100%. If you want to say other shit is the director's decision, okay, even if I believe James Gunn had a lot of influence on that. You got to at least acknowledge that James Gunn is picking the direction, picking the comic run, which probably emulated his style.
Right.
Yeah, and that's a good point, John, and that's something people need to keep in mind whenever they say, "Oh, you don't read the comics, you're a grifter, you don't care." There is no rule saying there is no rule for comic fans to prefer one comic run over the other. In fact, a lot of the most hardcore comic fans of characters place certain story runs or storylines in high regard and other storylines in very low regard. Green Lantern being a great example. There have been absolutely shitty runs for Green Lantern, with a lot of Green Lantern fans considering them to be complete dog shit that almost ruined the character. While others are treated as definitive for the character, like the peak of the character, because without that run, most people honestly wouldn't be Green Lantern fans in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, Spider-Man, I know of a number of the most hardcore Spider-Man fans will tell you about, Clone Saga and shit that they absolutely hate. And so, it's like, well, what the heck? You're a Spider-Man fan. Why don't you like that they're adapting Clone Saga or something in the future? It's like, because comics is not some singular entity. Comic runs change authors, change artists, change a number of things. Yeah.
Right.
And there are some, they're definitely left by the wayside in the future. And it's like, this one is so recent, it's probably influenced by a lot of shit modern stuff, and so calling out shit modern stuff in it is kind of like, well, it's like the comic. Okay, I'm calling out the comic too then. Just consider it a criticism of both. if it's so faithful, I'm saying that that's bad too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Liaka right here raised a good point. Comic accuracy means very little when it's a new thing. Sam Wilson's Captain America's comic was likely done because of the MCU. Well, I'd say for the MCU, but likely done for the MCU if you look at the timing of when the run came out and how Infinity War was in the planning stage.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean by like the Ouroboros effect. Yeah, once comic book movies got popular, post that point, you can get a lot of comics that are either trying to emulate the movies, at which point then the movies are essentially copying each other with one middleman in between.
Yeah, I even read about this a while back where one of the business people at Marvel, I think it was Tom Brevoort, who, for those who don't know, is their current editor-in-chief. Tom Brevoort basically said on his blog, like, yeah, the comics really only exist to get turned into movies. That's only why we keep making them.
Which you have so many, and this applies, I mentioned it was Supergirl, but I was thinking about this even before I was involved with anything of like, they're talking about like, oh, kill off Spider-Man in like the third movie or whatever, and I'm like, wasn't Spider-Man around for like a long time? Why would you skip straight to killing him off? Like, what? Why are we there's decades and decades and you're just gonna skip straight to like the end? Or like they bring up some like 2012 comic book run or something. I'm like, weren't there like 60 years before that? Why are we skipping straight to the 2012 run? Like, what's up with that?
Nope, gotta pave the way for the future, bro. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, Liaka. Yeah, it's exactly what I mean. The MCU probably said they wanted Sam Wilson, Captain America, then had the comics department handle it. Exactly. Anyways.
And it is the shows. I mean, the people that I would hear that from are like Collider, like the Koi Jandros and shit, who are like, they're like, oh, I read so many comics. And then it's like, but, skip 50 years and fuck this character so we can bring in the female replacement. It's just like...
Yeah. This, what you're touching on, John, is probably the most shill or corporate stooge take there is, which is that for comic characters, there has to be an end. No, there doesn't. There absolutely doesn't need to be an ending. All there needs to be is an end to a storyline, and then another writer can come in and make a new storyline. That's it. Anyone telling you that the reason why comics suck is because they've gone on for too long is an idiot. Like they are a tourist. Like that is the number one tourist opinion you can have.
Right.
Yeah.
They're just made by brain dead manga bros. Oh, and speaking of the devil, what award did Supergirl Women of Tomorrow win that Soy Boy Koi kept talking about? Who fucking cares? Awards are meaningless.
The Peabody Award. That's whenever he blocked me on Instagram because he was posting something about like, oh, they're gonna adapt Woman of Tomorrow, and I'm like, oh, Woman of Tomorrow. This is the first time that I've heard praise for this. Like, I've heard a lot of people say that they don't like it, who are big DC fans, and he's just like, it won a Peabody Award. It won, it won, I forget, some other like Saturn Award or something. And I'm like, well, that's real cool, but like, is there anything other than just what were its sales? Like, and he didn't respond to that with any sales numbers, so I assume that they were not great. Because he's just like, oh, I shouldn't have fallen for this rage bait. I'm just like, all I said was that I had heard criticism of it. I wasn't even particularly mean to it, and then I asked for some sales data to back up the and I didn't even call it this to him, but like awards mean nothing to me. It's just people passing around trophies to each other and jerking each other off that are inside of a very small bubble inside of LA and like California. It's like, why do I care that they're handing trophies to each other? That means nothing to me. Don't list awards to me.
Yeah. Anyways.
Playface, all being productions with minimal Gunn involvement creatively, as opposed to 2025.
Minimal, he says.
Minimal.
I'm sure that's the PR line. That's like whenever they say Oda is so heavily involved in the Netflix thing. I'm like, I press X to doubt. I will see on the final product whether I believe that or not.
Yeah. Anyways.
Where Superman and Peacemaker were both directed and written, in part or in all, by Gunn. Which begs the question, do these critics read comics? Well, that's a silly question. Of course they don't. But
strong claim. Incredibly strong claim for someone saying, oh, this is not what for people responding with, "This is not what I associate with Supergirl," and when they would largely be correct. Like she is not often depicted as a drunk. So what do you
Yeah.
mean they don't read
Exception as
comics?
a rule. And
Yeah,
and by the way, if he's, I know he hasn't shown a clip from him yet, but Nerderotic literally owned a comic shop, and I mean, for me as more of a layman, the dude cites very specific runs whenever he's talking about these comic book movies and
Yeah.
knows his shit. Like,
Yeah.
I would not doubt his comic knowledge.
Yeah, and again, just repeating what I said before, it is perfectly fine to prefer some comic runs and storylines over others.
Yeah.
Like I understand what Ant is like. If someone said that they were going to make a one more day storyline of Spider-Man, everyone would hate that, and Ant would be quite like he wouldn't be making these same arguments, saying, "Well, it's just like a. Do you guys just not like or read comics? Like, why are you guys so triggered? Why are you guys snowflakes?" And they respond with, "No, we just want a better storyline to be adapted."
Yeah.
This even applies to one author and one comic run, technically. Like with Oda and One Piece, like a lot of people are like, you know, oh, I don't like Fishman Island as much, or I don't like Dressrosa as much as the rest, and they'll criticize those arcs. And what are you gonna say to those people? Like, oh, well, you hate One Piece. It's like, no, there is not some. This isn't like a religion. We don't need to have absolute faith and worship for every little thing.
Yeah, I remember this, Kino. I remember this when me, Jan, and Henry, we were covering like Ant's fucking video on Shad and Superman, and he was like, "How could you not like Crypto? Crypto's been around forever. He's a cute little dog guy and all that." It's like okay, Shad doesn't like Crypto. He doesn't, it's like basically it's like Ant seems to think that if you're gonna be a fan of something, you need to like 100% of everything within that brand or whatever the hell. Like you need to be 100% on board with it, or 0% on board with it, basically.
plus,
Like fucking hell, everyone knows. Like everyone calls me a fucking EU shill. There's things in the EU I don't like. But anyways.
Plus, and you can't say that shit when we literally see your entire stack of books and we're like, do you even read them?
I don't know. They're props. Anyways.
Here, there is a degree of fairness. After all, under Zack Snyder, there were few pop songs in his movies, right? There weren't that many pop songs in Snyder's promotion, mostly orchestral renditions of what was going to be in the films themselves. Except, the trailer for Justice League, which had the song Come Together. And of course, Watchmen had a song in it. In hindsight, I'm starting to think that there were more exceptions than examples of the previous continuity where they had songs in the trailer. So the difference might be jarring if you're accustomed to that previous era of DC. Sometimes.
Except, and the problem isn't simply the song choices. It's that, in addition to other choices that you previously acknowledged, but you're pretending to ignore for some reason.
When it came to Watchmen, the song choices were fit for the scene. When it came to Supergirl, knowing she's a fat drunk, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
The problem is that it's so omnipresent in fucking Gunn's work. That's why people complain about it.
Suicide Squad had pop music attached to it, but then again, that turned out to be The Suicide Squad, one of the worst DC films of all time. I'm noticing a pattern here now. And to offer a degree of fairness to Gunn's critics, some of the alien designs do look like they could have just come off the set of Guardians of the Galaxy. Then again, they could have also come off of the set of Enemy Mine, or for those who are not as steeped into 80s sci-fi as I am, Star Trek. Actually, that's also 80s nostalgia too. I'm digressing. Still,
Ant, you're so hilarious.
Gotta flex that nerd cred.
I could tell by Ant's face that he can't grow any facial hair. Yeah.
James Gunn's like, yes, I'm examining this video.
Yes. Anyways.
I'd like to imagine that he's just watching his wife get railed right now. He's just like, deeper, yes.
Yeah. But on Ant's humor skills, let's have the former president take it away for
It
us.
truly must be said that Anthony Grimaglia's videos are so bad they're the reason why I'm Sleepy Joe.
Oh, Joe.
Oh, Joe. It's Jover, Ant. You're by done. Anyway.
And is the new face of the new DCU. Some people love it, some people hate it. Most
Idiots love it. People with brains hate it. There you go, Ant.
Why the dramatic pause before the most cliche finish to that? He's like, some people love it, some people, wait for it, hate it.
Dramatic.
Yeah.
people love it based on the reception Superman got, but I digress.
Most?
I've no-
Oh.
Most.
Based on that 600 million barely box office? Based on the horrible legs outside of America? Like, why are you so America-centric, Ant?
America, fuck yeah. Ant should have some caramel white passing ice cream.
Making less than this man's Superman film, which I'm not even crazy about, but it's like, I got to acknowledge facts as facts. It made like 70 million more or whatever, and that was in 2013. Like,
Oh, yeah, there was a comment about that earlier on Kino's chat. Let me see if I can find it here. Where the hell is it?
and I love how as soon as you bring that up, they're like, R.I.P. Snyderverse, you guys need to let it go. I'm like, I didn't even like the Snyderverse. I clowned on the Snyderverse.
Yeah.
Why do you assume like that I'm worshiping at the altar of Snyder if I bring up a simple mathematical fact?
If anything, I was giving, again, like I said at the start of the stream, I was giving Gunn's Superman more credit for not being like the Snyderverse.
Yeah, and it's sort of like a TFA TLJ situation.
Oh, I can't find it. My
where,
bad, guys.
Like, people go like, well, what the heck? You said you didn't want the same thing, and now they made a movie that's different, so you're just impossible to please. It's like, well, he made a really lighthearted Superman. You said you didn't like the dark and gritty one, so you're impossible to please. It's like, this is not a binary. There's not one thing to switch, and then it all of a sudden becomes a good movie.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
you-
it's like a spectrum. It's like you don't need to go. It's like you went one way, now you went the other way, and both ways are bad. Can we aim for somewhere in the middle here?
Yeah, it also has to be good, guys. Let's not forget that.
That's one factor. That's general tone. And in the
Yeah.
Star Wars case, it's like a general kind of philosophy of emulation versus innovation. But it's
Right.
like that is one decision to be made in a multitude of decisions with a film that can make it good or bad. And that's really just a conceptual thing. You can make a good thing that's heavily, like Top Gun Maverick is heavy nostalgia callbacks, but it's a hell of a lot better than The Force Awakens. And, there's a number of innovative films, obviously. But,
Right.
like, you can make a dark and gritty superhero film that works. I don't think most of Snyder's were. You can also make a very hopeful one that works, like 78 Superman, for instance. I don't think Gunn's works in that aspect. So, it's like an oversimplification and a false dichotomy that's like, you have to like one or the other based on this one characteristic of the movie. It's like, no, I don't. I reject both.
Yeah. Anyways, keep going.
Noticed a vocal side of the fandom, the Snyder fans specifically, who hate the new direction DC's going in. And grifters,
We're not Snyder fans, so that's good.
Yeah, Snyder fan. Yeah, hey, and Snyder fans are idiots too. We can hate both Snyder's film and Gunn's film, bro.
I guess
I
this is just the framing for his video. People who don't like or have anything to criticize about Gunn's Superman film, they're just disgruntled Snyder bros who can be disregarded. They're not normal people.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm happy that the Snyder Bro movement has fallen off ever since like he got all the maximum creative freedom on Netflix for like 3 movies now, and they've all been horrible.
None of them showed up. None of them showed up for those.
Yeah, well, they didn't show up, and the ones that did show up were like, oh, maybe we've been back on the wrong horse here, because
Yeah.
this shit ain't
We
flying.
put all our eggs in a bad basket. Soy Boy Coy is like the Chris Stuckman of comic books.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He's kind of like Stuckman on crack. I mean, he is like trying to be overly positive about everything. But
Yeah.
He's also like, oh, hey, internet, you lovelies. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Spitty Surfer in my chat puts it well. Like, Gunn fans are becoming a cult. They are becoming the Snyder cult, where you're not allowed to criticize them.
You will become the very thing you sought to destroy.
Yeah, it's also like the cult of Jon Favreau. It's like the almighty cock of Favreau. Anyways, also Coy, Mr. Rogers out here telling you what you need.
I want to take a moment to tell you all that it's important to take your daily dose of Ritalin.
Anyways.
Noticed, especially critical drinker.
For all Zack Snyder's faults as a storyteller, and believe me, there are many, one thing you can't accuse the guy of is insincerity. His films might be slow, bloated, self-important, dour and overly serious, but you can tell he's 100% committed to the story he's telling. And there's a kind of simplistic honesty in what he does. We even ran a poll on Open Bar a few weeks ago asking the audience if they preferred Man of Steel, a movie that's been thoroughly shit on over the years, or James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn. And the results were like 90% in favor of Man of Steel. That's not an endorsement of Man of Steel, it's an indictment of James Gunn's Superman and everything that it represents.
I'm willing to bet you Ant is just going to overlook that sentence right
Exactly,
there.
yeah.
The whole thing has been qualified. Like, I feel like he thoroughly qualified. He said several times that he wasn't praising Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Also, there's also nothing to add with the video, but Guardians of Galaxy, the book was good, the movie is bad.
Yeah. Remember when Zack Snyder made a movie about fucking owls? Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Like, Snyder is more. He's sincerely stupid, but he's not. He actually believes in what he's espousing within his story. I don't get that same sentiment with James Gunn. It feels like he's saying something, but is watering it down or not like saying it with his chest.
All the compliments that Drinker gave were compliments of intent, not of skill or final outcome. It was basically like, I believe that he's trying, which, you know, given what I know that he thinks about a lot of those movies, it's sort of a backhanded compliment. It's like, you're really trying your best and it's not turning out well, but, you know, Ant is going to act like it's legit praise for the films or like trying to frame them more positively.
Let's see. Ant would get angry if there's an ice cream flavor called White Passing, yeah. Ant would make a video called Top Gun, the gayest movie ever? Oh, God.
No, that would be the guy on the red carpet. I forget what his name is, but the raspy voice dude is always like, "Hey, Tom Cruise, would you say this is the gayest Top Gun ever?"
That's a great Randy impression.
He's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Woo!
I know for Gunn I'm impossible to please because I grew up with Christopher Reeve's Superman. Yeah.
And the DCEU Superman.
Yeah. Anthony needs to get peed on. Well, don't worry, Double A. I'm gonna do more than pee on him. I'm gonna meet him in the wrestling ring like this.
Tear this shirt apart. Here it comes. And just like that, the Backseater has kicked Anthony's little bitch ass.
Anyways. Yeah, anyway.
A wonderful world of AI.
He's like, is he threatening? He thinks like a response to, it's like Birdman where he takes everything super seriously. He's like, is he threatening violence against me?
Oh my God.
Well, hey, Birdman, if you're watching this, here's another word from another former president.
Birdman, on behalf of all black people, please shut the fuck up.
I actually got done speaking to one of his stands now.
Yeah,
so.
I know. We saw Rick. Anyways.
Is driven mostly by fans of Zack Snyder and fans of James Gunn.
How about haters of both, Ant? How about that?
I mean, John. John, you were completely correct. He completely overlooked the fact that Drigger said that he's not endorsing Man of Steel. Yeah, this is what he goes with.
It's typical. It's typical of Ant and people like him. They just need to overlook so they get the narrative they want.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's actually break down what Drinker is saying. So like, can you guys tell me what the themes of Man of Steel were? What Zack Snyder was trying to say? Let's just paraphrase it.
Like
You're
you,
born
like
with-
just because you have amazing power and people may or may not want you to help out, you should help out anyway because it's the right thing to do, and you're Jesus or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now for James Gunn's Superman 2025, what would you
Hang on,
say
Kino,
that is?
here we go. I got it right here. According, if TV tropes is to be believed, the central theme of Man of Steel, the freedom to choose one's own path in life, and how working for the greater good sometimes means making hard decisions. But if your values are clear, these decisions are easier than they seem. So here's Superman 2025, and it has two. The first, in a world where apathy, cynicism, and hatred are the norm, the most rebellious thing you can do is treat others with kindness and respect and stand up for what you think is right. A true hero is someone who wants to do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do, not because it's convenient or popular.
Yeah, so that explanation for Superman 2025, that sounds like bullshit. And he didn't really James Gunn didn't really accomplish that. Not only because
that Superman 2025 one is also lame and gay.
Yeah, but like again, the Justice Gang's inclusion in the movie really hinders that message when they don't beat the president with
Yeah.
kindness. They kill him, or Hawk Girl specifically kills him.
Yeah.
So
like Lancelot says, Gunn's Superman is actively railroaded out of the plot.
Exactly.
Plus, it doesn't really help that Superman has no struggle whatsoever. He's just still struggling with the fact that everything that he was taught was a lie. And when it comes to treating people with kindness, the first thing he does is when Lex Luthor kidnaps fucking Crypto, it's just go ballistic on him instead of being rational.
Yeah. Here's the other theme for Gunn's Superman. Narrative, specifically controlling narrative via public opinion. Superman is an all-loving hero whose actions and values do him credit, but naivety regarding the political ramifications of his actions make him unable to conceive of narrative or control it in such a way as to make himself look better. Luthor is an evil genius tech bro whose goal is to weaponize public opinion against Superman in order to justify being authorized to kill him because he's driven by envy and chafes at not being the center of the world's attention. Lois Lane is the cynic who questions everything, including Superman, but is devoted to rooting out the truth, and thus, while Superman cannot beat Luthor at his own game, she's ultimately able to expose Lex's plans and jar Hamper, ruining him and vindicating Superman at the same time.
Well, that's bull.
Well, again, like that's kind of like that's being very generous because it's much less interesting that Lex Luthor was behind the whole plot, if you ask me, because Superman actually getting involved in a real, genuine geopolitical conflict where a bad guy, like a one-dimensional bad guy, wasn't like pulling the strings. That's actually compelling, and that's actually an interesting thing to ask. That's an interesting situation to navigate. But James Gunn just makes it a whole lot less interesting. So that's the reason why I have a hard time finding him sincere.
And yes, adding to the fact that yes, Luthor does hate Superman, but it's not because he wants to be the center of attention or anything of the sort. It's the fact that he sees Superman getting involved with humans all the time will make them weaker, which he isn't wrong. But the fact that it just makes him, I want to be the center of attention and everything and all that is just like, no, he cares for humanity. He just doesn't care about Superman.
Yeah, well, God forbid, it almost makes more sense in the Snyderverse. At least there, he keeps the motivation of like, what if Superman turned evil? Essentially, seems to be. I mean, who knows with Jesse Eisenberg's performance, but it seemed to be kind of like what they were going for. And I'm remembering the DCEU Luthor, who he had the jealousy and the narcissism. But he also was going to take Earth's side in the end of, those sort of conflicts that would threaten it. And he also was a lot more clever and subtle. Like, this is like a juvenile version of Luthor. This would make more sense in Smallville if he's like still like a teenager or young adult. Where he literally yells out and exposits his entire character in a scene. Like, this is like a movie made for 4-year-olds almost. It's just like, I'm going to loudly proclaim exactly why I'm doing what I'm doing and what is in my mind. And it's just
John, to be fair, we're talking about the same Lex Luthor who killed a bodega owner just to get Superman pissed off.
Plus, not to mention him not caring about his own machine destroying the Earth or anything.
Exactly.
Getting to Superman doesn't make any sense because that's the thing of Luthor. He wants to be seen as the savior. Why would he risk that just to kill Superman? I mean, yes, granted, there are many versions where he does that, but in most of those versions, it's making sure the public sees the menace Superman is.
And aside from like, the exposition scene, his actions are juvenile as well. Like the machine just being like petty like that. And just being like, gosh, things didn't go exactly my way, so fuck it, just destroy the whole city that I've been building for however many years. And then, just like the whole dog angle and shooting the guy, like, he's just like super impulsive, super hot-headed. He's everything like Lex Luthor breaking is supposed to be like the big payoff, where it's like, holy cow, this super smart, super composed businessman finally gets beaten, and instead it's just constant. He's constantly like shooting people and screaming and spazzing out. It's just like there's no build up to that.
He's getting #ass mad. Yeah.
Only for him to lose in the end to a fucking dumbass bitch. Like, what?
Like, he completely makes his own demise totally unnecessarily. Like, if you would have just shut up, you probably wouldn't even have suffered that many consequences. You could have just had plausible deniability to a lot of this.
Luthor, you really should have listened to The Rock when he said,
"Shut up, bitch."
Anyways.
The Rock is his lawyer.
Yeah. And Rock is all like, it doesn't matter what you think, Superman.
Yeah. To give more of a perspective for me to show that I'm fair. Like, I did like James Gunn's The Suicide Squad because he actually did have somewhat of a balanced perspective that where you could get an idea of his opinions. Because a part of that, like compared to Superman 2025, because part of that film has to do with foreign intervention, like it's subtly, right, in its narrative with Suicide Squad or Task Force X going into a foreign country to undo something that was or an allegory for Venezuela. For a project to undo a project that was done because of them, the United States government. And instead of leaving, they decide to go and deal with a threat that they indirectly or unintentionally caused. You could argue that that's an argument for foreign intervention to a degree. And I feel as though like James, that kind of gives you an idea of James Gunn's stance. Even if we get involved in a foreign country and fuck it up a bit, it's our obligation to keep the peace, essentially.
Yeah. Like, we're not isolationist. And I would say out of his late career, like anything post Guardians, the Suicide Squad is probably his best thing. He kind of picked a natural fit for himself. And also, like, I feel like he was given the free reins without like a lot of responsibility like he has now. So that one, it's almost like simplicity is kind of his friend. There wasn't a ton of, I mean, I know there was like big Starro and everything, but it wasn't like universe implications a lot.
Yeah, so like I would say, like, based off of that, with that in mind, Hawkgirl is how James Gunn would react to that's how he would prefer political conflicts uh, to be settled. And not saying that's inherently wrong in of itself, because some people, like some real life dictators, do deserve to have that happen to them. But the problem is that he's not really. He's contradicting himself with with the message of Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
James Gunn either ruined or improved this franchise, this shared universe.
Well, I mean, ruined, but in his own way. But if we're talking about did he ruin it even further? That's debatable.
But
No, he ruined it in his own way.
That's the wrong framing. It's just did he get it off to a good start or a bad start? Because he's not. It's his universe. It's a reboot. So he's not ruining or improving. Would imply that he's taking over something, which I get. He carried over Peacemaker with edits. To make it fit his new thing, I think the Suicide Squad then technically is canon as well, because that's where Peacemaker was introduced. But that's a weird verbiage for Ant to choose here, because it's implying that James Gunn was taking something over. He's starting it. It's all his choice.
Yeah.
It's kind of just about whether you consider it a good start or a bad start, and I would consider it a bad start.
Yeah.
Because when you get right down to it, I honestly think most people would choose deeply flawed sincerity over polished duplicity.
This is all.
I mean, yeah, he's true. He's correct on this. Again, use Star Wars as an example. People prefer the prequels over the sequel trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Because in comparison, the prequels aren't that bad.
No, and it's not artificial. It's a genuine fact. People prefer sincerity over duplicity.
Right.
The thing is, if you have a sincere movie, even if it turns out complete shit, it's normally at least more fun to watch. It's The Room is a sincere movie.
Yeah.
And it's a hell of a lot more entertaining than corporate boring slop.
Hell, something like Transformers The Last Night is more sincere than, say, The Rise of Shitwalker.
Yeah, who knows what fucking Michael, I keep wanting to say Michael Moore. Michael Bay, that's what I'm thinking of. I don't know why I'm having trouble pulling names tonight, but yeah, Michael Bay, who knows what he was thinking, but he did.
Yeah. They suck as Transformers movies, but they're funny as fuck in isolation.
The first three are pretty decent, especially the first one. That was a banger. Second one was
I love the part with the Romeo and Juliet clause in the fourth one, personally. I think that's the high point of the franchise.
You know what's crazy that
guys.
I live here in Texas, and that's not the actual thing.
No, we need a whole separate scene, okay, guys? We're gonna film this, and I'm gonna have him hold up a piece of paper. Michael, are we gonna get to the plot? Shh, this is important.
Let's explain why this character, who is an adult, can legally bang a minor.
Yeah.
And the actress, I don't even think was a minor. He just made up that part for no reason.
I bet you Hassan likes Superman 2025 because they killed BBN in the film. I don't know who that is.
Baby,
Because he's always Israel's the root of all evil, apparently.
Zack Snyder and James Gunn are friends.
Okay, so what?
So what? Is he supposed to instantly get on his knees and suck him off?
Jacob, you want to see Hassan's reaction? It was,
Dude,
bro.
Yeah, they keep saying they were friends, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't friends, more like acquaintances.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who, the evil dictator and Luthor?
No, James Gunn and Zack Snyder.
Oh, yeah. I think they were forced to do some PR stuff on Rick and Morty and shit. It amazes me how many people just blatantly believe corporate PR. This comes up a lot with Netflix, and the One Piece thing. It's just any criticism you have of that show, people will just be like, well, they said Oda's heavily involved. It's just okay, so I just can't criticize the show at all because they put out PR saying that they have Oda on set. It's okay, great. That doesn't he doesn't direct live action stuff anyway, so that would be a totally moot point. But it's people just instantly believe everything and will absolutely fall in line. It's that they put that out to have Teflon to criticism. And so many people just hook, line, and sinker. They're just well, I instantly approve of everything then. It's
yeah.
Okay. And
They
so,
all-
like,
they-
the Zack
they-
Snyder, that was blatantly made to soothe the Snyder Bros. That whole Rick and Morty cameo, the whole like any public statements. So it's
Yeah.
like I just am inclined. I look at motive, and it's just simple logic to think that like, yeah, he probably said that not even necessarily because he was paid. It was just like they probably gave him a phone call, like, hey, can you voice this real quick, or like shake hands on Instagram when you run across each other, maybe, and so
Yeah.
we can smooth some shit over.
Yeah.
The two worked together on the Dawn of the Dead remake, with Zack Snyder directing and James Gunn writing, and I think it's one of their best films collectively. But how is Zack Snyder?
If that's their best film, well, if you consider that their best film and they haven't made another good one since, that says a lot about the trajectory their careers at. I'm sorry.
Snyder's world different from James Gunn's? What are the core pillars that define each? It's not just Snyder's world is dark and dramatic, while Gunn's is light and optimistic. That isn't it. There's more going on here. The DCEU had a lot of levity to it too. If you look beyond the films Zack Snyder just directed, there's a lot of levity in the DCEU. I mean, we're looking at films James Gunn didn't direct.
Yeah, immediately after they began to get lambasted for being too moody, and that's why.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
Batman
true.
vs. Superman was really the tipping point where people were like, "Nup of this."
Aquaman 1 was good. Aquaman 2 was shit.
Yeah.
And saying he's accountable, wanted the same for Snyder. I mean, after all, Aquaman, Birds of Prey, Shazam, The Suicide Squad,
Yeah, they're all ass.
Wonder Woman, all of them had levity and comedy there.
And they
Wonder
were,
Woman was kind of self-serious. I don't
Yeah.
know why you would include that, but all right.
Yeah, okay. Shazam was also a good one, but it wasn't anything to bring home about.
Yeah, and
So?
Shazam 2. Oof. The only
Yeah.
thing good about Shazam 2 is that Mary Marvel's actress is hot as fuck.
Do not remember.
Grace Carolyn Curry.
Empty Frodo.
The world's not all that bleak. There is optimism, even if it is disjointed from what came before, because a lot of the optimism was inserted into the films as a response to the critical reception.
Oh, so you know why it was put in there then. So it was Ed, that implies that it wasn't originally a part of the vision, and this was done as a reaction to that. The same way Gunn's films is also a reaction to that.
No, see, Backseater, this just shows that they shouldn't listen ever to criticism. Because Snyder changed his vision and the universe failed.
Yeah.
How funny would it be if the rumors about James Gunn leaving after the Warner Brothers Paramount merge turn out to be true?
Oh man, then Ant is gonna have serious fucking egg on his face,
There-
and I
there will
cannot
be-
wait for it.
There will be privated videos if that happens, because they're gonna have to, move on to the next thing and try to hype it up, and they have said like so much about what a success this is, how much he's building out. Like they're really putting their eggs in the basket of a movie that like questionably even turned a profit, and that was like the big reboot.
Yeah.
And it's like, oof, that would be some severe backpedaling that would need to happen, and people would be instantly downloading their previous videos because I think they would assume correctly that there will be a lot of privating
Dude,
going on.
I will be so... John, you remember that video you, me, and Evan made, that Ant made, over like, no, Superman did not fail at the box office? I am going to be so fucking vindicated when that day comes. I swear to God, bro.
I already was taking a victory lap whenever I remember, last summer, whenever this was all going on, and they were like, oh, well, it's post-COVID is the only reason that it only made 600 million. And like, obviously the big blockbusters, look at how much it's made. And I'm just like, yeah, let's see what Demon Slayer does. It's like a month later, and it's still kind of in its release window. And it did like 700 something million. I was like, Superman couldn't outdo a very recent IP.
Well, to be fair, people were waiting more for Demon Slayer than they were for another.
Well,
shitty
and
Superman film.
it had the handicap, Superman's a reboot, so it was like, anybody can come see this, ostensibly, although it does have a lot of baggage, I would say. But you know, Demon Slayer's like it's in the continuity of the series, so it's like this movie you got to watch 3 seasons, and the previous movie, the Mugen Train, in between seasons 1 and 2, in order to even understand what the fuck is going on. It's not.
Oh, I think you're. Oh no, I think I'm picking up a bit. Damn it, I don't know what happened. Yeah, no, not sure if you guys can hear me, but I have technical difficulties on my end. Hold on. Let me stop screen sharing. On. Hold on.
He said that like now it's post mortem, and it's like, dude,
We might need a southpaw for this guy.
You got Wonder Woman 84 in there. You got Aquaman 2. You got Shazam 2.
Well, then again, Ant is a fake Star Wars fan, and he thinks Mare Sue isn't a Mary Sue. So there you go.
Somehow.
Zod is looking at Ant right now with that opinion. He's like, "What?
Like, are you? He's like, are you fucking high?" Anyways,
2 universes. For example, everything with Task Force
did you
X,
get
Suicide.
reconnected all right?
Can you guys hear me?
hello.
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I crashed.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm back now.
As George Bush once said, I can hear you.
It's a bird. Yeah, Samurai Dude PS Gamer said it's a bird brain cyber attack. Yeah.
He's like, I'll sabotage this cameraman. Oh.
Yeah, I'll try editing out the section where I crash later.
All right. Well, you're lucky, Kino, that we still had it going on our end, so you can just edit that in.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Crashing out.
Yeah. Anyways, Kino, you gotta hear what Ant. Well, anyways, go on.
Squad. Everything with Amanda Waller. Everything with Peacemaker. That's canon in both.
Okay, and that was done as a reaction to people saying how much they hate Zack Snyder.
Right.
Yeah.
And his direction.
Exactly.
Right.
It's also just
Cutting off-
favoritism by Gunn. It's all the stuff that he was involved in. He just kept canon.
Mhm.
Even though it would have been much better to just have a clean slate. You can cast your wife in some other role, make her Black Canary or something. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
Yeah,
but-
hey,
but-
there's another similarity between Gunn and Filoni. It's like, hey, we'll get rid of all the fucking books, comics, and games, but we will keep the movies and my cartoon.
That's
Yeah,
a
but the
big one,
the
actually.
reason those were well regarded in isolation compared to the other DCEU projects is because they were at the time regarded as new. But now, when Gunn has his own universe and everything is being made in the similar style, people are tired of it. Like, that is the criticism.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyways.
At some point when Creature Commandos came out and Peacemaker Season 2 came out. That's all under Gunn's world.
Whoa, Nazis, General?
They're even common conflicts.
There was
Both
Nazis
have
and Creature Commandos too. Jesus.
No, it's the fact that the robot can't kill anything that isn't soldiers unless you classify they're Nazis.
What?
Or if he thinks that they're not,
retarded.
or if he
The
thinks that
robot-
they're Nazis.
What's
The
his
robot-
like Nazi boner? Like, I get it. Did James Gunn just grow up on a lot of World War II PS2 shooters? Like,
The robot basically was made to kill Nazis, but eventually the war was over and they sold it off. So he still has the mentality that it's still World War One and he has to kill Nazis.
World War II, but yeah.
Whatever.
the government turned against metahumans. Both Superman and Batman v Superman show what happens when the public is turned against the man.
So it's not as original
But
as
they
we
are-
give it credit for. Yeah.
Yeah, and Snyder
Interesting.
was always like super
do
vague
that.
about that. Like, he had like the little montage of like some people not liking. It was never like clear what the public opinion was in general.
I
with
think-
Superman.
I think this is disingenuous because this has been a law. Like, this has always been explored in comics, like with Watchmen, with Squadron Supreme by Mark Grunwald.
Yeah,
Just countless times in Marvel and other stories in DC. Like Superman's best story, in my opinion. Who cares about truth, justice, and the American way? That's all about like being skeptical and potentially turning against superheroes like Superman, and he reaffirms that faith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, really, in Batman v Superman, they only started hating Superman after Luthor blamed him with that chair thing. The only thing we can see in that movie is basically the people against Batman because he started branding criminals.
Well, that's what I mean by it's vague too. Like, there's some news reports, and even after the Capitol explosion, they're like, "Oh, well, it wasn't Superman." I'm pretty sure they like instantly exonerate him.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that he like flies away is like slightly suspicious, but Snyder was always weird about this. It's like he wanted like the not symbolism, the iconography of like Superman being not liked, but he didn't really want to completely commit to it. And then as soon as he dies, he's like worshipped as a beloved savior. So that lasts for like maybe a quarter of a movie, even if
Right.
they were completely against him, because then he dies at the end of BVS.
Right. Speaking of having the public turn against supers, can we have the public turn against the Derp Vengers?
I would say the public is only even generally, the public, as in like the internet public, is only generally aware of probably Ant and Birdman. Now, those guys, we know debunks don't get crap, and half the comments on his videos are clowning on him. So,
Right.
Ross Birdman already suffered by getting his subs only comments, and pretty much fucking
he attacked the bald Roach King. He shouldn't have done it.
And speaking of the dirt, here's Otterly Noah in the comments. It is so funny to me how James Gunn is like a new kind of boogeyman for grifters.
Utterly Noah, you got free access early to see Hoppers. Your argument is invalid.
And here's Crime's New Roman. That 1 4-hour Superman review, calling it terrible, couldn't possibly be an overreaction, right? Right?
Backseater, it's couldn't possible.
Oh, fucking Crimes.
Couldn't even type it right. But also, I don't even know which one he's referring to because EFAB did it. Little Platoon did a pretty good long one.
Yeah, how dare people go in depth when critiquing a movie?
Yeah, well, the thing is, yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, it's too long," you know, how dare you? And then, like, if it's shorter, they'll be like, "Oh, geez, this guy, like, he didn't even watch the movie. He's not even bringing up." What's that?
Was my mic messed up?
Plus, Netflix
It sounds a little muffled.
Yeah, you're muffled as fuck, Angel. Yeah.
Was it like still muffled?
A little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can, I don't know, get close to it or just like maybe mute and unmute real quick. I don't know.
But I like my fucking headphones is on, but let me see.
Anyways.
Some major differences in terms of plot structure, characterization,
major
tone, and so much more. One of the
Sound
big
better?
ones, though, that has a ripple effect around the world.
So
How
wait,
long have Men of
once
Steel
again with
been?
the
Man
title,
of Steel introduces
did
dedications
James
to the world
Gunn
with
ruin Superman in the DC universe, and now it's become a compare and contrast with Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, like this is like the initial problem I had with during the discourse over Superman. It was just comparing and contrasting between Snyder, but now I realize that's not the conversation we should be having. We should be judging it on its own individual qualities.
Right.
And it's not doing that.
That's why even whenever I was, until somebody else brings it up, I don't really bring up Man of Steel in this discussion. And even then, I like to comment on it. Yeah, basically, like that's why I say it's like, oh, it's tonally all over the place, and it, you know, has all these other specific problems as far as like setups and payoffs and everything. Because there's enough structural, independent problems. You don't really need to bring it up. I feel like a lot of times it's brought up more so in the defense. It is a reactionary thing of like, oh, so you just want more Snyder? You must be a Snyder bro. You wanted that Snyder. It's like an easy way to try and pigeonhole all criticism of just like, you know, I'm going to assume that you're this because you don't subscribe to my, you know, theocracy.
Right.
Plus, it doesn't really help that Netflix basically also confirmed Superman as a flop, so their little delusion that it's overreaction and it was good. It's not what the cryptos say. Basically, already fell flat.
To be clear, even if it turned a slight profit at the box office, and that's me being generous. I don't know if it did, but it's like I would assume not based on those comments. But why, like, it's not a rousing success, even if so. And then I love how the conversation turned. It was like, it's going to make 800. It's going to make you had some saying a billy. And it's just like, okay, now we're just going to pretend like we never thought it would do better than 600 million. Is that really the stance we're going to go with? And now it has changed the whole box office analysis sphere for these friggin' positivity grifters, where they're like, now they're going like, Birdman had a whole video about like how basically box office doesn't matter anymore, and it's all about how many people watch it on streaming, like just completely towing company lines, acting like just you don't need to do anything at the box office. It's all just basically a bonus. It's like, wow, you're just setting the bar so low that you can say anything is it's a success now.
Yeah,
like it's blatantly
exactly
obvious what you're doing.
If you set your standards so low, something mediocre something mediocre can be seen as revolutionary or of better quality.
And I've set up a no-lose scenario for the studios. So now anybody who says any film is unsuccessful, I can find some number to point at to say, no. Look, this many millions of people watched it on a service they were already subscribed to and didn't necessarily stay subscribed to or likely subscribed to for this particular movie. Like, there's a whole library of content, but I'm going to assume that all these views, like, we can just multiply that by the subscription fee. It's like, that's not how that works at all.
Yeah, it's like the Lanterns trailer. Oh, you have some complaints? Well, look at the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie, Chud.
Yeah.
You can't say anything negative now, can you? Well, actually, funny you mentioned that, because compared to that trailer, I would say that even the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie gets some things better, like do some things better than the trailer
yeah, it
already.
actually has green in the movie. Yeah.
I would take Ryan Reynolds' CG green suit over that shit we saw in the closet of the brown.
Yeah, he can hate about it in Deadpool and all that, but now that the Lanterns came out, we look at it and we're like, maybe we were so harsh on you.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's
Maybe
just
I
like
judged
very
it too
aesthetic aspect, which that's all you can really get from
Yeah.
the trailer. There's some dialogue in it, but it's like you're mostly kind of judging tone, aesthetics, and maybe some very early previews of performance.
Right.
What did Ant say when the original trailer for Sonic the Hedgehog dropped? The one with
I
the
don't
shitty,
know.
the shitty avatar, the
Oh,
shitty
the one that they
version.
changed.
Because I don't know, like just based on how he argues, I expect him to go, "Oh, how dare you have standards? How dare you say it looks like shit?"
Don't attack the animators, guys. Like,
Yeah.
don't you know?
We worked really hard, you
Because
guys.
that's usually how it's framed, and that was like the shining example of like, no, like criticism online actually works, and it got us a good thing
Yeah.
now.
They had to go through crunch hours.
And the shit, yeah, and people will be like, "Well, would you prefer that they take some that the movie's release gets delayed so you can have it be your way?" And my answer to that is yes,
Yep.
because I would prefer it to be, I would prefer for it to take some time off so it could be good, and become timeless, than be released early and for it to be shit, and for that opportunity to be squandered.
And let's be honest, that was probably the one shot that we're gonna get at Sonic. So
You
thank
had
God
one
that they did
shot.
change
Do
it.
not miss a chance tonight. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Let's see here. Melissa says, I remember because I be old. Yep. Now 600 million is profitable according to Gunn in the studios. What the
Well, according to them, Predator Badlands is profitable. That was the one that really like they had to go hardcore. It's just,
Even-
like, box office does not matter at all anymore, guys.
Even Angry Joe, like he's
Fucking Angry Joe.
he admits that the Superman movie flopped. Gunn Superman, well, not flopped, it underperformed significantly, and his narrative was that like people hate America, so that's why.
Oh,
Yeah.
because the American box office was like decent for it, but then it flopped internationally, which is fucking hilarious because that's assuming that like people would associate James Gunn with like, I'm assuming that was like an anti-MAGA thing, so they're like associating James Gunn with MAGA, which I don't think anybody associates any aspect of Hollywood with fucking anything right wing.
And we got, let's see, Melissa say, streaming is part of what killed Holly Weirdo Land. It'll make money on streaming. No, it won't. There are no physical media blockbuster rentals or sales. Yeah.
Yep. And a lot of
Yeah.
these movies, that's what loses it. It could make money if you're, angry joke, more like it. But it's like back whenever they were selling to Netflix and getting money for putting these things on a streaming service, that could have been a little bit more true. Nowadays, though, where you have, you'll get some people buying it on like rental or whatever, but a lot of the people who are already subscribed to HBO are just going to wait for it to come to HBO. So what does that get you? Nothing, because they're already subscribed. They didn't re-up it for Superman. They didn't newly subscribe for Superman unless there's some surge that they just decided not to mention. I assume the company would say if they were like, oh, we released Superman and we got 10 million new subscribers, like it's a sad, like, I don't know, just a sad cope that they're like, now box office can't matter at all because that would be to admit that these things are failures.
Man becoming the new savior. He arrives at a world that has metahumans in it, but we don't know that yet. And the greater world also doesn't know that yet. Metahumans are a surprisingly well-kept secret in the world of Man of Steel, though we don't know that until later because retcons. As such, the Battle of Metropolis is an upheaval. It
Not even really
changes the fabric.
retcons, because even in BVS, where Wonder Woman was introduced, they never said that, like, there was nothing. Like, I don't think Ant realizes this is going to be a total foreign reference to a lot of people here, but, like, people say this with, like, oh, did Wilt Chamberlain really score 100 points because there's no video of it? because it's a game that took place in 1962. That's a lot more recent than the first Wonder Woman movie took place. And they're like, source, like evidence. And it's just like, guys, not everything was recorded 50, 60, 70 years ago. Like, obviously Superman would not be aware of some random woman from World War I that appeared in a photo once.
Yeah,
It's not even
and
really a retcon.
yeah, and the problem with like setting up Superman 2025 the way that they did is if it's already a pre-established universe, you're going to ask questions of why certain characters or pre-existing superheroes weren't around for certain events, like the Superman movie, when the whole world was going to be destroyed. Like, where were they? Where, even if like it's like Batman, like all these other superheroes, Wonder Woman, etc. What were they doing? Just sitting on their ass, just waiting for the world to end?
Yeah. The only real way you can work around that is if you make it specifically like a Superman fucking film series. You know what I'm saying, Kino?
Yeah.
Well, you could have like Batman, I guess. You could say like, oh, he likes to operate in the shadows. He's not a real public figure yet. And he's not a meta. He's a normal guy. So that's different.
You could also just not. You could also just not stupidly have Lex Luthor like almost destroy the Earth in his first appearance, and keep it more like smaller scale.
And being able to clone and saying it was easy to clone Superman.
Or easy to make a pocket dimension or pocket universe. Yeah.
Like, isn't that like Brainiac's whole thing? Is that he's like always trying to replicate Kryptonian, like yellow sun shit, and Luthor's just like, nah, shit was easy.
Yeah. Anyways, keep going.
Of the world, the foundation upon which everything is built. Whereas in Superman, metahumans are an accepted fact of society. Superman's arrival 3 years prior didn't change the status quo as much as Superman's arrival in Man of Steel does. Because of this, Snyder's DCEU slowly reveals metahumans have been among us this whole time. Batman, a hero who's been active for decades prior to Superman's arrival, has to contend with a changing world, slowly coming to terms with the full weight of that revelation. Meanwhile, Superman's arrival
and that was
in
a
James
stupid
Gunn's
decision
universe,
too. You shouldn't have had old man Batman to start off your universe.
Yeah.
Which is what Robert Pattinson is going to be by the time they get to the second Batman movie. You'll be like, ready for Dark Knight Returns because I'm fucking 45 years old now.
is an easier pill to swallow because, you know, the existence of the mascara is already well known. We've had superheroes and metahumans since the 1800s so far, as we see in Creature Commandos.
And yet somehow all the superheroes that matter just end up being the Justice Gang and Superman for the purpose of Superman 2025. They all fucked off conveniently, like for that film's event.
Guy Gardner, Hawk Girl, and fucking Mr. Terrific. They're the big superhero team that matters. A team of 3 mid-carders. Great going, guys.
Now they have Metamorpho though.
Great, they added a lower mid-carder to the roster.
Hey, I would put him above Hawk Girl, at least in ability. Hawk Girl can like fly and has a mace.
And now all the people in the fucking Kino Star are like, what the hell's card mean? But anyways.
Turn the tide of World War II, and it's a commonly known fact.
Are these Nazis, General?
This decision, the choice to start with first
the second
contact
time you've used that clip. If Eric DeBunks watches this, he's gonna freak out.
Yeah, Ant, what the hell? You don't want to piss off your buddy Eric, your buddy Eric.
Kino, did you see that fucking Eric video?
No.
Yeah.
He was reviewing something of drinkers, and he was.
Explain it, John. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so he started severely crashing out when Drinker reused a clip during the video, like one of his little comedic like fart clips or whatever. He's just like, he legit like had to stop watching and just be like,
is it like a result of Pavlov's conditioning? Like that specific clip makes him lose his mind?
It's the fact that he repeated them in the same video. He kept saying it like, he already used this clip in the video. I can't believe he's using the same clip. And he's just like, would put head in hands and just be like taking deep breaths, and then like Drinker uses
Oh my
it
God.
time, and he
That's
like,
so
just was like-
performative.
he's just like, it's just like, dude, it's not that big of a deal. They're like 2-second clips, like it's like some dude laughing or something, like, and he was just like using it as an example of like why the video was so horrible that he repeated clips. It's just like,
Not even theater kids are that performative. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
I was fucking cracking up watching it. I'm just like, this is like such an overreaction for such a stupid nitpick. Like,
Aura Master DX, is Eric on meds? No, but he definitely needs to be so we can get all the gay off of him. But anyways,
enter a world where metahumans are accepted completely alters
I would
how
say
we
Eric's
see
fashion sense is the bigger offense. The fact that he tries to look like a lame 16-year-old with his caps and cool glasses. He's like a 50-year-old man.
Eric debunks his dress is like the "How do you do, fellow kids?"
Yeah, he's Steve Buscemi in the fucking gif.
Yeah. Anyways,
two worlds. Man of Steel carries with a gravitas purely because everything here is revolutionary to this world.
Also, Hans
Battle of
Zimmer's score is like way better than anything in Superman 2025.
yeah.
Much as I can criticize Snyder's writing and stuff, as far as aesthetics go, he pretty much wipes the floor with the 2025 movie. Looks like a CW show, kind of like.
Metropolis is a massive upheaval. One of the best decisions Snyder did during his tenure was to start Batman v Superman from a different perspective of the Battle of Metropolis from the previous film. Prior, we saw it from a bird's eye view, this destructive, massive event, from the hero's eyes, from a god's perspective looking down. And thus, looking at it from a different angle fills in.
I don't know if I'd say it's from a god's perspective looking down. Superman's not like, you know, fuck these people. Like, his whole thing that he kills Zod over is that he's threatening one family. So I'd say he keeps perspective. He's not like looking down on everybody.
Even though that execution and how it was handled was the most stupidest way.
Yeah, I mean, it's still stupid that he's got to like snap. It's God, that GIF is one of the funniest things with Snyder like performing like what he's supposed to do, and he's just like, ah.
Yeah.
The blanks that audiences had with that scene.
Tell that to Zod's snapped neck.
I was just gonna say that makes for one of the greatest Stuckman clips.
Anyways.
A lot of people were kind of upset that Superman and Zod were clobbering through buildings with no regard for human life. Batman v Superman shows, here's the cost of a fight like that. And this feeds into BVS, where we see committees of people meeting to figure out what to do with Superman. We have talk shows talking about, must there be a Superman?
A Kentucky
And of course-
Democrat, this movie just lost my suspension of disbelief.
Okay, I know you guys mentioned this, but it's really bizarre how we went from talking about this video being about the reaction to the Supergirl trailer to giving us a brief recap of the Snyderverse.
Yeah, I feel like he's talked more about Man of Steel and BVS than he has Superman 2025.
Yeah.
This is an example of one of Ant's turducken videos where he has a thing he really wants to talk about, but he doesn't have enough material for that thing to like stretch it out into like a half-hour video or whatever. So he has to pad it out by talking about other slightly related things. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
Yeah, it's like, speaking of which, it's like nobody was speaking. You wrote the script, bro. He's like Vince McMahon once he starts talking about, he's like, I don't make the rules.
well, not anymore. Now Triple H makes the rules. But anyways.
We have Lex Luthor, who is a hater as always, though I would say much less compelling in BVS than in Superman. I'll get to that. The weight of Superman's actions impacts everything, which leads to a problem we'll get to later. Gunn's world, by contrast, feels a little more casual. A kaiju attacks Metropolis one day, the ground splits open into a multiversal black hole the next day, but people treat it more like a hurricane in Florida. It's destructive.
No?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? The Earth almost being destroyed is treated no different than a hurricane.
What the? Does Ant just
What
hate
the
the
fuck
state
is
of Florida? What the fuck?
I think
What
he was
are you
American
talking
general.
about?
He's calling all the people that live in the Gunverse like nihilists, I guess. They're just
Like-
like, whatever, the world almost ended.
If your story treats the Earth almost being blown up as a common occurrence, I would say that's a very big narrative problem on your hands.
Yeah, like straight up.
It's like a tonal inconsistency because then they treat one country invading another, like two small countries conflicting, as like the biggest deal ever that Superman would get involved in that. If the world's constantly ending, I feel like people would not give a shit about that.
If you were simply talking about the kaiju or like the extra dimensional like space monster, that'd be one thing because I could believe that there are some idiots who would take selfies in front of it if there's a superhero handling it, but the world being destroyed, come on, man.
Yeah, they
Come on.
evac'd and
Come on,
there was like some
man.
distress going on. And that's like a bad framing by Gunn then. If you really took it as like, oh, this just like barely even matters. It's like, so you're not feeling the stakes is really what you're admitting there.
Yeah,
Like I assume that he wants you to feel high stakes in that world ending moment, and you're acting like, oh, nobody thought it was high stakes.
yeah. You're blowing your load like extremely early on, and so in future installments, how are you going to feel any tension when, when in this movie it's just like, oh, not that big of a deal.
The bad thing is, I feel like he would keep the stakes low. He'd have like Darkseid invading, and he'd have some people like looking up with their cameras, like, I can't believe it's another alien invasion.
I like how Keto said he busted his load, and here is Superman in this version just looking like he's ready to do that.
This is one of the worst scenes, by the way. This is like the tonal inconsistency incarnate, because they're trying to have a serious conversation. They're trying to have serious character building dialogue. And the whole time in the background, Gunn is like, you know what would make this scene better? If I just had like comical goofiness happening all over the fucking background of the scene. And like, it's like, oh, is this a joke scene? Or are we trying to concentrate on the conversation? Because visually you're constantly distracting me. Meanwhile, you're like, oh, and like making Superman kind of not give a shit about a potential thing.
Yeah. And not only that, John, but like in a previously established scene, he's like, I needed to save these people. Like nobody else could have done that. And now he's like, they can handle it.
Yeah. Seemingly more, and this is after the kaiju scene, I think, where he cares so much about whether that thing even dies. He's saving.
Yeah, and he doesn't give a fuck about this thing. Like what?
Yeah.
What's going on?
What if that squirrel you saved earlier is getting killed by a space tentacle there? I thought you cared.
Nah, Superman's like, I ain't fucking with that hentai monster, no.
He's like, Lois, don't go near that thing. I've seen what it does to women.
Anyways.
But they've gotten a handle on what to do when it happens. And because the film doesn't need to
Oh, since earlier in the movie, we've gotten a handle on it now.
If they have a handle on it, then why did Superman bother going to save the kaiju in the first place?
Why did Superman need to intervene in the international conflict?
Why did he bother to go after Luthor?
They got it. He's like the critical drinker of superheroes. He's like, nah, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine, yeah. Ironically, that's exactly like what, like I mentioned earlier, what Knife would be like. Knife is the critical drinker of superheroes.
Anyways.
Instance of superheroics, we can instead focus on the character's humanity, on human conflict, on interpersonal conflict, because that is the driving force of Gunn's world. I've always heard it said that the difference between Marvel and DC is that Marvel is about normal people trying to be like gods, and DC is about gods trying to be human. And
yeah, all those gods like Batman,
go back.
Green Arrow, and Black Canary. They're
total
gods.
Yeah, an alien, a well, Wonder Woman's kind of a god, but not really.
I'm contrasting like the more grounded here. Like some of DC heroes are like gods. Other
Yeah.
ones are very much more grounded, like as I mentioned before, Hawkgirl's
Green
like
Arrow, Black Canary, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more like Black Canary and Batman are people worthy of being around the gods per se.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I think it's
Find
just
the-
like it's like a dismissal of the diversity of characters. And I'm not talking about bullshit diversity. I mean like actual diversity of character
Right.
and of background and of power level.
I
Yeah,
know
it-
about Wilt the Still, lol, all the women and 100 points in the game. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so the 20,000 women may have been exaggerated. Sorry.
yeah, but like I feel as though again, like Anna's missing the point here. People aren't complaining about like a character struggling to feel human despite all their overwhelming power. It's the inconsistent characterization. Like
Yeah.
you can't have him going from like being super invested into caring about people, and then in the next scene go, oh, actually they don't matter that much.
Well, Kino, they just always pull out the excuse like, no, that means he's like fully developed. He's 3-dimensional, bro. Anyways.
Trying to be human. And I think Gunn and Snyder understand that, but take it in different directions. Gunn gets that not every metahuman is like a god in DC, and that's where things get complicated. Because that's not the case.
Dead and one of them had wings.
Yeah, they're like Angel with a mace.
She's immortal, and she's immortal. Of course, they're not the same fucking thing. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's for Snyder. See, Gunn has always been a fan of the Galupshido characters. You know, people who are just sort of there and weird, like Metamorpho, Mr. Terrific. The Guardians of the Galaxy.
So this is true. Yeah, this is true. He cares about obscure characters that he can get away with like making super creative liberties because and if anyone who reads comics actually complains, they'll just say have sex incels, like you're just angry monkeys typing in like typing on a screen.
Yep.
Or just sending me hate.
Yeah, and that whole scene is basically his personal therapy session. Like, this is what all my haters are like, guys. They're all just monkeys. Got them.
Yeah.
And Ant, like, we get what he was going for. We're saying it was poorly executed for the most part. Like,
Yeah.
it's we're shoving this into one scene, but then we're having him be totally goofy in another scene and not seeming human at all. And then, like, all of a sudden in a third scene, it's like, oh, he's kind of like making sarcastic comments and stuff and ignoring the threat. And then in another scene, he's like, oh, the threat is the most important thing ever. How could I possibly ignore it? It's like, he's just all over the place.
Yeah.
There is no characterization, because to have characterization, you have to have like consistency, and if you're going to change it, it's got to be somewhat of an earned change, an arc.
Yeah.
Comprised of nebulous, obscure characters from Marvel who aren't exactly icons in the comics. Before 2014, you would not.
Okay, but were they okay? So you're appealing to like popularity, but were they like? But how were? That doesn't change the fact that they had fans, they had fan bases, and people enjoyed them.
Yeah. I always see this. Sorry, Kino, but I always see this argument all the fucking time. It's like, again, to loop it back to fucking, like, well, hang on, well, actually, it says Star Wars here. I'll pull out a Marvel example. Nick Fury, was he a super popular character when they finally got Sam Jackson to play him at the end credits of Iron Man 1? No. Was he but did he have his fans? Yes. He was a mid-carder. Like, was he very integral to the universe he was in? Yes, he was. But hey, because he's not super popular, because he was a C tier or lower B tier character, they got away with making him a black guy. So there you go. So,
but the problem like Ant is highlighting, isn't a problem with the characters. It's the fact that they aren't given more attention. Like, if you just adapted them how they are, a lot of their storylines as they are, people would love them more.
Right.
That's the argument people who are fans of these characters, as they were originally portrayed, argue. Like if you were to have like a a faithful Guardians of the Galaxy story or movie or show, like about Annihilation, people would lose their minds over that.
Yeah.
Jeff Johns' run of Green Lantern, people would love that. But that's not what we're getting.
No. No, it's like Angel said earlier, just be happy you're getting it and consume the product.
Who Star-Lord is to the average human. Hell, even the average comic fan might not know who he was. Maybe fighting game fans might know about Rocket Raccoon because of Marvel vs. Capcom, but I digress. Anyway, James Gunn's
better
DC
digress.
Mm-hmm.
follows suit. It takes obscure characters from DC's catalog and puts them front and center, or lesser known characters anyway. In Superman, we get an understanding of how Superman is important because he's contrasted with lesser heroes. Well, not lesser, but
You can do that without having a bunch of fucking mid-carders and jobbers around here, Ant. Come on. That's retarded.
He's not really treated with like a reverence. It's not like they're like, whoa, you're something completely different. They kind of do just treat him as another hero. They're sort of like, you're less establishment. You're maybe a little bit stronger than us. But like, we're, you should join our team. And we're like all buddies. And we'll go solve this issue while you go solve the other issue. It's like, yeah, they hardly like address his power level at all.
Yeah.
less powerful, I would say. Each hero has their own skill set. Every metahuman has their own abilities.
Also, I swear to God, Mr. Turek looks fucking retarded right here in that fucking chair and shit.
But Superman stands in contrast to them. I think it's great having Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific as foils to Superman, as opposed to Batman.
Foils? How?
Foils?
They're buddies. What? They're like, oh, they all wear the badge or whatever he says to Lois, where they know his secret identity.
Yeah.
And then that's another weird scene because she's like, oh, he just tells everybody. It's like, this is literally the only other person that seems to know.
Yeah.
Man and Wonder Woman, like in BVS, and especially in that first film. If they introduced a ton of the major characters all at once, it wouldn't just feel crowded. Superman would feel less special.
Oh, so they gotta be shit characters because apparently they deserve less. You can just like throw them in there without regarding anything.
Yeah.
Terrific. His origins and motives don't matter, at least in this film.
Why put him in there then?
So he's just there as eye candy.
Remember, this is the guy. This is the guy.
He's just there to be there.
Remember, guys. Earlier, he said that the people the people who don't like this just don't read comics. Yet here he is saying, "Yeah, these characters who have existed for decades don't matter.
Don't matter.
Don't matter."
He's basically arguing for the shallow interpretation of the character of like, what, the backstory, the characterization doesn't really matter. As long as you just get a look right and some powers, it's all right.
And then exactly. Yeah, and is one of them guys. It's like that fucking argument I showed John and crew off in that one Emmeline stream, where it's like it's with one of Ant's dick lickers. It's like he basically said, as long as you get the design, the personality, the general personality, and their abilities right, as long as you get that shit right, it's good to go. But everything else, forget about it. Like at that point, it's not even really the character anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Their personality is literally influenced by their background.
Yeah.
And past actions. It's that's ridiculous.
Anyways.
We can just accept, he's another superhero, and he has unique powers that we can see demonstrated in front of us.
There are feelings and there are thoughts. Your feelings about feeling bad are okay.
Gunn understands that
Why the hell is James Gunn poking him in the chest?
He's validating his feelings, Backseater. It's so powerful.
Oh my god.
He says his feelings are okay.
Focus of a Superman movie needs to be centered on Superman. His
I
emotional
would not have been
journeys.
able to be Corn Sweat there. I would have rolled my eyes so hard.
Specifically, it focuses on his kindness, on the way he tries to do the best he can, but the world gets in the way sometimes, or the world refuses to understand, or his rivalry with Lex Luthor, or on his love life with Lois Lane, on how he interacts with
Guys, this monster in the background shooting its laser. I wonder if this is symbolic of something right here. You know what I'm saying?
This is which
Lois, I need
again,
a
like
costume.
again, this is the thing about like looking at things in hindsight because at the time I didn't think anything of Superman like confronting Lex Luthor, but now I'm just thinking, why did he have to go to him directly? Why couldn't he have just gone to the police? Why couldn't he have like made like a public statement calling him out instead of just going and making himself instead of going to him in the dumbest way possible that he could use that Lex Luthor can use against him?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like he went. Yeah, that's what I said. Like that was the thing that didn't make him Superman. Like, oh, he knows this is a trap, and Luthor's probably gonna use it. Yeah, exactly. It knows it's a trap, and it's probably gonna make him look bad. He should think of another way to get to Luthor, but he chose the dumbest way possible.
Just super easily baited, and that's not even consistent with the rest of the scenes. So again, it's just inconsistent shit because it's like the rest of the movie, he like thinks ahead. He'll kind of like plan things out. He's got the Justice Gang and all that sort of stuff. But in that one scene, because we needed it to happen for the plot, we're gonna have him be super impulsive, super angry, and just like I'm just gonna throw shit.
I mean, you could make the argument he was probably also being impulsive because considering that Supergirl is a drunk, she was probably gonna fuck it up even more than he was, but even so.
Is that Epstein's son right there?
He needs the I'm bored speech bubble.
Yeah, true.
How you doing, fellow kids?
The heavy beard die.
Yeah. Anyways, keep going.
On how we interact with the greater world of metahumans. Man of Steel, on the other hand, is about and how humanity as a collective responds to a god. It doesn't focus on the Superman character. Superman could be Martian Manhunter, and Zod could be the White Martians, and there'd be no meaningful difference. Superman...
I'm pretty sure it fucking would be, though. I mean, that's what kind of happens when you swap characters out, Ant. But anyways.
And could be Hal.
I got nothing to say anymore.
Okay, so like I really fucking doubt it. Like people would, if this weren't Superman or a mainline superhero, that people would be more critical of it. Not instead of just letting certain things slide because they love Superman so much.
And from a story perspective, I can think of something that would have changed it. What if instead of like saying, "Oh, you can go save the humans, Cal. You can save all of them." What if instead Russell Crowe Jor-El was like, "You can breed with all of them, Cal. You can fuck all the bitches and make superhuman babies," because that's what James Gunn did. Like,
yeah.
It's one thing to keep the same hero. It's another to just like completely change everything about them just in their background. If the background doesn't matter, then it's a pretty big plot point for James Gunn's Superman is the background.
Also, Jesus Christ, why the hell does Ant have such puffy lips? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, you have to work, like, really hard to get your lips that puffy, and, like, why the hell?
What?
Jordan with the Green Lantern ring, fighting off Sinestro, and there be no difference. You see the problem with this?
No, that completely changes it. That's all about fear versus will, and what are you talking about? Of course it would be different.
Yeah.
And there's like a large part of the Man of Steel film is about the genetic heritage.
Also, hail, Evan.
How long have you guys been on the stream?
2.5 hours.
No, the codex, like the whole genetic codex.
The video.
There's just so much stupid, bro.
No. How far have you got into the video? That's my question.
Oh, we're nearly halfway there.
Oh, jeez.
So like, but he's just like ignoring he thinks like Superman in Man of Steel is just like generic strong guy, I guess.
Yeah.
Just like the fact that he's an alien is the only trait that matters. It's like, that is not it, dude. Like the whole conflict of his two dads and their philosophies, the whole Kryptonian DNA codex thing. I never completely understood that plot point, but even I know it's important.
Yeah. And Yeah, and like you could replace. Let's make this a Sentinel Comics movie, although God forbid, because I don't want Sentinel Comics to be this ass. You could replace Superman and fucking Zod in this movie with Legacy, who's the Sentinel Comics Superman equivalent, and Baron Blade. But Legacy's Lex Luthor. You could replace them, and yeah, the conflict would totally change.
Lex Luthor doesn't have a blade.
Oh, whatever. Anyways.
From these films, the DCEU is just one core story told multiple times. First contact, worlds
What are
collide.
my 6 cents in the whole thing?
What, Evan?
So, I don't think James Gunn is inherently ruining DC, but I will say he definitely has portrayed some aspects of being, I don't want to say a narcissist, but he definitely seems to be making himself the proverbial star of the entire DCU.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's Superman's James Gunn.
Mm-hmm.
Or
It's
James
Steel?
Gunn is Superman, rather.
It's a first contact story.
Superman James Gunn by James Gunn, also featuring Superman.
Yeah.
With aliens. Batman v Superman, the world reacting to first contact with aliens. Wonder Woman's about a woman from another world colliding with our world. Aquaman,
What?
Atlantis
I thought it was
colliding
just
with
some hot Israeli chick. Yeah, whatever.
Well, to leftoids like, and they are aliens that ought to be exterminated. Yes. But anyways.
our true normal society. Justice League, about metahumans learning to live together while dealing with Darkseid and his world of apocalypse colliding with
CG
our.
on Cyborg.
My themes! This is all I'm hearing. Nobody is saying that these concepts by themselves are bad. They were executed poorly. That is the problem.
Yes. And here, let me just double check Ant on all these films here to see if he's legit.
That's not the theme of the Justice League at all. It was them trying to stop Darkseid's nephew or something.
All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. So here's the theme of the Wonder Woman movie. Some humans can be truly despicable, but on the whole, humans are good and try to do better. Also, the world can be a terrible, awful place, but it's worth fighting for. That's not what the fuck you said at all, Ant.
Okay, yeah, but to address Ant's point, of just themes. Newsflash: the directors for these movies didn't invent these themes for these characters, and they've been done infinitely better before.
Yeah.
What we're discussing is how they chose to execute those stories within these films.
Right.
And you're moving on from that and making it more abstract to stifle discussion away, or to move the discussion away from those things.
Appealing to sentimentalities, yeah. All right, here we go.
And it's also just appealing to generalities, because there's a reason that the films are like 2+ hours long, and these sentences that you're saying are like 12 seconds. It's like, there's obviously more to it than that.
Yeah. All right, fucking hell, Aquaman has a shitload. Here we go. Here's Aquaman. Don't judge a place you've never been to. There's also a lot of emphasis on familial bonds, with even the villains showing that they care about their relatives. Dealing with the emotional fallout of a parent's premature death. If you're looking for a fight, you'll probably find one.
I'm gonna call bullshit on that theme. That's like every superhero thing ever. A premature parent death? Come on.
There is strength and nobility in making friends, and Arthur's ability to communicate with sea life is directly tied to why he's the rightful king of Atlantis. All right, here we go.
Much of a theme is more of a plot point, but
yeah,
and I'm not even gonna blame like AI or whatever you're asking for getting some of this shit wrong, because a movie like Wonder Woman was just like tonally all over the fucking place.
This is from TV Tropes, which was made by fucking humans. So yes, the people at TV Tropes are dumbasses. Here we go. Here's Justice League 1, Parentage. The character development of Barry and Victor is punctuated by the relationship with their parents, the expectations set upon them, and how the world is influenced by them. It is Silas's kidnapping and subsequent sacrifice which drives Victor to join the League, and it is Henry's words that inspire Barry to go far beyond the speed of light to save everyone. Moreover, the epilogue is called A Father Twice Over, with Silas's audio recording to Victor playing over the dawn of an era ending. 2, it can be argued that parentage is also the overlying narrative connecting Man of Steel and Batman v Superman to Zack Snyder's Justice League. Man of Steel deals with Clark trying to live up to the expectations of that Pa, Ken, and Jor-El set for him, and in this film, he finally manages to reconcile both, and Batman v Superman as Batman motivated by the death of his parents. It's when he loses sight of his original purpose that he becomes a jaded cynic willing to murder Superman, and it's also the knowledge that Clark has a loving mother and family that breaks him out of his funk. 3, unity. Both heroes and villains alike believe in the power of being united as the best way to beat obstacles. Steppenwolf describes Earth as divided, at war with one another, too separate to be one, citing that their free will must be ripped away from them and given absolution in one glorious belief. Obviously referencing how his master Darkseid believes in unity under his domain, eradicating individuality. The Justice League believes in unity while maintaining their own free will and individuality, combining their different sets of skills and powers. Bruce assembled a team with the idea that divided they are not enough. Darkseid's loss in the past was possible only due to the Defenders of Earth working together, despite never doing so under normal circumstances, and his possible victory in the Nightmare timeline is achieved only by the League being divided. So, yeah. Oh, fat load of crock of shit. Anyways, keep going, folks.
Worlds collide. First contact. Over and over again. It's the introduction.
I just like how they're like, oh, it's all about unity. You know, these boxes combine and they'll fucking wipe out the Earth. But also, these heroes could be friends. It's like, I don't think that's consistent.
Yeah.
To the greater world, consistently, with the normal world being changed by these interactions. But we never see how that lingers. The world never becomes accustomed to metahumans. Aquaman 2 and Shazam 2.
It's almost as though and it's constantly sequel baiting and building shit up isn't a proper way of building up a franchise. Instead of just actually giving it to you.
And it's almost as if these movies, which have these characters' names in the title, isn't about a bunch of background generics. Yeah.
And it's almost as if the studio itself intervened multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were changing directions willy-nilly with those things.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's something I noticed earlier. Ant keeps talking about, like, Zack Snyder's DCU. It's like Zack Snyder was not in control in the latter half of his own DCU. There were people at Warner Brothers during the making of his Justice League movie who literally wanted him off the project and eventually got that when they brought Joss Whedon in. So it's really not his DCU by the end.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention they hated Geoff Johns when he was the one who told them, hey Zach, look, they're probably going to kick you out, so you might as well just record the theater version and then record your own version so we can put it on HBO Max. And he still gave him shit because of Cyborg's actor.
Yeah.
DCEU, it's a world collide story. It's first contact with a hidden society. Even Atlantis is having a worlds collide story with a super hidden secret world under Atlantis or whatever. You know, it's ridiculous. Shazam, new gods introduced. It's the same story repeatedly, and the normal world barely changes from film to film.
Not. Shazam was about Billy losing his mom and then finding a found family in his adoptive one. In the second one, it was Shazam and the kids trying to get along with each other, use their powers for good, and getting together as a family. They're not the same fucking thing.
Film. Outside of the Suicide Squad films, the Harley Quinn films, it feels like every time a new world collides with the DCEU, it's the first time. It is first contact. Even if this superhero
first time, every time.
Heroes established in the world. If there's a normal world being impacted by all of this, at a certain point...
Why is the camera zooming in on Ant right now?
When do we stop having first contacts? When can't we just exist in the world forever shaped by all of this? Amanda Waller is the closest...
Okay, well, to answer Ant's question, story structure, like traditional story structure, people prefer that. They prefer a beginning, middle, and end. If you have like a bunch of unexplained shit that the audience wants you to know, like expects you to, that the storyteller expects the audience to already know, despite not bringing them up, that introduces problems.
Right.
You're expected to gradually introduce them, so there isn't so you don't run into problems with the narrative later on. Like imagine if like in a Batman story that's established within who has already met the Justice League. He's doing a traditional like down to earth like street level Batman story, and then near the climax, Superman comes in and just like, need some help, Bruce, and then that's how he resolves everything. That would be a shitty way of telling the story.
Right. There's a reason Superman stays out of Gotham, y'all. But anyways.
To what the world is like after all these interactions with metahumans, and even then, she's not in enough of it. As the world continues, it gets ridiculous. Dr. Fate has existed for decades.
Why the fuck does Dr. Fate not have eye holes in his helmet? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
In this world, but Superman changes everything?
He's just like...
Yes, because Dr. Fate was hiding away.
But to be fair, Dr. Fate, if you look at how heroes exist, like in terms of chronologically, Dr. Fate, at least the guy underneath the mask, Kent Nelson, he's been around since the fucking 20s.
Yeah.
The helmet is intention, like making him immortal. So obviously, if you're gonna go a DCU based on chronological order, it would make sense Dr. Fate would come first.
Yeah, and he's also typically a pretty reclusive guy. He's not like on big A-list main eventer teams. Yeah.
I mean,
He's someone he's like Doctor Strange. He primarily spends his time dealing with otherworldly threats that we don't even know about.
Right.
Yeah, so that's
not to mention. The only time Dr. Fate ever becomes important in a story is when he sacrifices himself.
Yeah, he's like, it's like, well, yeah, it's like, you guys have seen that SpongeBob meme where it's like every time they make a new Spider-Man movie, and it's from Uncle Ben's point of view. It's SpongeBob and Patrick holding open a coffin, and they're like, get in! Anyways.
I was thinking of another meme. It's the little old guy in the red shirt where he's like, I guess I'll die. Just put Dr. Fate's costume on him.
Yeah. Anyways.
Martian Manhunter's been here the whole
every
time.
Every time the world is in peril, Dr. Fate, I guess I'll die.
Yeah.
There's Green Lanterns on Earth, but Superman is first contact with each new.
Well, to be fair, and Superman was sort of similar to what Evan said earlier. Yeah, Superman is the main DC guy. He's the first ever they had, and he's been their golden boy all these years. Even after Batman took him over in sales numbers, he's still the golden boy. So yeah, it kind of does make sense for, from a storytelling standpoint, for Superman to be the guy who brings about the age of superheroes. You know what I'm saying?
Also, Ant mentioned Martian Manhunter. I don't necessarily disagree with him there, but it also makes sense because Martian Manhunter, like, if you go through the story of Martian Manhunter, like, he is literally the last survivor of Mars.
Yeah.
And clearly the people on Earth are not going to know that immediately because, sure, they're planetary neighbors and all, but they have no fucking clue what's going on.
Yeah, does Ant just want fucking John Jones to come fucking down here and be all like, hey guys, I'm a Martian, I'm the last of my race, I'm gonna be a superhero for y'all. Sound good?
All right, I got a super chat from Racer C4S. Are we going to
go to Earth and live out
for $5? Racer C4S. Are we going to pretend there aren't worse movies?
Evan, Kino's trying to read a super chat out. Fuck.
Racer C45. Are we going to pretend there aren't worse movies? Superman 4, Batman, Robin, Supergirl 84, Steel, The Amazing Bulk. Yeah, look, those are worse. Like, I'll grant you that. But the problem is that at what point can we disregard any flaws from a movie just because something worse came along?
Yeah, that's the same as whenever people are like, oh, you like this, but wasn't this like better? It's like, does everything have to be the absolute worst or the absolute best to even talk about it? Like, there's a number of there's a spectrum of quality.
Right. Anyways.
Film, the impact of Man of Steel feels diminished. Also, the best DCE movie, it's Shazam. First one specifically, because it has some of the best character writing of the series. And the reason Shazam 2
I care
feels
about characters.
Yeah.
such a drop off is because they forgot to develop Billy Babson's character.
Billy Babson?
Babson.
Hang on, we gotta get another read on that. Hang on.
Because
y'all.
it has some of the best character writing of the series. And the reason Shazam 2 feels like such a drop off is because they forgot to develop Billy Babson's character.
Billy Babson!
So he thinks that Billy is Babs, Batgirl's son. He's like Babs' son.
Billy Babson.
Billy Babson.
Billy Babson. Oh my god, and God.
Character. Where Billy and Shazam feel like the same person, and Shazam doesn't feel like, you know, a caricature of a man-child, like a raving, crazy man-child, where Billy feels normal and grounded. I think that by
the point of Shazam is that he's a kid dealing with the powers of a god. No matter the transformation, he's gonna be that kid. Sure, there are other versions where he's a different person, but in this version it is.
I actually, I think this is more of a flaw in the kid actor. I'm not sure if he was a kid in the second one, but he plays it, and it's mostly direction, you know, and what instructions he's receiving. But, you know, I don't think the flaw is in Zachary Levi because he's acting like a kid. The problem is that the kid is acting way too serious and way too like adult. Yeah, so it's like it goes in the opposite direction that it should. Like if he's gonna become more serious, maybe it would be when he's a superhero persona and like trying to impress people or act professional. Instead, it's like the opposite dynamic where like the kid acts more adulty.
Yeah, JSB, we already covered that. It's almost like the argument that everything either needs to be jokey or super tear-jerking serious. No middle ground, exactly.
Yeah.
Problem with the problem with Ant's arguments here is that he's not for the Snyderverse is that it can be applied to James Gunn universe so far from what we've been given. Again, like he's saying, okay. Superman was supposed to be first contact, and then it's supposed to other superheroes were supposed to be gradually introduced and established, but they didn't do that. It was later revealed actually there were already other superheroes involved in like on Earth before Superman arrived. So it introduces this problem of where the fuck were they, or why weren't they involved in these stories just with these characters. But that same complaint can be levied towards the Gunn universe, specifically Superman 2025, where if Superman wasn't the first metahuman, where was everyone else?
Yeah.
That really hurts the story.
Until Kino's super chat rudely interrupted me.
Wow, Evan, what were you saying, Evan?
When Martian Manhunter came on Earth, I was making this point earlier, but he didn't immediately announce to the world that, oh, I'm here, I'm just gonna live amongst you now. No, he literally just lived in secret, disguised as a human, trying to live out the rest of his days. It wasn't until a huge interstellar planetary threat shows up that he reveals his true form. Like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm here now. I should warn you guys, this big thing is coming. But hey, I'm an nice guy. I'll help you out.
Yeah.
First contact story off the table, Gunn can move past that and tell stories that feel like stories that function in an established world. We can skip the Spider-Man ones.
That's not
and get into
a good thing, and people want the context to what happened.
Yeah. Why do we need to always? I don't know. Maybe this is like a hot take or something. This whole like, I feel like shills or somebody inside Hollywood started pushing this idea that it's so horrible to see an origin, especially one that we've already seen before. It's like, no, nobody wants to see Martha and Pa Kent die again. I'm like, that's literally happened like twice on screen, like prominently. It happened in like the, you know, oh my gosh, Christopher Nolan. It happened in the Christopher Nolan verse. It happened in the Burton verse, and then like, even in Snyder, it was like a flashback, like dream sequence shit. So they hardly did it there. So it's like, okay, over like 30 something years, we've gotten it 3 times. I think we can handle it. It's such an odd complaint, and people get like obsessed with it. Anytime that there's a new Spider-Man or something, they're just like, we don't need to see Uncle Ben. It's like, why?
I mean,
like, we've seen it twice, literally only twice. It's not that big of a deal.
Well, it also gets it becomes problematic when you don't show him, like in something like Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, where he dies before he becomes Spider-Man. That's actually really interesting. That's a really interesting concept. But like, because Uncle Ben, the reason Peter goes on this like, it turns out the way he does is because he let the robber that killed Uncle Ben go while he was Spider-Man. But that just gets like completely hand waved away for Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Like, so you just wasted that concept.
Yeah. I'm asking Grok this because now I'm curious as to why they say that. But anyways, let's continue with the video.
The Spider-Man 2s, stories that advance character. And Batman v Superman, 80% of Lex Luthor's dialogue is centered on existential dread because a man who once thought he was the smartest guy in the room feels insufficient in the face of a god. We feel his terror even as he's rambling like a weirdo. However, in Superman,
no, we don't.
We meet a Lex.
No, we don't, man. Come on.
Goofy.
Yeah.
We did not get Lex Luthor in BVS. We got like a shitty version of Riddler. And even then, it's terrible.
A shitty version of Jim Carrey's Riddler, more like. But anyways.
Would you like a Jolly Rancher? Oh, it's cherry.
Luthor, who's gotten over his initial shock and can play chess with the metahumans, all while being the world's pettiest hater. And that's great, because now we're not going to Lex Luthor.
No, it ain't.
He's incredibly petty. He hasn't gotten over it at all. He has a whole exposition about this.
Okay, guys, I asked Grok here, and let's see what the hell Grok came up with. So for the prompt, I asked Grok, why do people say we don't need to see the origins of superhero points in films and TV? So I listed examples. Fucking police out there, bro. Anyways, people often express frustration with repeated superhero origin stories in films and TV because these narratives have become overly familiar, predictable, and somewhat unnecessary for modern audiences. Here's a breakdown of the main reasons why. So I'm not going to read everything here, but 1, cultural saturation and repetition. These origins are iconic, but have been retold countless times across comics, animated series, live-action films, reboots, and even parodies. After decades of exposure, these beats feel like rote exposition rather than fresh storytelling. Audiences complain that studios treat viewers like they have amnesia, recycling the same trauma porn instead of assuming baseline knowledge.
Yeah. Well, the problem is you still have them, they say it's exposition porn, but then you have them literally do the exposition of the lesson later on in the movie usually. So
you get to the point.
Yeah, like you can have visual exposition, or you can have the character just do a fucking exposit in a word vomit.
2, audience familiarity via pop culture osmosis. Even casual fans or non-comic readers know these backstories through memes, references, and societal shorthand. You don't need to be a superhero enthusiast to recognize that Batman's parents are dead or that Spider-Man got bitten by a radioactive spider. This ubiquity means origin scenes can come across as padding that delay the actual plot. Recent adaptations like the Spider-Man Home trilogy smartly skipped Uncle Ben's death entirely, jumping straight into Peter Parker's life as a hero.
See, this is the problem with like Grok and AI. It goes off of like a popular sentiment instead of like thinking creatively, because it's entirely possible to have a modern to modernize certain origin stories that retell what happened, but more in a fresh and new way. So when you like refuse to do that, it misses something. It misses something vital.
It also seems to be that reason is like the second screen viewers interpretation of this, where it's like purely just some surface level shit like, oh yeah, whatever, I know that his parents die, so like whatever, blah blah blah, I'm just gonna look at my phone now during this scene. It's like it's ignoring all the like relevant story details that go a little bit deeper than just like bullet points of like, oh, Spider-Man gets bit by a radioactive spider. It's like, well, it's kind of, just take the first Spider-Man movie, for example, where it's like, you know, oh, but he's trying to take a picture of MJ. We're establishing that during that. We're establishing a little bit of his dynamic with Harry. We're getting a little bit of like his photography, his nerdiness.
We find out that he's something of a scientist himself.
It's but it's like, so there's more to the origin than just a basic plot point. You do characterization during the origin. Bruce Wayne, it's not just that his parents die, is that they're trying to like confront the badness in Gotham, and you know, it's part of the seedy underbelly of the city, and the fact that his dad, like, you know, kind of tries to be nice to the guy. There's so much. Oh my gosh.
Plus, for No Way Home, for the Spider-Man MCU trilogy, it doesn't really help because in the Far From Home movie, you have where he goes with a case that is basically Uncle Ben's, but when he loses it, he has no attachment to it whatsoever.
Okay, guys, I'm just gonna like summarize these 3 points. Point number 3 is that origins eat up a significant runtime of the first act of the film. So why bother spending 20 minutes on Krypton blowing up when you can just dive into new conflicts, team ups, or character arcs? Joker subverted this by focusing on a villain's origin and reintroducing Batman's origin that way. Issue number 4 is that other cinematic universes don't rely on needing to reintroduce characters. James Bond and Nightmare on Elm Street don't do that for their characters. And
well, Nightmare on Elm Street does that all the time. He always goes through some monologue and flashback sequence at the beginning of the films, even up to Freddy versus Jason, where he's like, first they burned me, then the fun really began.
Yeah, and Halloween basically did that with many times, with different timelines in their movies.
I'm gonna catch you guys later, alright?
Alright, see you, Darth Angel.
See you guys.
Yeah, later.
And then last point here, some argue that fixating on origins limit innovation, reinforcing the same tragic motivations instead of exploring mature themes. Online communities discuss how skipping origins allows for bolder takes like boys are invincible without belaboring the basics.
The boys, as we've seen in the show, in the comics, it was meant to be a parody. It didn't take itself seriously. I mean, for fuck's sake. Homelander killed a person by just ejaculating.
I heard that comic was horrible.
It's too edgy!
Yeah.
It pricked me when I read it! Ah! Paper cut! Ah!
And it has that grifter neurotic in it.
But newsflash, people. Sadly, the comic is better than the show because the show is more fucking stupid than the actual comic.
I agree.
Anyways, unfortunately, not every filmmaker can utilize exposition the way James Cameron did for Terminator. You miss nothing, Jacob. It's almost as if Hollywood writers consist of lazy writers. Or did you cover that earlier too? No, we didn't.
That's a general continuing theme with a lot of this shit.
That's another thing about the Boys comic that I highly doubt the show's going to do. Towards the end of the comic, it is implied, not outright confirmed, but it is vaguely implied that Homelander wasn't evil the entire time. He was just gaslit into thinking he was evil.
Yeah.
Plus, when it comes,
there's no way. There's very little chance that they're going to do that because of how they've handled Black Noir. They really changed him from the show compared to the comics.
I think they said from the get-go they weren't going to do the comic ending.
Yeah. If it looks like they're going to replace Black Noir's role with Soldier Boy's.
Anyways.
With the weird billionaire, the eccentric billionaire Facebook guy. No, like seeing Lex Luthor versus Superman. We're seeing two people, two icons, two pillars fight at the fullest of their capabilities, just like in the comics.
What?
No. Oh my god. how the
wanna
fullest of their
die.
capabilities? Like, what? Because he makes a Superman clone? Like, Lex Luthor just pulls shit out of his ass whenever the plot needs it. And he's not clever at all. He freaks out emotionally at the slightest provocation or alteration to his plan. And even during his plan, a lot of times, he's just like shooting people in the head for no reason. And so Lex Luthor's not smart, and Superman doesn't like ever display his strength. He like fights some generic androids, and then he throws the other Superman into a black hole.
Even in that scene where he basically knows Superman is being hostile towards him, he can't resist like a petty jab, like stupid dog under his under breath. As it was something between the lines of "Got you mad? Got you upset? Didn't I?" It would have worked, but no, he's just being a petulant kid.
Yeah. Anyways,
Come to think of it, Snyder's world sucked when it came to villains.
Epic
Lex Luthor
Superman
is one of the most embarrassing, impotent figures in that world. He's stupid, rambling. His plan only works if
Yeah,
everyone
like the
around
James Gunn one. Yes.
Yeah.
Say what you want about this. Say what you want about Zack Snyder's DC. Zack Snyder's Luthor, but at least he had a plan.
I'm not even, again, like I've established I'm not a Snyder fan, but even I find this to be a bit disingenuous because there's hardly any examples to work with for Gunn's universe.
Yeah. Well, and I kind of equate, Lex's rooftop monologue in BVS, where he's like, if God is all powerful, he cannot be all good. If he is all good, if he's all good, he cannot be all powerful. Blah, 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 blah. That's like a really stupid, like overly expository scene, just like doing an inner monologue externally. But then James Gunn does the exact same shit with his, where he's like, of course I'm narcissistic. I want to be better than you. Blah, 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 blah. It's just like, okay, so they both have some stupid over expository dumpage. I don't see how this makes one better than the other.
He's a moron.
Word vomit.
He's powerless, vulnerable, out of his league. The cheetah barely exists in Wonder Woman 1985.
Wait, rewind that bit. Rewind what he said about Lex Luthor in BVS real quick.
It works if everyone around him's a moron. He's powerless, vulnerable, out of his league.
Okay, now what did he say doesn't describe Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor in 2025?
Yeah, he makes some androids that are basically fodder for Superman. He tries briefly to, like, one time when they, like, completely gang up on him, they manage to get a brief advantage, and then he just instantly destroys that.
Everyone, in order for his plan to work, everyone around him has to be stupid. They can't question anything they can't question the footage for some reason. Like, even though Superman has been on Earth and saving them for several years at this point, they're just like, yeah.
What was that whole thing with, like, Flag, where he, like, convinces the Pentagon to, like, take his side on a bunch of shit when it makes no sense?
He's stupid, what? He's stupid.
So that's relying on other characters being stupid. Like,
He's stupid. Once he has him in custody, he can just kill him, like, and just say, hey, tell the government, hey, he went crazy, and use his, like, Ultraman, a clone of him, to stage, like, him going on a rampage. And yeah.
No, but you see, he's very smart. It's the other one that's the only one that's stupid.
Yeah, not like Zack Snyder's Lex Luthor had an entire plan, like, oh, I'm gonna frame Superman, make everyone hate him, then I'm gonna kidnap his mom, gonna make him fight Batman so my two enemies can get rid of each other, and then I'm going to unleash this monster to destroy the world to prove a point. That's not moronic at all.
If only he hadn't said Martha, my plan would have I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't.
Dude, have you guys seen fucking Honest Trailer's fucking parody of fucking Lex Luthor's plan at fucking BVS?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, that was their BVS Honest Trailer, I think.
It was.
Which their Man of Steel one is hilarious too, I have to say. That was back whenever they were willing to really rip into stuff.
Yeah. Hang on, let me look it up real quick, just because I need a fucking laugh and need to feel alive again here.
My favorite part in the Man of Steel Honest Trailer was whenever they're like, "It's a bird, it's a plane, it's coming right at us. Everybody run.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's Lex's plan. 1. Find out Superman and Batman's secret identities. 2. Lure Lois Lane to Africa to interview a rebel general. Out CIA operative Jimmy Olsen to get the general to capture Lois Lane and ensure Superman's arrival. Murder the rebels and burn the bodies so Superman can be blamed. If any evidence gets left behind, I'm screwed. Bribe and coerce an African villager to give false testimony to Congress so they'll call Superman to testify. Gather information on metahumans. Make sure to give each one a superhero name and comic booky logo design. Ask Congress for an import license. Require a huge kryptonite rock so I can make a weapon in exchange for access to General Zod's body. Don't forget to creepily beat a congressman, a Jolly Rancher. Batman will also steal this kryptonite later to kill Superman. Is this a part of my plan? Remove General Zod's fingerprints with this kryptonite scalpel. Hire inmates to kill criminals in jail with the Batman brand.
Hell yeah.
This will totally piss Clark Kent off if he investigates this instead of covering the football game. Mail photos and newspaper clippings to Clark Kent with crazy writing. Intercept disability checks of former Wayne Corp employee. Mail the checks back to Bruce Wayne with crazy writing. This will totally piss Bruce Wayne off too. Invite Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent to some charity event. Introduce them to each other and make it as awkward as possible. It's Lex Luthor's plan, Evan. Give a disgruntled Wayne Corp employee a lead-lined wheelchair, pee in a jar, blow up the Capitol building with Superman present. If Superman hears the bomb or somehow stops the explosion, I'm screwed. Assume that this will push Batman over the edge. Use stolen Zod fingerprints to access Kryptonian spaceship. Combine the DNA with Zod's dead body to create a deformity. Possible name Doomsday? Kidnap Superman's mom, reveal to Lois Lane that I'm an evil genius, hopefully she dies or something, blackmail Superman into fighting Batman. This negates all the earlier work to turn Clark Kent against Batman, but don't worry about it. Hopefully Batman kills Superman. If Batman doesn't kill Superman, then hopefully Doomsday kills Superman. Then sit back and run the company until Daddy comes back. If Superman survives, I'm screwed. If Lois Lane survives, I'm screwed. If Doomsday survives, I'm screwed, and so is the planet. And if any one thing in this impossibly intricate plan over which I have almost no control over anyone's actions goes wrong, I'm screwed. But don't forget the Jolly Ranchers.
It's Cherry.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my whole life.
I know, right?
And someone thought it would work well in a script.
Yes.
Currently. Just like how Am thought this video was a good idea.
Yeah.
Barely exists in Wonder Woman 1984, and they only fight once and then that's it. The Joker and Batman never fight each other. There's the chase scene in Suicide Squad, sure, but they never actually fight. Harley Quinn's biggest enemy isn't Batman and it's not Joker, it's Black Mask. Shazam never fights Black Adam, but Black Adam said to fight Superman. That never happens, of course, though.
To be fair, it's not inherently on Zack Snyder. That whole thing belongs to The Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of this was just back and forth. You know, the studio couldn't make up its mind.
I mean, I will say, the DCEU, it kind of has the same problem that modern-day Star Wars has, especially with the sequel trilogy. No one had a coherent plan.
Yes.
Not even Zack Snyder had a full lead. Well, Zack Snyder, he did kind of have a plan. The problem was a lot of stuff outside of his control went off the rails.
Well, that and he
I
also
remember hearing
wanted
correctly, Zack Snyder's big payoff of the DCEU, like the big bad of the whole cinematic universe, would have been Reverse Flash.
I thought he was gonna have them like kill each other because one of them had a baby with the other, and then Lois dies or something.
Yeah, that was part of the plan, but the big villain of the DC DCEU, had it kept going forward, would ultimately be Eobard Thawne.
Yeah, it's
God.
retarded.
That would have been the ultimate. He would have played into the meme. Thawne shows up at the end of like.
I secretly say Thrawn sometimes by
Eobard Thrawn, yeah.
He shows up at the end, and it kind of would have been a Thrawn moment because he would have been like, "It was me,
All
Superman. It was me all along."
And it was all according to my plan.
And then Superman's like, "Who the fuck are you? You look like Flash, but you're like yellow or something." He's like,
Your colors are reversed. You could say you're reverse Flash.
Ooh, that's a good thought. I have to use that.
Zod is the biggest threat Superman faces, both as Zod himself and later as Doomsday.
Oh,
he even
you're
comes
counting
back in
both of those as one. Okay, I was gonna say like Doomsday literally kills Superman, so I'm not sure I agree with that. But
Let's be clear, that wasn't Doomsday, that was Nuclear Man.
Yeah.
Flash.
I would.
Finally
Fair,
kills
I would have
Superman.
popped if Nuclear Man somehow showed up in the DCEU.
Yeah, he would have gotten a Road Warrior pop. Oh my god, lady, I don't care about TurboTax. Go the fuck away.
Only
Are you saying you haven't done your taxes yet?
No, fuck the taxes.
What about
Fuck tax
Texas?
season.
Texas, John.
Yeah, Texas. That's what I said.
No, I said Texas, not Texas. Not the good state of Texas. Texas.
Oh,
hey, it's Ocean
Films
Master.
to do villains right in my
Hey,
book.
Ocean
Master.
We developed Ocean Master and Black Manta over 2 films, with a dynamic that shifts and evolves from event to event.
Okay, now describe Ultraman.
All right.
But other than that, the villains in this saga are terrible. And that's
retarded Superman.
Because again, these stories are
Hey,
ultimately
look, it's Pedro Pascal acting like Donald Trump.
always first contact narratives that are more focused on the impact these characters have over the world.
Ant really
instead
hates
of the
first contact narratives, I guess. He's like, these are all first contact. Ah, bad.
He probably hated his first contact with a woman.
Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of that, here's more proof that Ant isn't fucking like gay.
Anthony Gramaglia hasn't posted the picture of his kid yet because his kid doesn't exist. The same way Jacob Suggs' wife doesn't exist. It's not a conspiracy, it's fact.
It's fat. Yeah. Anyways.
Interpersonal conflicts or the internal conflicts. Meanwhile, in Gunn's world, we know Gorilla Grodd and Circe exist.
Circe?
Is it
Cersei.
I was gonna say, I was trying to figure out who the hell he was even talking about for a second there. I wanted to say Xerxes from 300 for a second. I was like, oh,
Did he mean to
Cersei.
say Circe?
He did, yeah,
Yeah.
but he flubbed
Boy.
the damn claim not one name but 2 names now.
And-
Okay, guys, let's call right now. What's the next name Ant's gonna flub now?
Probably Clayface.
Oh,
So
I'll
Billy
say,
Babson and Xerxes or whatever he said.
Yeah.
I'll say he'll call him Thrawn as well, like I did.
Yeah.
Be like, you but Thrawn.
Also, and that's the problem with the show. It's also Gunn's AU, but then it shows Clayface and many other villains of the superheroes, and I'm like, okay, when the fuck did they started teaming up?
Yeah.
Superman or Peacemaker had all that multiverse shit going too. It's like he wants to immediately jump to Marvel Phase 4, the one everybody hated. He's like, I need all this possibilities, man.
Not to mention, most people are gonna say, "Who the fuck is Rick Flag Senior?" when they only know Peacemaker fucking killed them and they haven't watched this show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this: if James Gunn really wanted to get a jump start on the multiverse concept, then I don't think Peacemaker was the right character to do that. Like, don't get me wrong, and wanting to bring John Cena over to the DCU, but honestly, he could have just gotten away with having the DCU having their own Peacemaker with their own John Cena. Just say, oh, it's a constant. Christopher Smith looks like the Invisible Man throughout the entire multiverse. Like, it's a canon.
Yeah, fitting he'd be the Invisible Man because then you got John Cena over here like, you can't see me. But anyways.
However, I'm not done with my point. if James Gunn really wanted to do that with a character, then honestly, there's really one particular guy that I think he could get away with because, unironically enough, this guy may or may not exist in real life. John Constantine.
Yeah, that could have worked.
Wait, John Constantine exists in real life?
There's actually a story about that. According to Alan Moore, back in like the early 80s, I believe, he was at a sandwich bar. And when he looked to his left, he saw a man descending down the stairs, and he swears it was the real John Constantine. And they looked at each other.
Okay, yeah, sure, Alan. Whatever you say.
Are you sure he
old
wasn't like on his
bastard.
snake god smoke or whatever?
No, he was literally at a sandwich bar, and then he looked up and he saw the real John Constantine walking down the stairs. They made eye contact. John nodded to him and smiled, and then walked out the sandwich bar. And Alan Moore,
basically a guy with a
following him before realizing, yeah, I shouldn't follow John Constantine.
So a guy with a tie and a trench coat with like blonde hair came down, and since he was being awkwardly stared at by Alan Moore, he was like, "Hello," and then he walked out of the bar, and Alan Moore was like, "I just saw John Constantine."
My
But it gets better. It gets better. Few years later, he
God.
ran into John Constantine again, but this time John actually interacted with him. He just leaned over to Alan and says, "You know the funny thing about magic? Any cunt can do it."
That's fucking retarded.
That was a
man.
British cosplayer.
Yes.
Before we've met the Flash or Wonder Woman, you could say that's
Sure,
bad.
It is bad. It 100% is bad.
You're skipping. You're skipping parts of the story that matter. You're skipping shit. You don't do that.
Yes. That's like fucking like Ant, is it okay if people just put in like fucking cheat codes and skip entire levels of a damn game?
Only
So
if
you're
it's
almost-
Jedi power battles, because
Like-
that level 5 was bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyways.
No, seriously, like, what is better, to have like a beginning, middle, and end, or an extended middle and then an end?
Beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah, the beginning, middle, and end, and this is what I get on fucking Gilroy about with like the time skips in Andor season 2. It's like James Gunn's just like, all this shit's like complicated or whatever, so I'm just gonna skip all these clear development opportunities, and I'm just gonna like take the easy path of just like, oh, everybody knows this story, so whatever, you know.
I mean,
just
I mean, if we're talking origins, like, you know, skipping the origin and you already know what it is, it only works on stories or some comics like where that one movie and comic where Batman is old and he's retired, but he then went back to Batman afterwards.
Dark Knight Returns, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If it's with something like that, like you're seeing the hero aged out and how the years have done to him, then it can work.
Establishes these characters have a world, that they come from something, and that we're anticipating their eventual meetup. Whether that actually happens remains to be seen.
It's not gonna happen at this rate.
No, they already had meetups. They were just incredibly anticlimactic. Look, if Marvel had started out with Avengers, it would not have meant nearly as much. It meant a lot because we had 4 blockbuster characters meeting. It wasn't just 4 randos who came together. There's a reason that the Avengers like felt more epic than the X-Men. Like the X-Men is a bunch of superpowered people teaming up. But why that didn't feel as cool because we didn't have movies setting each one of them up, and like they weren't all leads. Like that was the first time we'd seen 4 leads like come together.
Right.
Yeah.
Come together right now over me.
Yeah, and unlike the Avengers or the MCU, the X-Men couldn't even keep their timelines straight.
Well, and it's kind of like what Backseater spoke to earlier, where it's sort of like that TikTok brain, because it's like, oh look, we're gonna have a gang up. We just want the universe. We just want it now. We can't build it up. We can't have any patience.
Yeah.
Like, thank God that the MCU got in before any of that shit kicked in, because like if they would have just rushed through and like been like, so anyways, there was this old guy, he was in World War II, here's an old footage of him, anyways, we unearthed him now, and he's out of the block of ice, and now he's joining us for a superhero team up. It's like that would be bullshit. That wouldn't feel any way nearly as good as the way that they did it, dedicating whole movies and like taking their time and like establishing characters.
I feel like that's what's gonna happen with the Spider Noir Prime series.
Oh, you better believe it.
We spend so many films watching the world become what Gunn's DC starts as. James Gunn wants to bring the world of the DC comics to life. He cites specific comics he lifts inspiration from. Supergirl is a direct adaptation of a Tom King miniseries. Meanwhile,
Shit
Snyder
one.
wanted to make Excalibur. That's not to say Snyder
Again, Ant. So just because someone takes shit they like from a series they've read doesn't make it as good as that series.
Yeah.
You need to actually build up that work, and so it has the same overall effect on you that the original work had that's being adapted.
He has no concept of like pacing is part of what builds gravitas in a story.
No. All he cares about is my themes, man.
It's like at this point, just like make an AI video or a YouTube freaking video of just like the superheroes meet up. Because let's skip all that unnecessary crap and let's just get to the payoff right away.
You know what
you like James Gunn's Superman because it was just a bunch of fucking payoff with no setup and no characterization. That's why none of it meant anything.
If you're going to make an animated DC like series, one of your first picks shouldn't have been something fucking stupid like the Creature Commandos. It should have been an anthology. It should have been an anthology series exploring the history, showing all the different types of superheroes that existed throughout time. So that would have built up, that would have established like the world building going forward. If you didn't want to do that in the film,
I mean, yeah, that would have been way cooler. And you also have a great template with the Paul Dini, like animated universe. They had Batman. I don't think they had any plans for a massive team up at the time. But once it was successful and they could reformat a little bit, they could get Superman the animated series going. And you know what felt like the most epic thing of all, more than BVS, more than James Gunn's Superman, was World's Finest, the 3-part episode. Because it was like, we were endeared to those characters by the time they teamed up. And then it was like, what? They can both be in the same show?
What?
Like,
What?
This is the coolest thing ever. Every kid is tuning into this because fucking Batman and Superman together sounded like the coolest thing ever, and then they delivered with an awesome 3-part story.
Not only with them meeting, but Joker and Lex Luthor. Like I love their interaction to this day.
Give me $1 million and I'll kill Superman.
And then Harley and Mercy fighting in the background.
Yeah. No. But Lex Luthor responds with "How can you kill Superman when you can't even kill a mere mortal in a Halloween costume?"
There's nothing near about that mortal.
There's nothing near about Batmortal. He slips in the little. He like mixes up the names for a second.
Comics who adapted them. Noticeably, 2 of his early films, 300 and Watchmen, are basically panel-for-panel recreations of the original.
The reason Watchmen worked is because it was actually faithful to the comic and because Zack Snyder had somebody keeping them under control.
Yeah, plus Watchmen is like a freaking done-in-one like mini series where you don't have you don't have the same deal that Marvel and DC have where like they just run ad infinitum and you have all these different things to take inspiration from and you're not really forced to distill it as much, like just take the story and make it the film.
This argument also doesn't work because Alan Moore hates this adaptation of Watchmen. So what the fuck are you talking about?
He also hated people.
He hates most of his adaptations, I understand, but he likes
everything.
But he does like the JLU episode of
I was just about to get that for the man who has everything.
Yeah. That is a great adaptation of that story.
He hates Rorschach because people don't hate him, but the problem is he made the story where he was the only one sensible in the situation.
Yeah.
Well, that's your fault as a writer, Alan. You should have made him less sensible. But anyways,
I wonder how Alan Moore feels about the 2019 Watchmen show.
He didn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, good decision, Alan, because that shit was way forced.
Well, unfortunately,
And now you have to ask yourselves, how would Alan Moore feel about the upcoming V for Vendetta show?
I don't
He's
know.
probably gonna hate it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not
probably.
sure if you guys knew this, but James Gunn is actually working on a V for Vendetta show.
Can't wait to see Ant defend that shit soon.
Ant will be like, I love how they skipped right to the march at the end. There's no reason. We already saw the movie. We know how he organized it.
well, Jason, well, Monroe can't complain because DC did make the Watchmen official in their universe.
Is he didn't take this approach with the DC films, and in fact deviated quite far from both the spirit and imagery of those original comics. Excalibur is a plot-driven epic film from the 80s.
Why
that
are we
adapts-
talking
We're
about
not
this?
talking about Excalibur.
What is this shit? What does this have to do with anything?
We're not talking about Excalibur. We're talking about DC and how the James Gunn
the
ruined
whole
the
of Le Morte Author
and
in
it focused.
1 2-hour spectacle. It's all plot, rushing, but character, forget it. We see how Arthur's actions influence the world.
You know,
sure,
Lord of the
but
Rings
we
has a lot of plot and a lot of character. They just make it long in a trilogy.
Yeah.
seldom see how Arthur is driven to act in certain ways, because the whole story goes through the events of the legends in speedrun format. We have to get to the next moment. Guinevere's betrayal matters less than the impact Guinevere's betrayal has on
Okay.
talent.
Against yourself. You're
So Ant's argument here is that the first entry to a franchise feels like a standalone speed run of Arthurian legend.
Did he say Guinevere or Guinevere?
Hang on.
Of the legends in speedrun format. We have to get to the next moment. Guinevere's betrayal.
Guinevere, he says.
But like to Kino's point, this is a direct contradiction to what he's just been espousing, because it's all about like, oh, you can skip over all this stuff and like, don't get so bogged down in the plot, because you need to really like you can focus on advancing characters. But it's like, so you admit that like being more detailed, taking this slower would have enhanced the characters, but you also want to skip over everything in the other adaptations and just get to the big plot points, because you think you can only advance character after that.
Yeah, so, I don't know what it is, but Ant and his dick lickers really seem to think that you can only advance like either the plot at one time or do character work at one time. Like they seem to think like you can't do both at the same time. Like yes, you can.
And a good origin builds character.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, like I was literally arguing with Shade Zana over this. We were arguing, I forget which fucking episode. We were arguing over fucking all the damn filler episodes in TCW, and they say they're like, oh well, these episodes are good for character work. It's like fucking you can tie into the main plot and still have the character moments at the same time, my guy.
Yeah, that's how I felt about Naruto.
Also, well, there's a difference also between just having characters do things and building their character, or even like establishing through actions a consistency of character. If like filler episodes are bad because they often like don't feed into anything, they don't develop anything, and they're just there to kill time, and that's what you shouldn't do. But it's like he just assumes that any origin is apparently that it's just there to kill time.
Liaka says it well here. James Gunn wants what Marvel is, but doesn't have the patience to do what Marvel did. He's the same as Zack Snyder in that sense, or maybe Warner Brothers as a whole. Yeah.
That's the funny thing, is he's making the exact same mistakes that everybody said, the Snyderverse made. They're like, oh, they're rushing to it. Why are they doing Civil War in the second movie?
Yeah.
Well, now we've already had a big team up in the first movie, so is he going even faster?
Yeah.
Moore is not a fan of his own work either. In his interviews, he openly says that he regrets being a contribution to the realistic trend that currently plagues the comic genre.
Yeah.
He thing, like once everything becomes subversive, then nothing is subversive. It's like once everything becomes a nihilistic, like deconstruction of superheroes, you kind of need to build them back up for a while. You can't just continually do deconstruction.
Yeah, Invisible took care of it.
Yeah, he
development matters less than the
he
growth
kind
of
of he
whatever
isn't that the reason why he made Tom Strong Alan Moore as like sort of an apology because he didn't want it to be like a subversive like all of his other works. He wanted to show how much he loves about the genre,
Yeah.
the pulp genre that is.
Jeez, I didn't even know about that one. Nobody ever talks about it.
Anyways, keep going, folks.
on Camelot. As such, none of the romance matters. This is also true in DCEU, actually, because none of the romance in that mattered either. Hell, what's her name disappears from Aquaman 2,
Mira.
basically, because of Amber Heard's controversies. The Steve Trevor subplot becomes a cancer in 1984.
Yeah.
So wait, what's his point here exactly? What's his point here exactly? That
I think
nobody
point
cared.
His point is don't get invested in this shit because none of it matters now.
I think he's about to say that, first of all, White Castle's shit, but also I think he's about to say that like the romance in Superman is better than all these other romances, which like I would never peg Zack Snyder.
Oh, the problem with Lois Lane is the name of this chapter. Here we fucking go, boys.
But the worst offender is Lois Lane in Man of Steel. Or rather, the 3 Superman movies, anyway. In that first one, Amy Adams is given something to work with, sure. But as the films go on, she has less and less of a role. By the time we get to BVS, all Lois Lane is an anchor to root Superman to humanity. This is opposed to every other version of Lois Lane. The Christopher Reeve film, the DCEU, the My Adventure with Superman Lois Lane.
That sucks. She sucks.
And of course, James Gunn's Superman.
The other shit one.
That is a Lois Lane who is fleshed out.
A Lois Lane? Well, yes, that one certainly is Lois Lane.
A Lois Lane and the...
It's like Backseater paused at the moment Ant realized that he said that. He's like, oh,
shit.
The Lois Lane in the old show is actually good. The one in Batman in the Zack Snyder one needed work, but at least she had a character. This one is the one in James Gunn is just
it's Hope Lois Lane, yeah.
And the one in My Adventure with Superman is just a child who can't seem to understand that she can't do things superhuman beings.
Take your Ritalin, sweetie, yeah.
Yeah, but
you could do an edit of this where it's like he says Lois Lane, it gets to his face, then you just hear do 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 do, and it just cuts.
Well, I think it's hilarious how Ant chooses My Adventures with Superman, but doesn't choose like Terry Hatcher from the Lois and Clark, which is a much better example.
Yeah, plus Ant fucking hates
Dean Cain.
What's his name? Yeah, he hates Dean Cain. He could have said she was Lois Lane.
He'd have to censor Dean Cain's face if he included any footage from that. Like there's a big black box over it.
Like, fucking Christ, does the man even hear himself?
No.
These are all pre-recorded too. Like you can take over. You know, EFAP pointed this out whenever they covered him there. Because he was like messing up lines all the time in the video they covered. And they're like, you could have retaken that. That was like a 2-second clip.
Yeah. And when everyone is super, no one will be. A
Mhm.
villain that is a perfect embodiment of current trends attributed to superheroes.
It also applies to Star Wars with the whole everybody has the Force thing.
Yeah, hey Alex, this is the furthest you guys have gotten to a video on a stream. Now, Alex, we've gone over 5 hours on my channel.
That Walking Dead video, remember that was a long boy.
Oh my god, the only good thing about the recent Moz show... No, fuck that version, Dennis. Anyways.
Was wants and desires, insecurities, fears, and all of it plays out in front of us in a compelling, meaningful manner. But in the Snyder films, what is Lois Lane's fear? What is Lois Lane's wants? What does Lois Lane do? They cut out her entire subplot from BVS.
What does she do in the Superman 2025 movie other than bitch at Superman about like, well, you shouldn't get involved. Oh, never mind. It's okay for Hawkgirl to kill that dude.
Yeah, it's worse than that, John. Like it tries to introduce like complexity, but then it just like it's revealed that actually it's not all that complex.
Yeah, never mind. I'm perfectly happy with as long as it's not you, Superman. Then it's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I liked Cat from the Daily Planet better. At least she
Yeah,
had her tits out.
well, yeah, like Clark, you can't just you can't just do shit. Like you can't just save people. Like that's a like that has like ramifications. Oh well, never mind. Your arch enemy literally orchestrated it so you could act. So I guess I'm wrong. Blah.
Well, I like how she doesn't take any responsibility for her actions and Jimmy's whenever they get Lex's like girlfriend captured and everything, and causes some bad shit for her.
Yeah.
Seems like a bit of a double standard. It's like I can do whatever I want. I don't have superpowers.
Yeah.
It's like okay.
Yeah.
I can
Also,
do shit that has consequences. So
also,
nag me all the time.
Also, their relationship of how they fall in love is completely off screen. Like we don't even. She considers breaking up with him in this movie, and like that's how that's how non-existent their relationship is.
It's just like Bix and Andor, where it's
Son
like
of a bitch!
They can't write them actually developing, or it's like he's afraid to write an actual romance coming together, so he skips to them already being together.
Yeah, like
and then like has the most surface level drama of just like they even off screen the incident that causes their drama, like
yeah, like Mary Jane and Spider-Man at the PS5.
Oof.
Which investigates Lex Luthor. But even with that what is actually
Lex Luthor?
Actually, that's a lot. That actually is a very good equivalent, because that Mary Jane is constantly nagging. She's just there to basically like shit on the hero all the time. And then like whenever she turns into Shriek in the second game, she's just like, Peter, you didn't support my book enough or whatever. You didn't read my
Peter!
And then they have I almost call him Superman.
Peter?
Yeah. Hello, Peter. But he's basically like
Almost sounds like
constantly
Sasha Grimo there.
he's surrendering to her constantly. When she's possessed by a symbiote, she's supposed to be the one that's evil. And during that whole boss fight, he's just like, I know, I'm sorry, I suck. Oh, Jesus.
I can't lift up this. I can't lift up this fridge. Mary Jane.
Mary Jane, use your invincible gun to defeat Venom, please.
It wasn't it was at that point where I desperately told myself I want to turn off this game, but I need to get the platinum, so I need to continue.
Here's Synthetic Man is a fucking psychopath. That game even had him making good points.
Yeah.
I was like, I
I
can't believe I'm
remember
actually
watching that
agreeing with this
Synthetic
guy.
Man's review of Spider-Man 2. That's a masterclass.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't
This
believe
is
I'm agreeing with
magnum
this guy.
opus.
We need to get Synthetic Man on the backseat.
Oh no! Oh no!
No.
This is what Peter should have told Mary Jane throughout that entire boss fight.
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
Do we ever know what Mary Jane's book was about, anyways?
I don't fucking know. It don't fucking matter.
Something
Peter, the hose is here.
Something about the
Oh, jeez, Rick.
something about the ecosystem or some bullshit like that.
I don't, liberal dorks like Ant and certain modern writers can't comprehend such a character type as love interest. That's why they can't stand characters like MJ or Lois.
Well, imagine if they if we treat Steve Trevor like this in a Wonder Woman story. Like even if they're not together, he's given as much screen time, and is filleted by the plot, validated constantly. Made into a superhero you don't fucking care about, that actively takes away from Wonder Woman. Would anyone be a fan of that? No, they would say it's
Sonic
sexist.
Ant, not everyone can be main character. Yeah. Anyways,
Really brought to the surface by her.
What I was thinking of? It's sort of like, there's a couple like Final Fantasy women that I think if Ant was like a writing consultant or whatever, they would be greatly lessened. Because I'm thinking of like Jill from FF16 or like Tifa from FF7, at least like especially the remake where like they have a lot more of her writing and everything, and they're like supportive of the main character. They have their moments where they're more like the main character, but overall they're emotionally supportive, because that's usually like a traditional kind of feminine thing, is that they're more emotionally in touch. And then like but then it's a beautiful relationship between them and the male hero because they have a lot of different dynamics. There's moments where they lean on each other, and Ant would just be like, "Oh, well, this is toxic because it's just it's basically like fridging her. You're just making her in service to the male."
And
Bridging is the most retarded concept I've ever. Well, there's also the Bechdel test, but that was originally supposed to be a joke, not serious.
It's like the
But-
dams. Any sort of the male can never help her in any way because anything damsel is bad. And
Yeah.
It's just like.
With bridging, with bridging, I would say it's even dumber because it's not meant as a joke. It's when people were pointing out that it's actually not sexist because you have people like Uncle Ben, Thomas Thomas Wayne, sorry, and a number of other characters of male characters like Abin Sur, a number of male characters whose purpose is to die to provide the main character with a purpose. That's totally different, guys, because they're not women. So they had to specify that fridging is specifically women because women can never just die to elevate another character.
Yeah.
Such bullshit.
You can't even have women characters die to elevate other women characters. Yeah.
Think about the one we mentioned earlier, the Justice League episode for the man who has everything. Like that's what Batman is trying to motivate Clark with whenever he's trying to break him away from the alien on his chest, and he's like he'll kill her, Clark, because he hears Wonder Woman getting her fucking ass kicked by Mongol, and it's like, oh my gosh, you stripped the powerful woman. It's like, first of all, she was probably the only one that could hold him off that long, so it's not stripping her of her power. It's saying that she's not the most powerful. And then it's also giving Superman a purpose. Like it plays into the story perfectly, and then she saves Batman later on whenever he's possessed, and she's got the shit beat out of her, so she can't fight Mongol anymore. But that would never be allowed, and so we would lose that great story, or we'd have to replace her with some male hero just so we don't have the woman getting beat up or used as motivation for the male to break out.
There can be female characters who are strong, but that doesn't mean they can't acknowledge that they do need help.
Well, and literally just treat them like anybody else. Don't think of all these arbitrary rules and change your writing to fit something that you think may be deemed sexist. Just treat them normally. That's the main. Whenever you start putting all these guardrails on yourself, you hinder your storytelling, and you just make it more predictable because we know that they're never going to lose.
Oh boy, don't get me started on Steve. Ever since Wonder Woman started to become more modern feminist, he started getting the short end of the stick from the writers,
We actually learn about the world thanks to Lois Lane's actions. What do we learn about Lois Lane thanks to her actions? Not a whole lot. As a result, the world of Snyder's Superman feels lifeless.
Hey,
It feels
she
so-
saves him in that fight.
Yeah.
I like how. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kino.
I was just gonna say, it's funny how he brought up Lois Lane in the JLU show when she's barely in it and only exists to provide Superman some clarity from the perspective of a human on how to deal with the government, and that was executed very well, even though it was brief. She played her role perfectly, but if in the same vein. Ant is upset at that. Granted, Lois Lane was shit. She could have been handled better, like everything else in BVS. But the concept he's complaining about, isn't bad inherently.
Yeah. Plus, the movie's already overly long. You can't give Lois Lane her whole. She was already pretty heavily involved in the beginning and in this scene. It's she plays a major role in a couple key scenes. She's not gonna get a gajillion character arcs in a movie that's already 2.5, 3 hours, depending on the version. We already got Batman and Wonder Woman and Luthor and all these things to introduce. It's he could have cut out. I would start off my criticism with cutting out that stuff if you wanted to allow more time for Lois Lane, not just put more Lois in there.
Ant just wants more women like Dexter's sister.
Superman only functions as an asset of the world, as an embodiment of first contact. He doesn't have much internal drive. And the world around him only exists in relation to him. There is no world that continues when Superman's asleep. Superman is ultimately the world. When Superman dies in BVS,
It's almost as if he's the main
it feels
character.
like we don't know where it's
man.
going to go next. We have to be introduced to a whole nother set of characters for the world to keep turning in Justice League. The entire first half of Justice League.
Sound
is
like you
spent-
said in Justice League.
And
Yeah.
like, and they're different superheroes. They have their own city section. They have their own city sections that they protect. Of course, it's gonna move forward without when Superman rests. It's like Batman when he has to play Bruce Wayne. He takes care of one thing and Batman takes care of the other. It's not the same fucking thing.
Yeah. I miss Steve from the DC cartoons, where in one moment he openly called Diana an Amazon dragon lady after he started bitching on him for saving her because he loved her.
Introducing us to a world
And I
that
remember
should have been
specifically in that movie when they were using the lasso of truth on him.
Yeah.
And at one point, Wonder Woman's mother was like, "What other depraved thoughts are you hiding?" And the lasso.
God, your daughter's got a nice rack.
Fucking took
Yeah.
words out of my mouth.
That's what everybody would honestly say. So the movie was at least honest.
Surrounded by hot women like that, why would you not think that?
Yeah.
And
What are
as
you,
bonus points
gay?
in that movie, and as for bonus points, Teacher was voiced by one Nathan Fillion.
Anyways.
obvious by this point to characters that we should have known by now. And as a result, we're left spinning out wheels, waiting for the team to get together. And by the time the team gets together, what do they actually do? Right? The trinity of Superman, Batman,
They
and Wonder
beat
Woman
the
feels.
villain.
They stop,
Yes.
they stop their world from getting consumed to become part of Darkseid's empire.
Wait, what more do you fucking want, Ant?
At this point, nobody knows.
Disconnected. Wonder Woman especially feels disconnected because in each film, it's like we're getting introduced to a new character, right? Even Patty Jenkins' two
Well, bear
films.
in mind, for the two Wonder Woman movies, they took place in the past.
Yeah.
They weren't within the main modern times that the DCEU was going by. Like, first Wonder Woman took place during World War II, and the second Wonder Woman literally says in the title took place in the 80s.
1984, yeah.
I feel like we need to put David Tennant in the window next to David Thewlis here, and then they can just both be in their memes. Because there's that thing of David Tennant with the rain all falling on him. He just be like, "I'm also sad in the window."
Yeah. Anyways.
She's not the same. The first one's a naive hero being introduced to a new world for the first time. Again,
Almost as if she went through character development, and
a Worlds Collide narrative. And in the second movie, an element of the mascara, of
God,
that wishing.
gold suit looks like such shit. I can't believe they thought that
I
was
will
a good idea.
say, Pedro Pascal looks really fucking weird without the facial hair.
I know.
Well, I think he said after this movie he doesn't like seeing himself without facial hair, which he's got some weak ass facial hair, so I'm not sure why. But
Like, hey, man. Like, hey, man.
I mean, when it comes to Pedro Pascal's facial hair, it feels like he's afraid to commit to the beard.
Yeah.
I just think he can't
He
grow it.
really wants to grow a beard. Everyone thinks, oh, he looked good with the beard, but he always tends to keep it short. And I'm not sure why. Maybe he's either afraid of committing to the bid or something else. I don't quite know.
Nah, it's just patchy as shit. He can't grow it.
Yeah.
Stone collides in our world and
He's
shifts
Diego
things.
Luna
Again,
for a full bearded Hispanic guy.
Yeah.
and a Worlds Collide story. But as a result, we see Diana take over the mind of an innocent bystander to shove Steve Trevor's brain.
Yeah,
into
everybody
a
knows that she raped
body.
him, dude.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, she
I
did.
mean, again, we can all agree that this particular aspect of the movie was horrible, and Diana.
This
We
is
agree-
we sent you to Earth to start a harem of Wonder Woman. Yeah.
We agree that all of these aspects are shit when it comes to DCEU. But the point is, you're just bringing these up to say, oh well, what we have now isn't as bad, so you can't point out anything bad in Gunn's universe.
Yeah, let's get.
It's manipulative.
What was it, 2013 to 2022? So let's get 9-10 years in, and then we'll see if we have comparable stuff.
Yeah.
or at least 7 years in, whenever like Wonder Woman 84 came out, and also like even the Snyder Bros. Even I have not even heard the most fervent Snyder fan defend Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah.
Like you're arguing against ghosts here.
Yeah. Also, and
The only memorable part about Wonder Woman 1984 was me having to explain to my mother, my father, and my grandparents in our car why this movie was shit when they were asking me about it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I brought up this specific scene alone. They're like, "There's no fucking way Wonder Woman did that, did she?"
And then Evan's all like, "Believe it!" Like fucking Naruto, yeah.
I find that funny. Like Evan explaining how shit Wonder Woman is to his family, and they're like, "Oh wow, I kind of want to see it now."
And we get what the situation is here is that she made a wish, but she didn't specify how he was gonna come back, so that was kind of her own fault that she still raped the guy.
Yeah.
It's a monkey's paw. You guys get it? You get it?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Everyone who read that story in their fucking high school class gets it.
Everyone who saw the Simpsons Halloween special gets it.
Yeah. Well, now
you must have it, but it bears a terrible curse. That's bad. But it also comes with a free yogurt or a free Frogurt. That's good. But the Frogurt is also cursed. That's bad.
Anyways,
that just so she can be with her dead boyfriend and be intimate with him, even though it's someone else's body and not Steve Trevor's, and no one acknowledges how creepy this is. Everybody
You're not the first one to make this complaint. This is what everyone says. It's not the
Everybody
first.
said this at launch. Like all the people that you hate said this.
Yeah.
even my uncle, who is a huge Wonder Woman fan, said that was fucked up.
Dude,
Yeah.
This is Ant literally kissing James Gunn's ass right here.
It's amazing how much he'll like shit on EFAB and shit, and then just like copy their exact talking points.
And the problem. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
Oh, just that they were trashing on the more safe ones before anybody else. Like Wonder Woman 1 was known as like the good DC movie. And then I remember distinctly whenever they saw it and they were just like, this is supposed to be the good one. This is absolute shit. Like, they're going through all the fucking contrivances and just contradictions in her characterization in that film.
Yeah, and it's perfectly fine for you to have these opinions, but you're late to the party. Everyone,
stupid, but yeah, it's fine for you to have these opinions. Yeah.
you are years late when back to the point where they are no longer really relevant to the conversation we're having now. And I'm sure when the tide turns for Gunn's DC universe, you're going to be late to that party too.
Yeah.
Well, in this, they actually cover this a lot. Where like a lot of people are wanting to shit on things when it's years after the fact. There are significantly less people who will shit on things as they come out or have a more definitive opinion. And a lot of them will just kind of either wait and see if they see any sort of like controversy at all or like, non-consensus. And then a lot of them will just be like positive, and then later be like, oh, well, there were flaws, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, it's really like cowardly to just be like, well, now that it's years later and this continuity has been evaporated, now I will criticize it. But I'm sure at the time I would have called you a sexist if you didn't like the first Wonder Woman film.
You could say that's an actual example of grifting, but
yeah,
but Ant's not ready for that conversation yet.
Ant and many like him, or like that one episode of The Simpsons where Lisa made a movie, they showed it, and everybody was just shitting on them.
Yeah.
And then when the other movie with Nelson came out, they were like, "Oh, this is better than the other one." Then they started shitting on him.
Yeah. Anyways, let's keep going here.
Bolus that just shifting a name, it's a really weird decision. I don't understand why no one actually pointed out how bizarre that script is for Wonder Woman.
Because they were retarded, and that's why.
Wonder Woman 84. Nobody pointed out how bad the script was. Where were you?
Everyone I knew, even I pointed out how fucking stupid that is. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think he means like the people at the studios.
And the people running the studios are incompetent. You need to understand this. They don't care about quality. They don't care about pushing quality onto audiences. They care about making money. That's what you're.
Money, here comes the money.
Yeah, the people's ass you're kissing right now, dumbass.
To eagerly want a person's brain eclipsed by her dead boyfriend, who's been dead for decades at that point. Really weird.
You're beating a dead horse. What does this have to do with
I just
Supergirl?
want to say it's really weird and not say like it's shit or some shit.
I'm pretty sure once Diana said I renounced my wish, that guy went back to normal.
Yeah, and he was all like, "What the fuck happened to me? Why is my dick all wet now? What the hell?" Wonder Woman 84 is so trash. The first movie was so much better. Its only minus was Ares. Seriously, why'd you have to pick an actor that looks like a liberal hipster? He's a god of fucking war. They should have gotten me, because after all, I am the master of war.
I looked up the picture of the guy who plays Ares, and as of right now, he looks. I mean, I kind of get why they would go with him in particular, but maybe he just looked kind of weird in the full Roman gladiatorial suit.
He needed to lose the mustache.
Yeah. I ask because that's sort of what I'm now seeing about the MCU, which begs the question: is it really a great, not good, great MCU movie?
I would say yeah.
I ask because I believe that in another 10 years, I think people aren't going to be able to answer that question.
I disagree. I disagree. I would say there's several great MCU movies. Even though as a trilogy it's not great, I would say Iron Man is a great MCU movie. The Captain America trilogy is good. Let's see. The Guardians of the Galaxy. For as much as we shit on James Gunn, I enjoy those movies. Let's see. Doctor Strange is okay. The first one.
Not the second one, right?
No, not the second one at all.
You have to be specific, like Doctor Strange, the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't number your movies, instead just use subtitles. But anyways. Ant, are you living under a rock or something, or are you a literal lizard person that doesn't seem to understand human beings? Yes.
Hey, I take offense to that.
Yeah.
No, Evan, you're good. No, Evan, you're good. What he's talking about is that Ant is part of the lizard men who were in the Incognito Netflix show.
Cohesive. Not incoherent, incohesive. But that's one thing that James Gunn's world is not. It's not incohesive.
Oh, really?
Are you fucking sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
Folks, Backseater is about to show us what happens if he sees Ant on the street again.
He's gonna punch that pillow.
Nah, I'm good. I think Ant got the message at one time.
Because Gunn's world is more cohesive.
The Wisconsin fish fry.
This is such a stupid thing to say. This is like after, like, Iron Man 1.
Right.
If Iron Man 1 came out today, you're just like, oh, this is so much more cohesive. Like, it doesn't take a lot to be more cohesive than the Snyderverse. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But, like, one movie in, you can't say that.
Peter.
What? Oh, shit, my bad.
You have him muted.
We know the major cohesive. But that's one thing that James Gunn's world is not. It's not incohesive. Because Gunn's world is more cohesive. We know the major players.
No, we don't. They haven't been introduced yet.
Superman film.
Okay, and if they were so cohesive, where is the Creature Commandos? Where is Peacemaker if not in that universe anymore? Where is Batman? Where is Wonder Woman? Where are the other fucking players?
Yeah.
They haven't been introduced yet, Ant. So what do you mean we know who the major players are?
Like, yeah, we know who they are from, like, other stuff in the comics, but it's like, well, it's like, yeah, and that's, it's like, for all we fucking know, Batman could be a fucking minor character in comparison to fucking Guy Gardner or whatever the fuck.
I was about to say, Backseater, sound like you were about to say, Batman could be a minor for all we know. I'm like, what?
Cersei with the.
Are we sure Batman isn't just Damian Wayne cosplaying his father's costume?
I mean, unless James Gunn is doing the battle for the cowl shit, I don't think
so. See, I took that a different way, Evan. I thought you meant like Batman was gonna have a little pickaxe and a bat pickaxe and be like down in a mine, like I'm a miner.
Plus,
That man's building his house in Minecraft. That's why he hasn't been introduced yet.
Yeah.
Plus, here's the thing: they made Cersei and Creature Commandos like she was this big and world-ending thing, but no, the bride just kills her.
Because that's great writing right there. There's a lot of good MCU movies, but I just don't think there's a great one, and I hated Guardians. All right.
Yeah, whatever.
I
No,
would say the first
the
Avengers and the first Iron Man are pretty great, but that's just me.
I will say I have a bit of a soft spot for Iron Man 2.
Yeah, I do too. Compared to everything else that's coming out now, at least it was like an attempt.
I remember the trailers for it, and I always thought the sight of Nick Fury asking Tony Stark to leave the donut was hilarious.
Hmm.
Oh, we're gonna have to ask you to exit the donut.
Introduced in this world in a way it's effective. It feels like each
Is that
film
from
and each
Creature
show.
Commandos?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like a super edgy, like that's like a Zack Snyder way to open your universe. That was like the first thing. It's like,
Yeah, that
oh,
was
you're
the one
cool,
thing that really
iconic heroes
confused
are
me
dead.
about the DCEU officially opening up with Creature Commandos of all things. Like, I don't know, it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Can we all agree that Winter Soldier is the best MCU movie? Yes.
I can stand by that sentiment. Yeah.
I agree. Is one of the greats, not the best.
One of.
It's top tier. It's just I don't. There are a few I'd put above it.
Well, what is top tier to you, Rick? Like, what is the best?
Oh, by top tier I meant like in the top tier. Just to be
it's like
clear.
that.
Let me guess what they are. The Marvels, Multiverse of Madness,
Captain America 4,
Brave New World.
Yeah, that's the one.
No. It's Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, The Avengers, Civil War, fucking America Winter Soldier, and Endgame, and that's it. And
Eternals. You can't forget Eternals.
Two.
Wakanda Forever.
Okay, Black Panther 1, I can get better. Okay, Black Panther 1 is sentimental because of Chadwick Boseman, but the rest of it can eat shit.
Yeah.
And by the way, fellas, I'm not sure you're aware, but Wakanda Forever isn't even the first superhero movie to feature a black woman as the main protagonist.
It's not. It's not.
The first one to feature a black woman as a feline-themed protagonist.
Yeah. Halle Berry was way hotter.
Yes, believe it or not, Halle Berry's Catwoman was the first superhero movie to feature a black female main character.
Well, then again, everyone ignores that film.
But regardless if it's ignored or not, it's history, technically.
They're like, game over, and she's like, it's overtime, and then does a super stupid-looking CG bump off the window to continue the fight with the villain at the end.
The funny thing is, I did play the game based on the movie.
That movie has one of the dumbest. The villain power in that is that she has some like makeup that's supposed to.
Yeah,
like,
it's giving her like indestructible skin or some shit. Yeah.
Okay, look, when it came to Wakanda Forever, I was like, when I first saw it, I'm like, this actually could have worked if what was the guy's name? The other guy that was M'Baku was the main character doing Black Panther.
Yeah, he was the most charismatic part of the first Black Panther.
Yeah, if it was M'Baku basically like, oh shit, my rival is dead, so I guess in order to honor him, I'm going to take his mantle, but no, it had to be fucking sister.
I thought you were gonna say take his mother.
No, why would I do that?
So you're dead, T'Challa. I'm gonna bang your mama.
No, John, why would I do that? They already did that.
Oh yeah, he banged her in a literal sense. Yeah, boom.
Gunn's worldview is Gunn's world's a mix of Gunn's liberal views and fan service, but of course Anne is so blind such a basic truth avoids his brain. I'ma ruffle some feathers here. Infinity War's overrated.
No, you're right. You're absolutely 100% factual.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
In other words, the cohesive is the last words I would choose to describe Gunn's world. Yeah.
I mean, it
has substantially advanced the world in a way where it feels like everything is impacted by something else.
No, it hasn't.
Unlike a 5-year endeavor, like they had a an animated TV show, the second season of a show that awkwardly fit in at best, and one movie. Like, he's acting like this is like some amazing feat that he's kept 3 things that are loosely related coherent.
You
It's
can
like, first of all, Superman by itself
Not
is
to mention,
coherent.
the next 2 or 3 movies is, of course, the Supergirl movie, Clayface for whatever reason, and of course, the Man and Lex Luthor team up. And even then, all the other movies that have been movies and shows that have been previously announced, they've either been either abandoned or canceled outright.
I mean, fuck. The reason he wants Batman's early is because most of his projects got canned.
Right.
Man, he wants to undercut Reeves.
Right.
I mean, he announced a fucking Authority movie, a Swamp Thing movie, a Booster Gold TV show, and those are like the last things we ever heard about them.
I mean, he's doing like the safe shit. Like, that's all like some disconnected, like goofy side character. Like, you're not going to have any cohesion. The only thing he's doing that's going to require cohesion is Man of Tomorrow, and even that, I feel like he's going to contradict a bunch of shit because he was already doing it in his own movie.
Plus again, Creature Commandos being the first thing, and then fucking Peacemaker season 1 and 2 leading to the multiverse thing, which honestly, I know nowadays is like not the best thing, but I'm just gonna say right now, the CW shows handled Earth X better than whatever.
Anyways,
that's a bit of a stretch there, Rick.
Aquaman, where you have multiple global events happen and no one's affected, no one cares. Unlike Black Adam, where you have Superman being brought in to deal with a problem, but no one outside that film seems to care, even though we've introduced that hell exists and Dr. Fate can rewrite time and reality and see the future. Doesn't matter. It's a world being run through speedrunning, and thus all these different
and Guns isn't?
Yeah, I would describe speed.
Again.
It's equally speed. It's kind of funny. They're making all the same mistakes.
Again, Black Adam was meant to be more of a villain, but The Rock decided to make him an anti-hero, so the movie failed on that account.
I always believed that a proper Shazam movie should have taken aspects from the Black Adam movie. Like, say, for example, you open the Shazam movie with the origins of Black Adam, him getting the powers from the wizard. The power obviously corrupts him, and he's obviously exiled into space. But when the wizard catches wind of Black Adam ultimately returning, he gives the powers to Billy Batson, and Billy Batson does the thing for a bit. And then you bring in the Justice Society, who gets the alert that, oh, there's someone out there with lightning powers. No one really knows what his deal is. So they come in, they bring Billy in, and then they catch wind that Black Adam's coming. It's like, okay, you stay here, kid. We'll take care of Black Adam. And then they do their thing with Black Adam. And ultimately, Billy's climax. I know that sounds really, really fucking wrong, but
The
but you get
movie's
where I'm going
climax.
with you,
The
right?
movie's climax.
Yeah, the movie's climax is Billy ultimately learning how to use his powers properly and then sticking it to Black Adam.
Yeah, maybe
Which
like
also sounds
having-
very fucking wrong now that I think about it.
Jesus, Evan. Phrasing.
Yeah,
We just need the Arthur.
Phrasing.
Yeah, phrasing. I know
Backseater,
that.
and I need to get this too, but yeah, you need to get the Archer clip of just phrasing.
Yeah, yes, but sadly, Evan, they will probably label him racist because they will probably make Adam like Injustice just step on the woman's boobs and electrocute her as a finisher.
They're into that. They got sensitive nips. Anyways,
And it seems to think that there's only one way for a cinematic universe to be incohesive, and that's so long as Gunn's universe doesn't repeat the exact same flaws as Snyder's did, it cannot be critiqued.
yeah, it's a
100%,
classic false
yeah.
dichotomy. It's you know, if you like this, you must dislike this. It's like, no, I can just dislike both of them for different reasons. I know you don't like to think about it deeper than that, but it's like everything that you're pointing out with Snyder's, or at least most of it, being stupid, I agree with. What you seem to be like falsely portraying here is that Guns isn't making mistakes of its own, and you're just like, you're not even talking about Guns, and there's a reason for that. It's because you know you can't defend it, so you're just like taking the opportunity to rail on Snyder despite the title of the movie.
Yeah. Anyways.
threads
movie,
don't
the
connect.
video.
Unlike in James Gunn's world, where Superman has ramifications for Peacemaker and Supergirl and even
What?
Lanterns, we are affected by what happens in Creature
How
Commandos.
would you know that?
Wait, go back.
Script ahead of time. The fuck?
How does he say Green Lanterns? Go back.
Yeah, he said several things.
James Gunn's world, where Superman has ramifications for Peacemaker and Supergirl and even Lanterns.
What? What?
How does he just named a
The,
bunch of
the
shit.
trailer wasn't even out yet. The trailer was not even out yet.
And also having ramifications, that's your bar?
I'm pretty sure that Guy would have ramifications for Lanterns more than Superman.
Well,
BVS had ramifications until they reversed it.
yeah, like the Snyderverse had ramifications. Shit happened.
Oh,
and
Give me that shit.
Birthday right now.
Damn, happy 30th birthday, Mom Cedar.
She's not that young anymore. What's she talking about?
I am
No, you're
God, love you.
Fuck God, then.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa. Me from
Backseater,
I'd like to see you try.
Oh no.
Backseater, even when a woman is old. Backseater, even when a woman is
Don't
old.
cut your tongue. Don't cut your tongue on air.
Backseater, even when a woman is old, you should tell them they're young to make them happy.
It was such it was such a nice story, you know. She brings him dinner, he's wishing happy birthday, and it immediately turns into fuck God and I'll kill you.
And licking a knife, like in a threatening manner.
Just another day in the house of Backseater.
I'm Ron Burgundy right now. I'm just like, boy, that escalated quickly.
John, it could be worse. Imagine having dinner at the Backseater family house and you just witness this and you're like, well, I should be going now.
He can sell tickets to his house.
There's
I'm
really a
dreading-
line outside of his house right now to take a peek inside.
I'm dreading Batman 2.
Good.
Considering how bad the first film was, I can only imagine how bad the sequel will be. Also, I hate how Batman 2022 tricked people into believing it's an accurate Batman.
I
I will say, this may be an unpopular opinion, but I feel like one of the big reasons why the DCU is off to a semi-rocky start and it's not really going in the ideal order of character introduction is because of that particular Batman movie. Like, I'll even say, this Batman movie that Matt Reeves did, it feels like a film that should have been canceled during production. Like, this feels like a film we would be hearing about in one of those YouTube videos entitled Matt Reeves Unproduced Batman Movie.
Like
Nicolas
Batgirl,
Cage Superman.
yeah.
Like the Batgirl movie, the J.J. Abrams Superman movie.
Nicolas Cage, Superman,
Yeah, exactly. Matt Reeves' Batman feels like it should be in that category, but somehow, someway, it got made.
And I see what you mean, because it did fuck it up. It's like, now we can't introduce Batman in this universe without, like, confusing people, or we gotta make him, like, brave and bold, like Goofy, like, to differentiate him from the super serious Battinson.
To me, Matt Reeves' Batman wasn't more like, oh, it's comic accurate Batman. I just took it as an adaptation of Batman Year One, honestly.
That's a good, that's true. Because I was about to say, like, I took it as just like the darkest and grittiest you can possibly make it without it being comical. Because like I thought Dark Knight Trilogy was like as dark and realistic as you could get, but then this one was like literally, it's really dark. Like you can barely see some parts of this movie, and we're gonna just like make it even more depressing and noir. It's just like, all right, we can't possibly go any more in that direction.
Not to mention, a lot of the Matt Reeves movie takes a lot of inspiration from Darren Aronofsky's unmade Batman movie. All the way up to, or at least, the idea of an African-American Catwoman, because that was slated to be in Darren's Batman movie.
You know, I don't even mind that. The pixie cut kills it, but also, yeah.
I don't mind the pixie cut all that much. The one issue I had with Zoe Kravitz's Catwoman was the mask.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't really care much for the weird leather bag that she just put over her head that looks like cat ears. Oh, look, I have cat ears. That makes me a cat. Haha.
I mean,
Aren't I cute?
I mean, honestly, I would rather see Matt Reeves Batman a million times than be submitted to Aztec Batman.
Yeah, like a lot of people say, you know, oh, the third act is where it falls apart. I consider the fourth act where it falls apart because it literally feels like a completed movie and is long enough to be one, and then it just continues for an extra act after the Riddler is captured. I'm just like, here's how you make that movie better: just pause it and stop it after the Riddler is captured, and they just pretend that's the end of the movie.
We are affected by what happens in Creature Commandos. Everything feels connected. Supergirl, Peacemaker, Creature Commandos, Lanterns, everything feels connected. Even the Suicide Squad and the first season of Peacemaker impacts what happens in these movies. We see the government advance from film to film, see them introduce new ideas. We see Lex Luthor evolve past Superman. The villains have
Did he? How did he evolve?
Lex Luthor had between Superman and Peacemaker is that he learned what the F word was.
All Luthor does is say is give General Flag advice while hiding, while being polite, like he was in the previous film. We don't know what he's like actually thinking, what his intentions really are. He's just like annoyed that he's in prison, getting like hearing like a gay sex or whatever, like in the opposite cell.
Yeah, I was gonna say Lex Luthor is the type of guy that keeps his cards close to his chest. He's not gonna tell you how he's gonna do it.
Well, you guys are thinking of normal Lex Luthor. Remember, this is the one that starts screaming like an impotent man-child as soon as anything goes wrong with his plans. So.
You're right, John. You're right, John. You're right, John. I'm sorry. I'm giving him too much hope.
Rick Flag says like one thing that he disagrees with, he's like, "I will kill you, General."
My question is, why even go to Luthor in the first place?
In the context of season 2, like they were, he was asking them for some advice regarding like multiversal travel, but they got like his one of his assistants to help him out.
What?
I will say, and I will maintain, that the best possible casting they could have done for a serious Lex Luthor would be Mark Strong.
Bryan Cranston, of course, has been everybody's fan cast for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why, but you'll just see Walter White.
Yeah, I will say that I will say that Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor. I like it. I liked his performance. I just wish he was given a better script.
So yeah, I can see the look and the age. Like that's right for that Superman. But yeah, unfortunately, whenever he's, I would say the direction and the script are at fault because I feel like he's just told to go big way too often, and it doesn't have that stoic.
I don't know why, but his Luthor kind of reminded me a little bit of Michael Rosenbaum's Luthor in Smallville.
Oh yeah, he does. He acts like a child. Yes.
Yeah, at least in that he is a damn child.
That's not to mention their facial structures kind of look alike.
Yeah, they both have kind of the skinny, bald face.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, I'm just imagining that James Gunn is probably going to bring Lena Luthor into the mix.
I could imagine James Gunn bringing Rosenbaum in for like a small one after all, because he was in Guardians of the Galaxy.
With Clayface, as seen again with Lex Luthor. So despite many people complaining about Gunn's,
What do you say about Clayface? Rewind to that bit.
Have arcs outside their heroes, as seen with Cersei, as seen with Clayface, as seen.
What?
Again.
What the fuck? What the?
Right here.
The film is not out yet, brother. What is with his charitability?
A lot of assumptions, but
yeah,
he's like the fucking Knights of Guinevere video.
I can't wait for fucking Clayface to come out and Lex Luthor to not be in it. Know what I'm saying?
He's like the fucking Knights of Guinevere video. He's just assumption.
Also, this is like giving, like, this is the bare minimum. Just to be clear, like, having a cohesive storyline that doesn't... Remember whenever, like, the MCU Phase 1 is coming out, and we're getting teasers at the end of each movie, and, like, some of them didn't even completely pan out, like Tony Stark meeting with General Ross or whatever. Like, the Thor's Hammer one, the Finding Cap one... Finding Cap sounds like a weird rom-com, but it's like the Nick Fury one, obviously at the end of the first Iron Man, that's probably the most famous, but it's like we had Cohesion very easily. Like, just because Zack Snyder's, I mean, it was partially him, it was partially just world circumstances that his daughter died and they had two different versions of Justice League, and then you had a whole game of politics of who supports Snyder, and then Whedon got a controversy. Like, obviously that was a mess. But like, to give James Gunn credit for just like, oh, now you have complete control and none of these messes, and you're just gonna like have slight references, you're gonna have one scene with Luthor. I'm not gonna give you credit for that. Like, obviously I expect you to not completely contradict yourself constantly.
Yeah.
And even then you contradict yourself in your own movies, but it's like, sure, he's not like making Lex Luthor dead and then having him be alive in the next film or something. Like, there's basic stuff that's not really praiseworthy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, for Clayface, he was referring to when he was in Creature Commandos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was like a shit. I forgot about that. I thought he was making like a statement about the film.
It's okay, Kino. Everyone forgot he was in it.
Yeah.
Everybody forgot Creature Commandos. I've seen it talked about more in this video than I've seen like literally ever since it came out.
Aren't these the same guys who get mad at us for making assertions about the media we review or misunderstanding marketing material? Talk about cognitive dissonance.
Alex, the problem is you can't say anything negative about something based on a trailer because it's just a trailer. You can't assume that.
Yeah.
But you can praise something as much as you want based on a trailer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you say it's going to be great, I can't wait for this film based on the trailer, you're A-okay. If you say that looks kind of shitty, my anticipation is now dulled, but I'll give it a chance, then I can't trust your opinion anymore.
If Eric Butts can get away with it, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, or you could be like Star Wars Sith and just say, yeah, that was a trailer. It's coming out this week, and I'll see you guys later.
Oh no, you forgot Backseater. He also advertised. He's like, I'll be having a review of it out, and then you guys can watch my videos around when that comes out. It's like, yeah, this dude who was supposed to be doing a trailer reaction, he literally just sat there completely silent and then just advertised his future videos and left.
If you don't know who that guy is, that guy's in love with a cardboard cutout in his house.
I can believe it. He has a waifu.
Yeah, yeah, Shin Batty.
Tifa, don't listen to them. No, she's totally different. She's a display. It's different from a cardboard cutout, guys.
Yeah, but
hey man,
it can't be any worse than falling in love with a mannequin.
Hey man, John, I don't blame you. Like, as we've seen, even Italian politicians are fan of her.
Look, I'm Pedro Pascal, guys. I'm getting more anxiety. No.
But then again, why bother with all that when you could settle for Backseater's baddies?
Speaking of DC characters, there's Harley Quinn.
Sledge is not Harley Quinn.
I keep saying she has a lot of Harley Quinn illusions.
She's okay. You know what? Okay, she got pigtails, she got a red and black color scheme and a hammer. That's it. They're completely different otherwise.
Oh, so she's a
And she's blonde.
Okay, yeah. All right, there you go. Other than that, they're completely different otherwise.
Lex Luthor. So despite many people complaining about Gunn's aesthetic in Supergirl, at least it's cohesive to the rest of the world. We know who Supergirl is.
It's cohesive with the rest of the world, despite it being off-world.
Yeah.
It looks nothing like Superman aesthetically, so what the fuck are you even talking about?
And this is basically the first movie where we see what the universe outside of Earth looks like. You really think this is cohesive?
Like, I wasn't giving Guardians of the Galaxy credit for being cohesive with, fucking Iron Man, like, because it was in the... What was that?
Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why.
It's like, yeah, it doesn't look like Iron Man. I'm not gonna give it shit for that, obviously, because it's on a different world. Like, this isn't even a point to make with this film.
Anyways.
We know how she got there. We are familiar with her before we see her.
Because she had a scene at the end of Superman, and she's also...
We saw her drunk?
Yeah.
So we understand her
Yeah,
Fully?
well, Kino, she drinks in 2 separate scenes. That's very cohesive. That establishes that she drinks.
Oh, she called Superman a bitch. Yeah, yeah. We fully understand what she's all about.
She's a drunk. She goes to planets where their planet sons up her weakness. She lets Superman take care of her dog that is currently undertrained, and every time she comes back, it's like, later, bitch.
Yeah.
So what can Supergirl's trailer tell us about the future of this franchise? Well, a lot, thankfully. For one, we see a universe that has a degree of interconnectivity, like we established before. Think about it.
Yes, interconnectivity. Yet all the installments we've had so far have been completely standalone.
Yeah,
we'll see how connected it is if she addresses the Kryptonian rape gangs.
Remember, guys, if you watch this trailer and say, I don't think this is going to be for me, it looks like a disappointment, you're a grifter, you're a scumbag, you hate art, like you're an anti-intellectual. But making all these assumptions, like all this shit, that's perfectly fine.
I'd rather be an anti-intellectual than say that I praise a movie where Lobo is fucking PG.
Yeah.
Well, of course you're not an intellectual. Do you even have an IQ test pinned on your Twitter, sir?
From a site from a fake IQ test website. Yeah, I don't. I guess I'm not intellectual.
Reading correctly, I believe Lobo only has like 20 minutes in the movie.
The first fucking time we get to see the main man on fucking anything, and no, it has to be that PG-13 because he's a misogynist, that he enjoys women, he likes to kill things.
Oh god, they're probably gonna make him. I won't assume anything, but I'll just say if they make Lobo be like the fake misogynist, where he's like, I'm cool, but I also respect women or whatever. Where they do the fake edgy.
His OG look, but with this new 52 counterpart traits.
They better not do that, please. Don't.
I doubt it. I doubt they'll go that way.
But James, you never know.
They may just totally ignore that aspect and just have him chomp the cigar, do the easy things, Aura farm, and then just
maybe have Supergirl say, you look a bit like Johnny Depp, and Lois like, what? Oh, not this again.
You look a bit like Aquaman. He's like, oh, what are you talking about?
In
In
their view, it's different. Our assumptions or assertions are wrong because they're right-winged biases, while theirs are correct because they are liberally progressive.
We should make it. We should make a bet if Lobo makes a Aquaman reference or fish pun.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
Anyways,
in Snyder's universe, right? At least not as some lived-in concept. We see space structures, but not a lived-in world. We see Krypton colonizing dead worlds, and we see Apocalypse. But that's not really a developed territory. The closest we come again is Darkseid, but that's very limited. It's a very narrow window.
He hasn't done any of this, so how do you know whether it's cohesive or not?
Why do we need to know about this when Zack Snyder wasn't even there to develop all of these things? We know what Darkseid and the others are. We pretty much know Krypton at this fucking point. We know what they're about. It's not that we don't see them all connected or anything or show it. It's the fact that we don't have screen time to show it all.
Yeah.
However, this film opens it up. You can compare that to the MCU for a second, too, where 4 films in we get Thor, a movie that introduces us to the cosmos of this world, and it just gets bigger from there. Gunn is planning on making space just an extension of the world on Earth, as opposed to something...
he's minimizing its importance, and he's just brushing into it.
Yeah.
Again, pacing, juxtaposition. Space doesn't feel big unless you establish the world is big, and then you go, oh, now we're going even bigger.
And even when the MCU went with Thor in space, they just made it a comedy.
Distant and far away. After all, we have Green Lanterns here. We know aliens are around. For another, we're getting characters who feel impacted by their
human. I mean, if you wanted to be like, oh, aliens are around, have an alien-looking character. Other than his bowl cut, he looks very human.
He's It's Guy. Of course, he's gonna stay on Earth. He's sent to guard Earth in that sector.
When Supergirl's introduced in The Flash, she's lightly characterized as a traumatized warrior.
Nobody
Here,
likes this
though,
movie.
We're going to see Supergirl coping with trauma, coping with pain, and relating to others through that common experience.
Co-parter, bro. Yeah.
She has her cousin, and she treats him like shit, dumbass.
Seeking mutual catharsis. But most importantly, we're going to be introduced to characters we normally wouldn't. I mean, look at Lobo. Lobo's in the trailer. Who would imagine that? Played by Jason Momoa.
Yeah, for one.
Oh my fucking god.
Such an easy win. The guy that everybody's been fan casting is Lobo for a gajillion years, and also he's doing Lobo things, and he has Lobo makeup.
Whoa. The guy from one of the guy one of the guys from the previous like DC titles who was in the main role was recasted into another DC role. Whoa.
And PG fucking 13 Lobo. It's not something to be happy about when it doesn't respect the character.
And I'm gonna stick to my prediction. I'll put it on the record now. I think Lobo's gonna be he's just gonna be fake edgy. I don't think he's gonna be real edgy. I think he's gonna make some comment. I think of the Chucky TV show where he's like, "Kid, I'm a murderer, but I'm not like a homophobe.
Yeah,
I'm not a homophobe or whatever. I'm not like prejudiced." And it's just like, and that was like the whole like fake edgy. Even though he's clearly, it's okay to murder people, but like, not anyways. I'm not sure why you need villains to like act right.
To be fair, John, when it came to that, when he said that, I think it was more on the fence. That
Trying
he
to
was
manipulate
lying
him.
to his team.
Yeah, I think you're right. I remember watching that series, and yeah, that eventually did pay off. But like, it's that sort of thing where I feel like they're not going to fully commit to having him do anything like actually controversial. It's just going to be like he'll kind of do the aesthetic things, but then he'll probably have some line of dialogue to make sure that we know that he's not like toxic.
Yeah.
Which also helps us understand Gunn's world better. Since that world has existed for some time, we can explore the concept of legacy characters. Snyder's world always felt too young.
We're
to
gonna
establish
skip straight to legacy, and also, no, it didn't feel too young. Batman was old and had a dead Robin. What are you talking about?
And he was fucking killing and branding criminals. Dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Sense of legacy. But with lanterns, we're going to see Jon Stewart taking on the ropes from Hal Jordan. We know that Guy Gardner's there. There are multiple Green Lanterns.
Yeah, because why would we want to see the cast naturally expand when we could just skip to the cast already having fucking huge?
They're doing with lanterns what Snyderverse did with Batman, where they're like starting off with he's old and beaten down already. Ooh. With fucking Hal Jordan, and it's immediately wanting to pass on the mantle now too. It's just like Jesus, but he's making the same type of mistake. You're acting like it's completely different though.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense because technically, if Hal is still alive, and the Lantern Corps still gives out rings, why didn't they give him one himself?
Here's a good bet to make, guys. Will Hal Jordan die by the end of Lanterns?
To someone.
Oh, he can pass it on. So, but I think that's an interesting bet to make. I think Hal Jordan dies by the end of that season of Lanterns.
Maybe.
I will say this, another thing that I didn't quite like about the trailer. I'm not a big fan of giving Hal Jordan a southern accent.
No.
That happened with Robin too, as it's being set up with
brightest day and darkest
even Creature
night.
Command.
No evil shall escape my plum darkened sight.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Yes.
what.
So Ant is just like, oh well, they have ideas at least, like unlike the Snyderverse, and just like no, Snyderverse had ideas, but their ideas were shit, and they turned out to be shit on arrival.
This is the exact shit that I heard from all the shills whenever it was like BVS time, and they were like, oh, Marvel, they've already had Avengers, they've already gone as big as they can, but at least the DCU, they got all these cool ideas coming out. Wonder Woman's coming. It's just like, yes, there are future projects. That guarantees nothing, and it means nothing. You have to see execution before you actually care.
Yeah.
Nikito, do you heard about the Zack Snyder Robin theory?
Zack Snyder Robin.
Where
Well,
Joker
no,
was, the one
yeah,
Robin.
that Joker was Dick Grayson or Jason Todd or whatever.
The theory was that Jason didn't really die, and that the Joker that Jared Leto plays is actually Jason, just Joker-fied.
I remember before
Then it makes
before BVS came out, there were some people theorizing whenever they saw in the trailers that like Batman was blowing shit up, they were like, this isn't actually Batman, this is Deathstroke. And he's like, Ben Affleck is actually going to be Deathstroke in the movie, and Batman will be elsewhere.
Yeah, but that was sadly dashed because they showed Deathstroke in a cutscene.
There are multiple Green Lanterns, all with the same moniker. Maybe we'll have that happen with Robin too, as it's being set up with
the Green Lanterns are a police force. They've always had multiple monikers. That's why it's always a piss poor example when people are like, "Oh, you'll accept Green Lantern, but not Miles." It's like, yeah, it has always been that way with Green Lantern. They are a police force. There's like hundreds of them at any given time.
Plus, and this is Batman. He has like many characters, and many of them are not liked either. Like for example, Stephanie Brown. Spoiler.
I like Stephanie Brown.
Who's Stephanie Brown?
Exactly.
Spoiler. She's just not popular like how Batgirl Cassandra Cain isn't popular, unfortunately.
Shows the century-spanning history of metahumans, with the roles that Frankenstein plays, with G.I. Robot in World War II. We see that world events have been forever shifted by metahuman interaction. There's a world layered in legacy. Everything feels weighty. The world isn't too young to bring Robin in. It's not too young to bring in a second Flash, to bring in a third Green Lantern.
How can it be?
It's
what?
The Bride is not a metahuman. She was made because Frankenstein wanted a wife. You dumb fuck.
So he just wants to skip to like the second version of all the characters because there's been metas for a while.
Plus, like I said, the robot is not even a meta. It was just it was just an early project that they invented to kill the Nazis. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that doesn't affect like Batman or anything, or like Robins.
It just feels as though he's making an excuse for improper world building.
Yeah, I think he's basically setting the bar so that like whatever happens, he can praise it and say like, "Oh, see, I thought this might happen." It's just like, oh, because the world is young, but it's also not young, and everything's open. So like whatever happens, it's good.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay.
Actually, the OG Green Lantern was Alan Scott, and he wasn't part of any police force, John. His powers were mystical in nature, and his weakness was wood instead of the color yellow.
Yeah, that's true. Originally, Earth 1 and Earth 2 were different. Alan Scott Green Lantern was on Earth 2. As Alex the Critic mentioned, his weakness was wood, not the color yellow. Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner. A lot of people don't realize that Guy Gardner was the second human Green Lantern because he was originally a substitute. Then there was John Stewart. Then there was Kyle Rayner. Then that's it for like New Earth continuity. Then in the Prime Earth, they started introducing Simon Baz. Literal who? He's the Muslim Green Lantern. And then Jessica Cruz. Then Jessica Cruz, who is the Latina Green Lantern. She's okay. I don't mind her.
I could make a lot of jokes for the Muslim Green Lantern.
Yeah, but
Green Lantern was the sticking clock. Green Lantern.
Yeah, but that's just a lot of people don't understand. Like they treat them as like legacy, say that that's a proper standard for legacy characters when they're an organization utilizing the same equipment. They aren't replacing each other. So using them as like an example of legacy characters done well is pretty misleading. because oftentimes legacy characters are meant to fully replace the established hero.
Yeah. Anyways.
It's going to be satisfying seeing a team up the world's greatest heroes in Justice League. Among the heroes and metahumans, they are specific titans among them.
Yeah, you know, and that concept of being like, oh, it's like heroes passing on legacy. It doesn't really fucking work if we're still in like the nascent, like if we're still in like the early years. So like when you say like, oh, Batman is on his 5th Robin now, he's training up all these other youngsters, it doesn't fucking mean anything because we didn't fucking see that.
Yeah, and also you're gonna have like the Justice League just forming, and also have like Batman on a bunch of Robins and like all these old grizzled characters. We're gonna be on like the second Green Lantern and all that shit. Like that's gonna be kind of contradictory.
Yeah.
The Titans already pulled that with old Batman.
A trinity. Several more who stand above the rest, who feel like gods among the metahuman world. Rather than be the culmination of a trilogy that hastily...
Also,
introduces
let's
this
be
whole
real, Ant. They ain't ever gonna use that swimsuit bottom for Wonder Woman. It'll be too
Yeah.
sexist. They'll give her the Xena skirt.
universe, we have a shared interconnected world where things can breathe.
Yeah, breathe fumes.
I can't breathe.
If it's breathing, it's
breathing.
it's breathing so fast out of a panic attack.
Oh my god, brother. This is literally like, this is Ant when he sees that the gun universe is failing. He's gonna have a fucking heart attack.
Gunn's like, oh, I'm very concerned about my shills.
Gunn is saving the DCU.
No, he
by
ain't.
making
What?
a
He just started it. There's nothing to save. He got a
Yes.
reboot, you fucking idiot.
He's gonna save the shit that he intentionally put in danger.
You're
Okay.
saying that it's already in peril? One movie in? That's not good.
One movie, like one cartoon, one TV show. Yeah, it's fun. It's
This is,
good.
this is like a team gets down 3-0 in a playoff series, and you're like, "It's all right. Our goalie's gonna save us." It's like, but we were down 3-0. He was in there.
It can be right, but by making it cohesive and layered.
Meet the
As
new
well,
director.
most
Same
importantly-
as the old director.
As human.
I got emotional a second ago because I really do think that what this movie is about is
Guys,
so much.
James Gunn cried. The DC is the DC.
Yeah,
the DC
you
cinematic
can tell he cried because
universe
of
is
his very
saved.
visible tears. Yeah. What a crock. My god.
Also, all these behind the scenes things, everybody agreed with David Cornsweat during their arguments, and everybody was like, James Gunn, why do you keep telling him such stupid shit to change his performance?
Yeah.
Planets or pick up skyscrapers. I don't think it is. I think it's because of his innate goodness and his humanity.
Because we're moving away from having to introduce all these ideas
Well,
in this.
you know, that dude who got shot in the head had a lot of humanity, and that didn't do him much good because he couldn't pick up buildings and shit. Just saying.
First contact story, how the metahuman arrival impacts the world, we can focus in on making it feel lived in, on making each component feel
So
connected.
you just really hate the beginning of a story, I think is
Yeah.
what we've learned from this. And
Yeah.
you will instantly reject something if it's that. But like, if it's in the middle of it, that's totally fine.
Yeah. Ant is like one of them motherfuckers where he makes a fucking this is something I used to do all the fucking time as a kid. So when I used to play fucking Marvel Ultimate Alliance as a kid, I used to fucking hate Mephisto's realm. I hated that fucking level because it was hard as balls. Like, even if you grind it up, it was hard as balls. So I soldiered on through the damn thing. And then I saved the minute after I did everything in there. When I would replay that game, I would, get to it, hit pause, load up the save file after I beat the game, and then I continued on as if nothing happened.
well, I just robbed myself of that fucking part of the story. You know what I'm saying? So my replay was a lot more hollow than my first playthrough. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you do that? At least in that level took place in the middle of the game. You're talking about skipping the fucking beginning. You know what I'm saying?
Alternatively, it's like there are some people who say like, "Oh, One Piece is so long. Just skip East Blue, and just go ahead and start at the Grand Line."
Yeah.
Or like Logtown or something. It's like, yeah, he would probably like that because you can just assume he could fill in the blanks, whatever.
Yeah, just headcanon it, bro. Yeah.
And organic. He has saved it by bringing humanity to it.
Oh, that is so fucking that gives me diabetes right there. I swear to God, that line right there. He gives it humanity.
And what you just said was one of the stupidest things I've ever heard, because all these characters do have humanity, but they didn't write them right. Everybody in this room is now dumber thanks to you.
Yeah, and humanity is brought into it by everyone involved, or by virtue of everyone involved being human. But humanity can still be dumb. I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh, me, I really love that there humanity right there. Oh, that James Gunn, he's quite the strapping chap, even though his hair's as white as mine, though. Anyways.
What the fuck did he come from?
And humanity is the key element that all
Oh, Ant's wife is talking to him, I think.
driven films lack.
Black. Did you just say black?
He
Black.
has saved it by bringing humanity to it. And humanity is the key element that all spectacular-driven films lack.
Oh, lack.
Black.
Really
God
does
damn
sound
it,
like
I
you
was
said
really
black.
hoping he had a flub there.
It really sounds like you said black, though. He has a
I
weird
know.
accent on it.
I know.
For as beautiful as Man of Steel might be, as epic as it might be,
He
all
was
those
watching his wife get blacked, and so it was a Freudian slip. Superhero films black.
stills of the characters walking by and being badass, there is not a soul to it. There's not a spark of sincerity to it. There is a spark of self-importance, of spectacle, but there is not that spark where you can imagine watching these characters.
Are you sure you're talking about Zack Snyder? You're not talking about James Gunn right now?
Zack Snyder, yeah.
Snack Snyder, yes, the character from Annoying Orange. Is that right?
My brain is broken. I just heard you guys say snack cider.
Zack Snyder.
That sounds like a terrible like Lunchable.
Cider. Anyway.
That sounds like a terrible where would you find that on a menu?
I don't
Well,
know.
you would go to like the DC museum or like a DC theme park, and they'd have like themed, shit, and be like, James shots instead of James Gunn, and then you get a little thing of shots, and then it's like Snack Snyder.
I would
It's like
imagine a
crackers.
shot based on James Gunn will be topped with cream so it matches his white hair.
Oh God.
Honey, this bar has the snack cider special on the menu. It's very dark, but it says it's about Jesus. We gotta get it. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with shit on the spot.
Alex says, it's funny, I thought Mephisto's realm was the easiest level. Now Atlantis? Fuck that level. Also, can we have a moment to appreciate how good Alliance was? Okay, Atlantis is only really annoying to get through because you're fucking underwater and shit.
Yeah, that was a thing that held me up a lot about the Atlantis level. It controls a lot.
Yeah,
I will
that's the real
say,
thing.
on
In
level,
Mephisto's realm, you have so many fucking enemies at fucking once at each encounter. The save points are so far apart. Lots of fucking backtracking, and enemies. I think they have enemies that can revive themselves. Blackheart's hard
They
as hell.
also have enemies that could make you switch bodies with.
Oh my god, fuck that level, man.
I'm just
Yeah.
picturing Backseaters like, Alex the Critic is like, don't like Atlantis, too much water.
I will say, but to give a bit of some clarity, I will say Marvel Ultimate Alliance was a top tier game during my childhood.
Yes, yeah.
That was the game that introduced me to the wider Marvel universe during a time where all of my classmates in first and second
Didn't know who the fuck
knew
anyone
about,
was.
Spider-Man and Incredible Hulk, and that was it, really. I was talking about Deadpool and Luke Cage, and they were like, "Who the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Well, then Backseater gives a review of Mephisto's drum, and he's like, too hot. 0 out of 10. Just like, what the fuck? That's my whole thing.
Yeah.
Sitting down and taking
Too
in
much
what
fire.
they experience meaningfully. Consider this.
Yes, taking the experience in meaningfully by not going out and saving the fucking city.
Superman in that shot looked like me after eating the atomic sauce at Taco Bell. I was like, oh. He's like, I must concentrate Kryptonian physiology. I cannot handle Taco Bell. Oh.
Who knew humans had the power to make you do this?
Consider this. In Batman v Superman, when that bomb blows up in the courtroom, we see Superman stand there and look stoic. We see less emotion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was really stupid. He's just like, man, all these people just died. I'm gonna barely react.
And then he just leaves instead of like explaining anything to anyone. Like there was a
Yeah.
bomb in a wheelchair, guys. Like,
I knew I heard something with my super hearing, but damn, I forgot to do anything about it.
There was a jar. Of
I
piss
heard
on
a
the desk that
ticking.
was really distracting. I didn't notice the bomb.
Apparently, the reason why he didn't hear it or sense it is because the chair was made of polyester or something.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Polyester!
Lead, I think, but
Lead or whatever.
Then we
that
see from
blocked his X-ray vision is why that.
David
would be important.
Cornsweat's Superman when a kaiju dies. We have a 12-minute scene in Superman where Lois Lane and Clark talk. 12 minutes. No action.
Yes, they
no
talk
fight.
about something that is totally ignored later in the film. He cares about the kaiju, and then and he saves a squirrel during that scene. I noticed you didn't point that out, where he's like concerned about every little bit of life, and then a few minutes later, everything's just dying in the city. Whatever. But he's pointing out all the parts that are set up for one character that are then later contradicted.
Yeah. Fucking hell, anyways.
And you don't even realize it's 12 minutes long, do you? It's a thrilling moment. It's full of character.
I felt 30 minutes long.
I know.
We know it's 20 minutes. The problem is that most of us didn't feel the impact.
We're all David Cornsweat after this scene.
Exactly. Like at the first time I saw that, I thought it was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But then after looking back, I'm like, God, that was a waste of fucking time.
It's all of us afterwards.
Yeah.
That's John every time Cedar tells him we're gonna react to an ant video.
It looks like there's a giant taco on the right side of his couch. He's like, this is a super taco.
You know, Ant mentioned a lot of the Snyder films, but I'm surprised he didn't mention Blue Beetle.
Yeah, because nobody remembers that. Nobody remembers that.
About your tits tonight or not? Because I'm tired of listening to this shit.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers Blue Beetle. That's why.
I will say I do feel bad for Blue Beetle. Like, it is actually a really, really good film.
You went through a punch.
Oh yeah, fucking funny. We brought up Blue Beetle, guys. Like, do we want a taco about that film?
He doesn't throw a punch during the cover. What is he gonna punch Lois? What's he gonna punch?
He's gonna punch the taco pillow. That's what.
I remember. I think it might have been Theoretic making that into a pun when talking about Blue Beetle, and Doomblazer got really, really, really heated about that.
Throw a punch.
Or, excuse me, Doomblazer.
That would be really bad in your typical superhero film, typically.
No.
But you don't know.
What are you talking about? There's plenty of scenes where heroes don't fight. Like, he acts like these are all revolutionary concepts. They went 12 minutes without throwing a punch. Wow. There's a lot of conversations in Avengers.
Wow.
Did you know it's like halfway through the film before Iron Man even like builds his actual suit? Like he builds the Mark 1 before that, but like as far as like actually flying, and literally the scene is just about flying, freezing up, and then flying some more. And it's one of the best fucking superhero scenes. And he's like, "Oh, just imagine a scene where heroes punch somebody." It's like, I don't have to freaking imagine it, you retard. I actually paid attention to the films.
I just imagine Ant probably listening to this, and the backseater basically Iron Man in his suit, and Ant is the other guy with the gun who came to him like, "I'm gonna shoot him," and then the bullet just reflected.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
that was a good scene.
Yeah, like, but that's a great point, John. Like, Iron Man really is a refutation towards the Superman 2025 glazing from Ant here, because it is entirely possible to make a compelling, like, origin story and not have it feel like a slog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that movie is heavily. All my favorite scenes from that are pretty much dialogue and characters interacting, and just the fact that he acts like James Gunn is somehow trailblazing this concept that like heroes talk, guys. It's like, and Civil War does that, like fucking Winter Soldier does that. Like,
Spider-Man Homecoming has a bunch of those, and it's all high school dialogue.
There's so many superhero films with dialogue-heavy scenes that don't involve action. Like the fact that he's treating this like a foreign or revolutionary concept is just like insulting to every past film.
Yeah.
What the hell?
It's so well written with characterization. That is what James Gunn.
It's so well written with a lack of writing.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
He's disgusted with our reaction right now. It's like,
I don't want to laugh, but it's just so painful I have to.
oh my god, this is like utterly Noah, where he kept like bringing up where he couldn't understand Harry Potter and like the most basic concepts.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait. Look at his face. Backseater, I'm very disappointed in you, buddy.
So fucking what? Tons of other people are disappointed in me. You think I give a shit?
I thought you would be better than this, Backseater.
Bitch, you can't fucking say that shit. Like, bitch, you're the one who fucking tapped out of our feud. You
Backseater.
Backseater.
He looks like he's gonna give you a stern talking to.
How dare you still talk about me even though I admitted you won?
Pikachu's just eating his ice cream watching this. He's like, yeah, he's still pissed.
It's like Backseater, the more you talk, the more you're just going to summon forces far beyond your comprehension.
Cool, I'll take them on. I can fight them. Anyways.
Rings. Humanity. Not the spectacle, not the 80s music or any of that bullshit.
Fuck humanity. How about that?
Oh, now we don't like 80s music. Okay, but we were just glazing James Gunn. All right. That's where I checked the fuck out. What the fuck?
And he, like, this entire video proves something about humanity. The fact that Drinker said something and you don't like it, and you're here spouting bullshit about James Gunn's universe that isn't well drawn. So what that said about humanity as a title?
Fucking bullshit.
Humanity.
Like, are you nostalgic? Like, I'm a huge Excalibur fan. I love
Okay,
Excalibur.
so just to recap the entire video, Drinker said that it feels one note, and it's something that we've already seen before with James Gunn's other projects, and all Ann had to say was, "Well, at least it's not like the Snyderverse." Chud.
Yeah. But then he went on a tirade saying, "Oh, this was spectacle. These were not well done. The James Gunn's did it better. Blah blah blah. They have more humanity than Zack Snyder's films." And I'm like, no, they don't. No, they don't. Because at least Zack Snyder, while it's flaws, managed to put some of humanity into it, while James Gunn is just over here.
Yeah. So far, the only difference is like I would say I like some performances better in that were in Superman 2025, and there were some like like good scenes in isolation, I guess. But other than that, like the only reason Gunn seems better than Snyder at the moment is because there's a lack of films or projects released under him so far.
Yeah. Any points for cohesiveness is purely by lack of opportunity to not be cohesive thus far. You haven't really had an opportunity to mess that up, so
yeah,
I can give you credit for nothing. And also Excalibur, by the way, 72% certified fresh and 80% from the audience, so
it's a cult classic.
Yeah, I don't think it's this universally derided film like he seems to think, but whatever.
But again, it's a stupid point on its face because it's not like the DC, like Gunn is trying to make a franchise, not a like single like film where everything's like is like rushed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this strange false dichotomy. He's like, you either get Excalibur or you get this. It's like, well, we can take something very different.
Yeah, but I'll end the stream out here by saying, yes, AA, we can all universally agree Anthony's a dumb schmuck.
Wow, we've been at here.
I wouldn't say he's that much of a dumb schmuck. It's more like he's ignorant to the possibility that people maybe, just maybe, don't like what he does or are neutral about it.
What was that?
5 hours. Is this a new record? 5 hours.
No, I think we've gone over 5 hours. I'm not sure. I'll double check, but fuck it. But anyways, guys, that's gonna be all it for this video. So if you guys enjoyed this stream, please give it a thumbs up. Comment below to live stream, subscribe to our streams like this. If any of y'all on Kino like this stream, then come on over and sub. And we'll see you guys next time in the backseat. Take care.
Yep. And on my end, thank you guys for tuning into the live stream. Go check out Backseater's channel and JohnGetsGaming's channel. And then I'm going to end
Evan's
this.
meme channel. Yeah.
Oh, Evan's meme channel. I'll put them in the descriptions later. But let me know what you guys want me to check out next for a live stream, and if I should include the Backseat Boys in it. Later.